Hello and welcome everyone back to the coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patriot Time Car. Joining me is Ryan Fresco and more as we open up day number 2 of week 10 of the LPL.
Had to struggle there. What year is it? How many games are we in? We're almost there. We're in the home run and we're opening up with some exciting games today.
Yeah, and our theme has been playoffs pretty much here. So we're already most of the way through the Xiaogu lineup. Going to see TNT and TCT, the all-star bottom lane that's been very aggressive, but very effective.
Yeah, and the beauty about Xiaogu, and it is going to be Xiaogu versus RNG starting us off, is that they can carry from every single position. We say this about EDG. No surprise that Xiaogu also joining them up on the top end of the standings. And it just speaks to their power as a roster across the board, that the top lane can carry. The jungler, for sure, in Swift's hands, Doinby, and TNT and TCT showing up in that bot lane.
Yeah, it's just flexibility and threats everywhere for this side. And they've really just not shown any signs of slowing down. Very few teams have taken that many games off them. We've got a very strong record here. Not quite as good as EDG's as far as overall points go, but as far as our actual stats for the split go, it's been a great season. And we've heard a lot of comparisons to Snake, but Xiaogu have finally separated themselves. I think they're even better than Snake was in Split 1 of this year.
Well, the big issue with Snake, at least last split, is that they only played one Dimension 1 style, and Xiaogu have shown that they have much more diversity, so they look stronger going to the playoffs. We'll see if they're able to make it stick, because again, we don't have any historic context to kind of look back, does this team turn up in high-pressure situations? But on the other side, someone who has turned up in high-pressure situation, Royal never gives up. Yesterday, finding the 2-0 over Snake.
Yeah, and they're kind of classic rivals in a sense, the two organizations, but we'll go through them now. We saw Let Me there in the top lane. MLXG really been the star of this team all year long, even when they were on King previously. And of course, their mid laner Xiao, when he's looking good, usually things are going well.
When he looks good, he looks amazing. Pulling out his Azir yesterday, something that he's very famous for. But in the AD carry role, it is going to be Whoosh.
Yeah, and Whoosh has been fine, actually, kind of mixing things up. A far cry from his Vayne-only days from spring playoffs there, putting an Ashe in there. Saw a couple of plays on that champion yesterday. And, of course, Lei as well. Probably other best-performing member, at least consistently, of this team. Who's been a very strong all-round support player.
And that just kind of speaks to how RNG have shifted things up to make their playoff run. Again, they are in the bottom 4, but they are the closest since Unlimited Potential got 2-0'd yesterday. And RNG, of course, finding the 2-0 over Snake, is the fact that when you look at Wushin's champion pool, that's 5 different champions of his last 5 games, which before you just see Vayne.
I'm trying to think of the other champions.
Vayne,
Sivir, I guess.
Sivir.
Vayne. Yeah.
He played Vayne, Corki, and Sivir primarily.
And it's nice to see him branching out a bit more. Clearly helped the team in their 2-0 yesterday, but Snake, relatively tough opposition, so a good result there. And of course, the 3 precious points here late into the season. But a whole new test now against Xiaogu. If Snake is, maybe a top 5, top 6 team, Xiaogu are very clearly, based on their standing, a top 2 team.
That said, Xiaogu did stumble in their most recent match. They split 1-1, so we'll see if RNG can maybe take out a weaker-looking Xiaogu than previous weeks. And again, what's important to note here is the playoff run for RNG. They're just on the cusp of being out of the top 8. Top 8 teams will go into playoffs, and the team guarding that 8th spot is currently Masters 3 with 22 points. RNG sit at 18, so a good 3 points here will put them right in competition.
Yep, and again, all the points really do matter here, given that teams have a limited amount of games left to play here. But RNG, if they have been picking it up, Xiaogu do have to be careful. They probably look at this matchup a few weeks ago and think, great, couple of easy points here to secure those top few spots in playoffs. As it turns out, against Snake yesterday, the upset win there for RNG means that Xiaogu do have some territory to defend here.
Likewise, the last time Xiaogu and RNG faced, because obviously in the LPL all teams will face twice, they split 1-1. So
and that's probably in the middle of the split where everyone was splitting 1-1. Again, RNG certainly full of talented players, much like Xiaogu. It's just much less refined in the way they play. And the biggest thing about RNG seems to have been the experience or the veteran. There's no real shot caller or member of the team that's sort of ordering people around, unlike Swift, or if you even look at some of the older players there on Xiaogu. And of course you look at a team like UP, who are also very new, but have Heart there as sort of the veteran player to help them along.
No, I completely agree. The fact that you're competing against the veteran experience that Swift will bring, obviously playing over in Korea, not legacy player like Kakao or Clearlove or anything like that. but gives the team a good grounding, and it's very clear that Xiaogu, they're a team built around Swift, and they work very well with him, which on the other side, we talk about MLXG, the captain, the shot caller, the other jungler for RNG. A bit more hit and miss consistency has been his issue, but the thing is if you look across RNG individually as players or even as a team, they all have mechanical high ceilings, but it's about consistently hitting that high ceiling to pull off these results.
Yeah, and you have to get set up well there, and a lot of that responsibility has fallen to their jungler, MLXG, in games, especially when they look like that team that they have the potential to be. So MLXG, he's got one LPL split under his belt. Second one's going to be under fairly soon here as well, and where RNG finish will be important to that team as they move through probably next year there as well into their season. So a team full of potential, lots of talent there as well. It's simply a matter of how much can they do with it, because as the name suggests, certainly a deep playoff run would not be out of the question for such a young, talented, but unpredictable side.
Royal never gives up. No, I'm really excited. I think that if anyone can make a playoff run, it is definitely statistically most possible for RNG and unlimited potential, although UP put themselves in quite a sticky situation getting 2-0'd yesterday. But RNG, the dream is still alive.
Yep.
Masters 3 at Dade, he's having flashbacks. It's what happened to him last split when WE were able to scrape over Masters 3 to take that 8th place spot. But we'll see. A lot of signs. MLXG.
Have to see Dade later today, I think.
Yeah, he plays against Invictus Gaming. It's a really important day for that bottom set of standings for playoff run.
And again, it's a lot of top versus bottom matches here, but all the points certainly matter. Even for those top teams, not getting your crucial points might mean you drop a place or two, or if you can get them, move up a place or two. For Xiaogu, maybe less important. They're almost a lock for second at this point, just behind EDG, but you do not want to slip out of top 2 if you've been there all split long.
No, and I completely agree. And, we talk about top 2, how they've got some space there. Xiaogu sitting at 30 points right now. There is currently a 4-way tie for 3rd place between OMG, Snake, LGD, and now Vici, again, showing up really surprising with their team fighting yesterday. And it's super important in the new playoff bracket because it is a gauntlet style to be the top 4 teams, not just in the top 8, but the top 4. So probably one of the closest LPL splits we've ever had.
I love all the Harry Potter signs. There's a surprising amount of them. It's so MLXG photoshopped onto some sweet Prisoner of Azkaban poster. Always fun to look. But again, RNG. Is
that saying that he's trapped in?
I'm not sure. Maybe. Again, can't read Chinese. I hope so. I hope there's a meme there. I can definitely get behind that. You can see TCT there as well, formerly known as Moore.
Just dyed his hair.
Yeah. Trying to copy Doinby's old look from the start of the split.
I miss Doinby's look.
Xiaogu, at the top of the season, had the strongest hair game.
They specifically did that right before they took pictures because they wanted to be remembered. Likewise, their coach, Hero, formerly coach of WE, their 2014 run, also did his hair up in blonde, but I feel like he's actually dyed it back to dark brown.
It's disappointing. You got to commit. You can't just do that. Look at Doinby. All that color's faded. Disappointing. It's okay. Thankfully, their play has not dipped, even if the hair has in recent weeks.
Really intensive to dye your hair.
True.
Those styles.
Really?
Yeah,
Did you
really.
know anything about that?
It's pretty hard. You have to continuously upgrade it. And people see me when I used to have pink hair. They're like, why is your hair blonde now? Because you have to bleach it and then you have to add the color.
Makes sense. We'll see, though. Again, Xiaogu probably have enough money at this point, given how well they've been doing in the LPL, to get some of that dye back into their hair. But as like I said, the play has been maybe the more important thing for them, and they've been playing very well, despite, let's say, recent signs of weakness. No big ones, but just a couple wobbly knees here and there.
The interesting thing about Xiaogu versus RNG in the specific matchup, and kind of where I want to point, if I was going to call a featured matchup, it's definitely going to be between Swift and MLXG. They're very aggressive junglers. I feel like Swift a bit more well-rounded in terms of his objective control, his pathing, and then his gank pressure, whereas MLXG, it's pretty much all or nothing into that gank, and if he can't get the snowball going, they tend to stall out.
Yeah, and no offense to the RNG side, but Xiaogu, like you've mentioned, just have carries in every other role. So Swift can afford to play slightly more reserved, farm up a bit more, and make a bigger impact sort of later in towards the mid-game, where MLXG must feel pressure, unless some of his lanes get ahead, to just constantly be trying to get them into a good spot. Because if he does get those lanes ahead, specifically bottom lane, they have shown that with a lead, they can run away and just push that snowball right down the hill.
No, and I completely agree. And it also speaks to kind of the different relationship that the junglers will have with their side lanes. So Doinby and Swift. Doinby acted for a very long time as almost a secondary support for Swift, following around on the likes of Morgana, Lulu. Naturally, it shifted over more towards assassins and carry potential with picks like Cassid and picks like Victor that Doinby's looked really good on. But Xiaohu and MLXG are very disjointed. Like when I talk about the duo lanes, I obviously will always talk about the support and the AD carry, but oftentimes I'll also talk about, the rookie Cacao bromance, the cool Loveling bromance, that jungle mid synergy, and MLXG and Xiaohu, I mean, obviously one coming from Gamti, one coming from King, it's a relatively new split for them. They just don't have it to the same extent that a lot of other mid junglers have.
No, and we've seen Xiaohu get punished in either 1v1 situations or more of that 1v2 when the jungler does come calling. So we'll see where Swift goes today. Certainly capable of ganking any lane, but I feel like he's been cooling off a bit, has old Swift. So, certainly in some of the less impressive games in recent weeks, I feel like Swift not being proactive has cost his team, not games, but just spots where they can be a bit more aggressive and take more risks.
I feel like the fairest thing to say about Xiaogu is every single person on their team is a playmaker.
Yep.
And Swift does incredibly well on high-impact playmaking champions like Sejuani, like Gragas. It just takes that one cask, that one ultimate, and Swift can turn a game.
Unfortunately, kind of a team full of 5 carries. OMG showed us that already early on in the summer split here. But Xiaogu looked very flexible from other positions, namely support, namely mid. Top lane every now and then, but V tends to just farm up and be a frontline tank or whatever his team needs from him. But we'll see today what the teams want to select for game number 1. Xiaogu going to ban out Azir and Jace, so 2 bans being thrown at RNG's mid laner as Ryze, the first ban away there, along with Kalista.
I completely agree with this. I think this is incredibly smart. My thing about Xiaohu, he looks amazing as we have 3 mid lane bans going down. He looks amazing on very specific champions. If you take those away from him, where does he go? How does he look?
Yep, Ezreal, the last ban there for Xiaogu, means that is 3 mid lane bans and 3 good mid laners as well, all taken out of the pool. RNG though, after Kalista Ryze, have one more selection to make, and it is going to be Echo away from Swift.
Victor is still up on the board. Likewise, so is Janna. We saw Janna banned repeatedly yesterday in multiple different sets. So the LPL really prioritizing the hard disengage, especially since the hard engage supports Nautilus and Alistar were so strong for so long.
Yeah, feels like Gragas Janna's been the most popular jungle support duo in the last few weeks, and no one's really banning either of those champions. So
Shin is also up.
Yep.
I
so
feel like
Xiaogu, do you have decisions to make? Hovering Janna right now, but again, with so many target bans, you just give so much back to a team that's drafting on the red side.
Yeah, I completely agree. Obviously, because from red side, you're going to get second rotation, 2 different champions. I would suspect Shin to go into this rotation, as well as the Gragas, because again, I feel like you can't let a team have both disengage of Cask and Monsoon. So this is what I would expect.
Yep, I think so as well, as we do have the Janna pick there for Xiaogu. So there's 1 disengage ulti. MLXG's also looked just fine on the Gragas himself, so perfectly serviceable pick for the jungle player, but did see a Braum hover there from Xiaogu. Certainly been another pick that is picking up speed in the LPL.
It could also just speak to MLXG's. I mean, he can play Gragas, but it's not nearly kind of his forte or a champion that he really likes. You have to think more about Rek'Sai, Nidalee, Vi, champions like that for MLXG versus the Gragas pick, which has done wonders for Swift. By picking up your support in second rotation, the fact that Janna's already on the board, it pretty much just hides your hand and allows you for a bit more counter pick play. So again, I think this just speaks to MLXG's discomfort on Gragas.
Shen Braum, the pickups there, and Doinby insta-locks Victor as his mid laner. Another pick that surprising to see go so late. Xiaohu, I believe, has had some play on the champion, but isn't going to get it this particular game. And Swift has the Gragas open, but considering Lee Sin at least for now. But even just on those 2 picks, Janna, Victor, Xiaohu are doing very well in this draft.
This is actually really clever if he decides to commit to this Lee Sin. I feel like it's going to be Lee Sin or Gragas, just because Braum, early levels on Lei, and Mako really revolutionized this in the Demacia Cup. You just immediately start roaming, walking into the enemy jungle, and just punching them repeatedly in the face. So if you take a hard or a very early powerful jungler like Lee Sin, you still get that disengage that Gragas would give you with the Cask, but obviously with your Dragon Rage kick. But it makes it that much more dangerous for the Braum to team up with his jungler to come into Lee Sin's jungle. Well, not only because he's incredibly mobile, but again, can just murder you.
Yep, good thing to think about. But Vayne actually the selection there for Xiaogu. So going to go with that popular Vayne John. I know you're a big fan of that one for us, Gurun, but Whoosh, you'd think it was a takeaway, but he has been a lot more diverse recently.
It's definitely still acting as a denial, though. I'm glad that you brought that up. I'm a huge fan of the Janna Vayne lane. I think the only thing that is better right now in the current meta is probably Kog'Maw Janna, but still very close just because of how much synergy Janna gives Vayne as a champion. Vayne's going to get a mid-game power spike just off of her itemization, having that Blade of the Rune King complete, as well as Janna's mid-game power spike of having the level 9 shield to augment more damage on top of it. And then she's also going to a late-game hyperscale because she is the Vayne. So I just love everything that Vayne's bringing right now, but only in tandem with Janna. If Janna wasn't there, I'd be like, no, don't pick Vayne, pick Sivir, pick anyone else. But Janna Vayne, excellent.
Yeah, well, there's Janna Vayne for Xiaogu, but Braum Graves there for RNG and a Kassadin pick into that Victor there for Xiaohu. Kind of interesting to leave Victor open, but Xiaohu is comfy on Kassadin.
We've seen a lot of Kassadins being picked up in the LPL as kind of a soft counter to Victor, and how it works and the theory behind it is Victor, if you jump up on top of him, he doesn't have any escapes. His number one thing that he's going to do is he's going to drop the gravitational field on top of himself, maybe even a Chaos Storm, and he's just going to try to lock you down. But the Rift Walk cooldown is just so punishing that you can just outmaneuver any of Victor's hard CC. Again, early levels 1 through 5 for Kassadin, it's never going to be fun. Your shield's enough that you're going to be able to survive the lane, just farm it up. But as soon as he's level 6, he actually has a lot of kill pressure, and it's somewhat scary for Victor in a lane.
I think so as well, especially depending on the jungler that RNG select. But they've been hiding that pick until their last one here is Xiaogu, trying to figure out the best way to round out their lineup. We talked about Gragas and Lee Sin. Either would be a fine pick here for Xiaogu, and V almost always defaults back to a tank. I think that's a team decision more than anything else. Gragas and Maokai, the last 2 picks.
You have a ton of zone control right now. That's Xiaogu's composition. It's all about TNT, empowering him, controlling the space around him. You still have hyper carry potential from the Victor. Victor's just way too good right now. If I were to think about the most, I don't want to say broken, but just powerful champion and everything that he's going to offer, I think it's Victor, especially for the Chinese region, just because of how creative they are about terrain use when they're fighting in their 5v5s. Victor, for me, is almost the AP Jarvan. If you think back to China's love of Jarvan for so long, it was because of how they would use the Cataclysm in the middle of terrain to split up team fights. They do the exact same thing with the gravitational field.
Yeah, I saw you mention that yesterday on Twitter, and I agree. The only nice thing is that Jarvan, if you think about him, especially AD Jarvan, does a lot of burst damage. So does Victor. Jarvan just doesn't do the same consistent same consistent damage.
Yes, the same
Victor
damage.
Is even better.
He's just over walls, great wave clear, has incredible terrain use, incredible CC, mid-game power spike, late-game scaling.
Fine in lane.
He's a great
Makes
champion.
you breakfast. He's great. Really great there. As Evelyn is the last pick up there for RNG. MLXG, again, sticking to those relatively aggressive junglers, but everyone is going away from Rek'Sai.
Yeah,
Just nobody wants to play her anymore. Poor Rek'Sai.
obviously, we're on the 5.13 patch, so Runeglaive is available. We've seen a lot of Cinderhulk Evelyns as well.
I saw a warrior yesterday. Okay?
So
I've seen some stuff.
I've seen some stuff. We'll see what path MLXG decides to go down. Again, we talked about the Kassadin pickup. Twisted Fate was available, and you know, Xiaohu, his champion pool has looked a little bit limited, but typically when we see a Vayne that early in rotation, the obvious answer is to look for TF to abuse the destiny on Vayne. So they had that option. We'll see if the Kassadin works out for them a little bit better.
I like putting a Xiaohu on this big type of carry. I think Kassadin's probably serviceable against Vayne, if not good, but do you have to somehow navigate all the aggression of Swift and his Gragas and the power of Doinby and TNT? It is never easy to take on Xiaogu, but RNG going to give it a good crack. Both teams actually drafting quite well as we do start in the top lane. It is Maokai up against Shen.
Let me formally the top laner of the GAMT, but in the jungle where the featured matchup should be, it's Swift versus MLXG, Gragas versus Evelyn.
Yeah, we'll see who can get the aggressive edge there, if anyone, as Doinby back on his Victor will be taking on the Kassadin there for Xiaohu, so mixing it up a bit. And of course, TNT has got a lot of attention recently there, but Vayne into Graves should be a whole lot of fun.
I like how his hair matches her picture, but joining them in the bot lane, the supports, it's TCT, formerly known as LMQ Moore, against Lei, Braum versus Janna.
Sort of curious to see how aggressive the bottom lanes get, because especially on the
you think we're gonna have a
RNG
2v2?
side, if we have a 2v2, Whoosh on Graves sounds very aggressive, to say the least.
We've seen a lot of Graves play actually fairly recently, Imp and Mystic.
Yeah, looks good there. We'll see how Graves does today as we're going to get onto the Rift for game number 1. And here we are as Doinby and the Victor move out of his base at level 1 here, as Xiaogu take to the Rift against RNG for our first game here of day 2 of week number 10 for us. It's getting awfully close to the regular season's over. Summer has been long, and for both these teams, there is still shot. I guess for Xiaogu, playoffs are in sight. They're probably prepping there, but RNG, they can make a run here, and it all starts with this game after the 2-0 yesterday. They could squeak in as our 8th team in playoffs.
I mean, let's be honest. Everyone looked at the schedule yesterday and just, okay, this is going to be a 2-0 one way or the other. And RNG versus Snake, everyone's like, 2-0 for Snake, RNG done. Pulled out the 3 points, making a pretty competitive run for that 8th place spot. So, like you said, it will start here. They need to find the win because they need 3 more points.
Adorable from Swift. Takes body slam at level 1, goes over the Baron wall toward the red buff there. Like we see all the time. Want to make sure you ward those camps up against Evelyn.
We will also have a lane swap, as we see so Swift getting vision on that top side of the map. They're going to move Vayne and Janna up there.
Yep. Like we mentioned, don't really want the 2v2 up against Graves and Brom, so happy to swap away as MLXG. Thinking about where he wants to start. I guess he is going to go for this red buff, but
he knows that it's warded.
He does. Haven't seen him yet. Evelyn's still invisible. But they are going to start here. LXG will be spotted.
Okay, so we'll see what they do with this information. So again, LXG knows that Xiaogu understand where his jungle pathing has started. I don't think Swift will look for any sort of invade to try to challenge the blue buff. So just pretty standard start from both of them.
Yep. So they've seen the lane swap as well. Let Me will continue jungling there with MLXG. They'll go horizontally rather than vertically today. And Swift and V are going to do exactly the same thing.
And the big reason why, naturally, both top laners are the junglers is because the lane swap has been initiated. Curious to see where Janna's going to go. And we talked about the unlocking of Braum level 1. He's like, hey, what's up?
Yep, already there in towards the mid lane. Doinby going to get aggressed on here as well. MLXG's popped in. Blaze here as well. That's a lot of damage at level 1. Doinby hitting 2. The extra health going to help out.
Doinby's still going to be okay, managing to hold on to both of his summoners. Will be forced to pop a pot, so this is just going to alleviate a lot of pressure on Cassidy, again, between those levels 1 through 5.
I actually liked where Xiaogu started their jungle pathing, if for no other reason than they actually spotted Lei going for that roam at level 1.
Yeah, it did offer more protection to Doinby's side. That said, he could have just warded the bottom side or wait to the top.
Too hard. Far too hard. Rather have your team there to make sure it's A-okay. Doinby hits level 3 there. Cassidy going to do what he can to last hit under that turret, but the double jungling continues here. And for the most part, the bottom lanes have been left untouched, so free farm Graves and Vayne as we're going to move in towards the mid game.
One of those is very different than the other, however. So again, I like the fact that Graves is kind of coming back into rotation. We haven't seen a ton of it. It's mostly been a lot of Kog'Maw, a lot of Vayne, but 80 carries that get a mid-game power spike, either through itemization like Corki, like Vayne, like Kog'Maw, or through just their natural tendencies like Graves. Coming back because, again, these hyper-scaling mages will meet you late game, so you kind of need a bridge from your 80 carry position to cover all bases and all power through the course of the game.
Yep, makes sense there. We see actually a fast push starting now as well. RNG doing decent damage to that turret is MLXG and Let Me looking for some creeps here on the bottom right-hand side, but haven't found any yet, and it's Xiaogu that actually get the first steal away of that rapid camp.
Doinby covering them by shoving Xiaohu in, although he has to be very careful because he has Ignite.
Yep, I mean, Doinby does have Cleanse, so probably not going to die unless he oversteps a little too far, but trying to bait Cassidy in there as V is also setting up for a game.
Will have Flash Twisted Advance because V is level 3. I think Xiaohu knows what's up.
Yep, I think so too.
Which is why I look at Lei.
Oh wow, the Goon Squad has come to the mid lane. Xiaohu getting dove. Damage is there. Knockup will happen, but first blood goes in. There's the next kill very quickly. That was Gragas will fall. V lucky to be alive as he flashes out. And RNG, nice little counter game.
But it's the big difference of where the gold ended up. TCT, the Janna, got the first blood on the side of Xiaogu, whereas MLXG picked up the return kill. 100 less gold, but where would you rather have it, your jungler or your support?
Well, RNG will take it for now here as blue buff Evelyn's going to move back into the enemy jungle and take away that Raptor camp. Letme will sit here mid as well as he is just keeping the wave frozen here. TCT actually can do some damage. These creeps are not messing around.
This is so good for Xiaohu, though, because not only will it keep the wave in a nice position for him, but likewise, he doesn't lose out on the fact that he just got dove underneath his tower, despite the fact that it traded 1-for-1. He also gets all of that experience in gold.
Oh, TCT now, level 3, going to walk past Evelyn Braum. Not enough there. Damage not quite there without the passive. And TCT will get out safely.
Xiaogu have this tendency over the course of multiple games where they'll constantly check into the weak side of their jungle. They do this all the time. V is primarily the big proponent of it, but just to see Lei walk in, what are you doing, buddy? You don't have control over that side of the map at all.
I like that he's a proponent rather than a culprit. It's like an intentional decision.
Exactly.
Trust me, guys, this is good. There's Whoosh getting some more creeps here.
I'm not going to take him down for it.
You see, it's pretty even on the 80 carries there as well, so Graves and Vayne nice and happy. TNT going to go back first. By the looks of things, Wave's in a decent spot, and we'll go back and spend some early money.
They are going to make their swap back, so looking for that dragon control as we see V move back up into the top side. Does have the teleport available, but missing his flash. And while everyone's resetting, Xiaogu then understands that they have a window of opportunity to move in and to place these deep wards.
You can see Janna actually towards mid again there. I think paired up with Swift for some of that vision he talked about. Xiaohu, level 6 now though with his blasting one, so relatively comfortable there up against Thornby and his Hex Core upgrade.
But this is really beautiful. So yeah, they got the first blood, wasn't on the best target going on to Janna, but they're swapping Vayne back into the 2v2, vying for dragon control. But she also has the itemization of having the Bilgewater Cutlass complete, and again, just kind of the attack speed itemization in conjunction with the Janna shield that's going to give you the flat AD. When Vayne is level 5, she's about to get her level 6, which will then augment her attack damage even more with the final hour.
Thornby going to get jumped on here as well.
Oh
Xiaohu
my
level
God.
6 damage is huge. Needs to flash forward, but MLXG secures the kill.
And we talked about, you know, that first blood goal, Janna versus Evelyn. Eve has a sheen right now. You saw that ridiculous amounts of burst damage. That's what it was based off of.
See TNT trying to pressure down the bottom side, but Braum will walk his way back down. MLXG spots V there, walking in towards the red buff at level 5. Maokai fairly strong, but Shen going to come down here as well. V will get spotted. The collapse is here. Xiaohu going to come down now as well, try and take this kill. V completely out of position, and Xiaohu gets a freebie.
Remember what I said about V just walking into places where he doesn't have any sort of power? Your mid laner's dead, buddy. Best case scenario, that's already going to be a 3v1 because your mid laner's dead.
Don't worry, his jungler's doing red buff. It's totally safe. As Whoosh, but now with a BF sword and Lei returning to his lane. Level 6 there as well for the AD carries.
It was intentional. He was a proponent of it.
As Whoosh continues farming up. Again, I agree. A little bit of a silly face check there for V, but great news for RNG. MLXG especially with that quick sheen. Got himself 2 kills and an assist. And going to have that Rune Glaive probably on that next back.
And this is where RNG are comfortable. We talked about, you know, MLXG, the captain, the shot caller. He creates the snowball. There's maybe not quite the synergy between his jungle and his lanes. And they really just rely on him more so to be the hard carry, whereas Swift, he's still the hard carry of Xiaogu if they have one. Again, they have carries and playmakers across the board, but there's still more cohesion between his mid, his bot, and his top.
And I think a great thing to point out about MLXG this game, which is something you pointed out in the draft, where is all the pressure in this game?
Mid lane.
Mid lane. How rare is that? But you just talked about MLXG and Xiaohu not having as much synergy and then pouring all these resources into this Kassadin.
I don't necessarily think it's the resources, although he's doing a great job. I mean, it's very obvious that Xiaohu's saying, hey, they're going to dive me. Please come help me out. I'm an adult. Just the fact that, you know, Xiaogu are playing the pressure here. It's not that RNG are being proactive around the map and setting it up. It's just they're being reactive to the fact that Swift trying to make plays there and RNG just responding. Pulling 4 people into that mid lane was absurd.
But that's what they needed, because if Xiaohu falls behind on this Kassadin, that late game potential is gone. So I love how RNG have been playing the early game. And, you know, reacting to some aggression here for Xiaohu shows maturity here for this team, as MLXG level 6 with his Rune Blade, lining up a gank here.
And that's really been the story of RNG and kind of making this playoff run. We talked about Lucian's champion pool going above and beyond, pretty much quadrupling itself in a single week of games. Just expanding their pools, expanding their play styles. They've done some very creative compositions, and they look very serious to make a run.
Yeah, they do. About 1,000 gold up now here, so things looking good, but certainly not out of reach for Xiaogu as the game just ticks over the 10-minute mark. Rod of Ages almost complete there for Xiaohu, and just some general early items. Nothing massive just yet. It's Vayne, actually, that'll go back and get that recurve bow. Almost there with that Blade of the Ruin King.
Still no pressure on the Dragon. Average Dragon time for the LPL is between 11 and 12 minutes, so we're just about to hit that mark.
Yeah, seems quite late, actually. I feel like the LPL always runs into this problem with Dragon. Whereas you get to Dragon 3, you're like, I just want to take Baron. That's all I want.
Well, likewise, you have to think that they're big on 5v5, and around this minute mark, you're going to have everyone on the map have the ultimates available, as well as kind of the initial early itemization and buys. So it kind of makes sense that it would time here, just because they want to use Dragon as an arena to set up.
It's a good way to put it. There's TCT in the bottom side, trying to make sure TNT's lane's going nice and smooth. Just fine now for Vayne as he gets aggressive on
He
the
should
weak.
have gone on that. He doesn't know where Eve is. I saw it in his heart. He was like,
fear.
I could just walk this guy down.
Well, we're going to clear the ward out there as well. Open up some more space here for Woosh. And Bronwyn is level 6, going to get some of that effectiveness back. But he sort of loses in those middle levels.
Yeah, Braum loses a lot of power once he's kind of 2 through 5. As soon as he gets his ultimate back, obviously it swings back forward because it's a very high impact ult and also has a lot of versatility of engage versus disengage. The other interesting thing is you have a lot of burst damage coming out of your Graves Braum lane, but Graves can't as efficiently and effectively proc the concussive blows that, say, someone like Lucian can.
Yep.
Off of the double tap, but still concussive blows proc on top of your buckshot, on top of your collateral damage is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, if it gets proc, they are dead.
Yeah, with an ignite, that's pretty much you're going to one rotation
and
someone.
We saw a bit of it from the mid lane ganks, actually, that very curious but adorable Evelyn Braum synergy.
Yep.
It's always great. Doinby, though.
Curious but adorable.
It is really adorable. It's just such a strange interaction. But every time, I just remember watching that gank. It's like, that was actually amazing. This poor guy, he's so dead. As everyone, again, grouping up around that dragon. But it's been quiet, honestly, after the first 4 kills. Too quiet for Oscarin.
Well, it makes sense that Xiaogu wouldn't be trying to force anything right now about MLXG.
Going under Doinby, actually might just 1v1 and teleport down. Will be matched by Stand United. Swift going to be in there as well. Now it's 2v3, but Let Me gets the taunt. Doinby, though, will cleanse out to safety. Agony's Embrace Shield going to keep MLXG relatively healthy as Let Me's trying to get out, but he's nice and tanky. Nice moves there from the jungler in top lane.
MLXG just trying to make the assassination right there. So they did force the teleport out of V. Cooldown advantage in Let Me's hands. He doesn't have the Stand United, but again, still has his teleport. So we'll see how they transition this into any sort of pressure.
Yeah, and Let Me's had a fine lane here on Shen as well, even against the Maokai on
Look
CS.
at him on top of Maokai here. He chased him all the way up back to his lane.
You can see Let Me thinking about some sort of 1v1, but we'll return to his lane instead. And now Xiaogu are going to clear out that Scuttle Crab and maybe look for a bit of a late dragon. No,
it's really smart because, again, they know that they're at a disadvantage right now because they don't have their teleport. So immediately, knowing that MLXG was low and that he would have to return to base, they understood that they had this window where they could walk in, place deep wards, but more importantly, secure the Scuttle Crab is kind of like a buffer, a timer to wait for that teleport cooldown to come back up. It's really just Swift trying to pad the disadvantage a bit.
Yep, just damage control here because Xiaogu in general, they need to sort of scale things up here. Vayne does have Blade of the Ruin King, but we'll need a little bit more time until she hits better effectiveness there. Victor as well, cooldown boots and 2 upgrades in that Hex score. Means that he's pretty effective right now, but Xiaogu, kind of like you've been alluding to, Froscarin, in no rush at this stage.
Yep, just waiting for Vayne to find her itemization, which she did just complete the Blade of the Rune King. Waiting for the cooldown on their teleport. They could try to look for a play in the bottom lane, possibly in the mid, but I still feel like they're really just waiting on Maokai.
Yep, seem to be here. Everyone just going to relax. Xiaohu, though, also getting stronger if we want to talk about scaling. Rod of Ages, not quite there yet, but I think he might have completed it relatively recently. Yeah, you can see he does have it now. Got 2 stacks on it, so had it at a pretty good time here for Kassadin.
Yeah, you want to have it right before kind of 15:30 for it to be stacked up at 25.
Woosh so down the bottom side, also working on his Infinity Edge. It's not the super aggressive brutalizer first we saw from recent LPL Graves, but it should be just fine here. As RNG more than happy to farm this out. And Xiaogu again just sort of saying the same thing. I guess the sentiment being projected across the rift is, yeah, meet you at about 20-25 minutes. Let's have a battle then.
Yep. The fact of the matter is that Vayne is stronger than Graves right now, at least through the duration of her ultimate alongside Janna. So you do have the advantage from your top laner, especially because the Stand United has almost come back up. But Vayne could just very easily assassinate Graves, so I'm not going to try to force that one. I still think there's more onus on RNG to make a proactive play, which is why we see MLXG kind of setting up, looking for the bottom, because they have this very small window where they can be active.
Nice ward there as well, but Xiaogu will get off the bottom turret there. Will get taken by Graves as a result, so bit of a gold lead now for RNG. They'll pad those stats just a bit more here, but again, still relatively close between the two teams. I don't think we've hit 2,000 as a gold lead yet here in this game. The most is actually right now, sitting about 1,500. Is MLXG going to contest for the Raptors? Nope. Doesn't want to.
He wants to see if Doinby's going to come out far enough, especially because the gravitational field is down. Just look for it now.
Well. Delicious. Oh, just goes in, smites it. Xiaohu's here as well. Doinby could actually be in trouble. Ultimate used by MLXG, but did not want to commit to that.
A bit of a miscommunication right there. Like I said, the big thing is once he saw the gravitational field go down, he knew that there was no way to for Victor to peel for himself. So that's why he decided to commit at that instance.
Makes sense here as Xiaohu hits level 11. Amplifying Tome there as well. So probably a Zhonya's coming up next as Swift. Has to be careful. Spots Evelyn there, but RNG with Infinity Edge on Graves have decided now is the time to do this dragon.
The Stand United is back up and available as well. Shen does have the teleport, and again, V doesn't.
Nope, so can't join in just yet. If Xiaogu can buy some time, they'll be able to. TNC pushing out the bottom side there as well, creating enough pressure just generally across the rift that, again, RNG just playing very safe.
Xiaogu again, still doing a great job though, stalling them out, waiting for Maokai. I feel like RNG, trying to be a bit proactive, but it kind of speaks to how disjointed they can be sometimes as a whole unit since they haven't been a roster that long. Just look a little bit uncomfortable to try to force that one.
Yeah, and we've seen V. If he can sit in a lane and farm, that is his preference as a player. He will farm forever on his top lane tank until it gets to a point where Xiaogu just know they can win any team fight. Let me taunt there out onto the Maokai. A bit of damage out with the Barmy Cinder helping, but nothing just yet here as Swift once again will take control of the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, this is just... he moved his pink ward so they couldn't deny it. That was cute from Lei. But yeah, frankly, I think that this was misplayed from RNG. They had the advantage, they had the cooldown and numbers advantage on the bottom side of the map. Xiaogu did a great job, kind of minimizing it and trying to control the situation by, daring RNG, not giving them the perfect situation, but they still should have tried to make a proactive play right there, and this may come back to bite them as, again, both teams now setting up for a 5v5 on fair footing. Yep,
18 minutes and Dragon 1 still hasn't been taken by either team. RNG still with that lead. It's about 2,000, 2,500 gold or so up right now, but certainly the Xiaogu side only getting stronger from this point. And sure, RNG is scaling up as well, but not a whole lot of room on this map to make plays here with those towers all being up still.
Really big power spike, though. I'm glad that you pointed out RNG are also scaling. The fact that Cassidy now has the needlessly large, so a bit of extra AP there, but more importantly, Wushin having the Infinity Edge complete.
Yep, had it for that last dragon fight, but didn't want to use it. But they can fight if they want to here. Doinby, though, nice power transfer, actually. Shields off some of that damage there from Kasten. We are going to have TNT try and take this red buff. MLXG will spot them, but can't really take it to Vayne John and 2v2. Little too dangerous. Oh, Swift finds Lei, actually, as Woosh comes in as well.
He has pass.
MLXG coming in. TCT's quite squishy. MLXG gets exhausted. Going to try and finish this off. Doinby in as well as Xiaohu really wanted that assassination, but they'll get Swift instead. Woosh gets the kill.
Swift, what are you doing, mate? He's got Flash and Cask up and available.
Who's in the shop? I don't know. Distracted, maybe? whatever it was, got himself killed in his own jungle, and RNG will get Dragon 1.
Yeah, that's disaster right there. Obviously, just a huge mechanic misstep from Swift. You should never die if you have your flash and your massive disengage ultimate available. Likewise, miscommunication between TNT and TCT. TNT really wanted to finish that red buff, and TCT really wanted to get away from RNG.
Yep, because MLXG was going to kill him, and didn't get him, but got the jungler instead. Probably an even better prize as RNG are able to finally take a late Dragon 1 here, but a Dragon nonetheless. So, bit more space around the map now. Top side much more valuable as far as real estate goes here on the Rift. But everyone, again, just kind of back to farming. Xiaogu, more than content to keep this main.
I mean, Xiaogu invested a lot into setting up to contest that dragon. However, you think the fact that TNT was getting the red buff right there, it's because they were prepping to fight. Now what you're going to see, obviously with RNG having control over the bottom side of the map by taking the first tier tower, they're going to go ahead and send Wushin into that middle lane to start pushing down mid-tier tower, which is why Xiaohu's now been kicked down to bottom, because you want to separate the farm between your Kassadin and your Graves.
Yeah. Is there anything more to that as well, or is it simply a matter of separating the farm once your carries?
Well, it's also the fact that Kassadin has great assassination potential right now. I'd be curious. TNT would have to play it very well, especially because Xiaohu has the Ignite. If he decided to push against that, because obviously mobility in an elongated lane on the assassin is just very safe.
He's got this now as well, so even trickier for that 1v1. Xiaohu looking nice and strong here at level 13. But MLXG going to try and defend this turret in the top lane. Xiaogu, though, going to beat them to the punch and take it out.
Good job from Xiaogu to kind of rotate play with the map pressure themselves. They do find a free objective. It's not the most helpful for them on the map, but again, with Dragon down, they do have that 6-minute window where they could play to the top side without trading any sort of objective.
You can see RNG very aggressively grouping together, trying to force a fight here, but might be better served just farming things out for a little while longer, getting levels going through, especially out on Xiaohu's Kassadin. They can beat them to this rotation, they might be able to take mid lane turret. TNT has to be careful, barely misses getting tagged by Winter's Bite.
Yeah, Xiaogu look a bit disorganized right now. Did manage to stand up their stagger out their backs pretty well here, although RNG just going to approach the tower.
Swift, nice ulti after the body slam. Agony's Embrace popped. Going to tank out the tower a bit. Woosh just trying to take it out. Maokai's going to rejoin soon though. B walks in and RNG probably 4v4. Can't afford to fight here.
And this is one of the problems of the Kassadin Grave composition, is that you don't have a lot of wave clear or siege potential. Yes, you have a nice steroid with Graves, but his range is still relatively short. And Kassadin, it's so dangerous to just walk up into melee that tower. You don't offer a lot of zone threat unless you're standing on the side, because you're so powerful that you can just hop.
Ulti out now as well. They'll jump onto Doinby. Let Me dives in there as well. And the Shen is the ulti out from Braum. Clips 1 or 2v, getting low on the front side, but Doinby's taking out the tank there as Shen falls down, and Xiaohu just doesn't do enough. Swift barely missing that body slam after the flash. RNG trying to kite away as best they can, but Xiaogu have so much chase. Xiaohu lucky to be alive.
Really good CC coming out of Xiaohu's members. They do end up trading, what, 1 for 0, so just a slight advantage as well as securing their mid-tier tower. I feel like it was a bit of a delayed disengage from TCT in all honesty, but not terrible. Doesn't give them any sort of big advantage, however. It's not like they can translate that into a dragon, although they get a bottom tier tower.
Xiaohu wants this here, but they're so low.
He has Hourglass.
Tumbles out of the way. The port's going to be down there as well. Going to go in, but the Hourglass will save him from the next proc of Silver Ball. Forced to flash out as well. The exhaust down for TCT as Evelyn will fall down, but Let Me going to find TNT who heals just at the last second. Condemn away might be enough. No lay. Flash Auto is going to secure that one, and Woosh now is going to cut off TCT. Good tag from the Winter's Bite as Xiaohu takes him out.
But this is what I'm talking about, the communication between MLXG and Xiaohu, the fact that he had the stasis, knowing that he set it up for perfect positioning to flash over the wall. There was no reason for MLXG to go back in to attempt to help his buddy, because it wasn't communicated, I'm going to flash, I'm fine, don't come in. So they end up trading 1 for 2, still better for RNG, but kind of a needless miscommunication.
Tower goes down as well. TNT managed to get it just before dying there, so Gold will get even back up to just under 1,000 between the two sides, but Xiaogu only getting stronger. So let's watch this again.
The big thing, of course, is the teleport coming back through, but here's where MLXG makes the mistake. He could have just sat right there. Unfortunately, he steps forward. TCT does a fantastic job making sure that he lands the relevant CC, and then from here, it's just a beautiful collapse from RNG, especially Graves on the other side.
Fight here as well, though, as V going to lock up lane with a twisted advance. Swift Eats a bit of poke there from Cassidy. As RNG been sitting around for too long, really want to start to fight this out. Red buff. They want it, but TNT is going to get it.
Doinby's here.
Doinby is
very
here.
Scary to approach it with Victor there.
Yeah, we've seen what Victor can do to people when you run headfirst at him. And Doinby, his itemization is well and truly underway.
More importantly as well, you have two big waves pressuring on the side. For RNG, we see that Swift is right now dealing with the bottom one, but someone will have to respond to that massive top side wave. They're backing and setting up for the Dragon, which will be spawning in 30 seconds.
Let me going to pressure as well as Swift. Mind Stop is back here. Xiaohu going to push in onto this tier 2. So good split push pressure here from RNG as Doinby continues to keep the mid turret up.
Frankly, just a lot of mistakes from Xiaogu, actually, in kind of their macro play and their resource management around the map. RNG are just playing the map better. The initial kind of 5v5 that we've had, Xiaogu, you know, came out on top, but a little bit of over-aggression from TNT and TCT quickly swung that back. And again, RNG just playing the better macro game right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not what I would have expected coming into the matchup, but nice to see, again, RNG maturing as a team, playing things a bit more safely, a bit more calculated, but still with the level of mechanics and aggression that's won them so many games this year alone. Xiaohu and MLXG will team up for a Dragon. No vision in the pit there for Xiaogu. Means it's no way to know this is going down. That's going to be number 2, very clean. The Royal never give up.
I mean, you have to think about it. RNG and Xiaogu, they're on opposite ends of the standings, but it just speaks to the fact that Xiaogu have been consistent in their performance, whereas RNG, again, we see these big high spikes where they're able to take down top-tier teams or at least put up a challenging front, but consistently they can't do it. So, you know, people will look at this match on terms of the schedule and be like, okay, Xiaogu should just smash RNG. But if you watch the games, they're usually much closer, and it's just RNG individually across the board just make too many mistakes on individual players to warrant a higher standing seed.
I also think that this particular team comp merits a lot of patience from Xiaogu.
Yeah.
They have been waiting so long. And look at that gold lead. Still not really much in it. And Xiaogu are still able to make plays. They know they can wait and just fight with Victor Vane in the late game.
They're 5v5. That's what Xiaogu do. They understand where they're strong. They understand how to execute it.
We'll see if RNG can break some of that up here. I like Xiaohu split pushing in the bottom side, but see what happens there, especially with Let Me in the top pressuring that tower as well. MLXG has been very proactive this game, trying to get himself around, provide a bit of extra vision or some flanks, but the towers are hurting here. RNG, they've got no room to move. Seems to be the big issue.
Yeah, he's looking for the flank, and that's what's really important with Evelyn is that you can't come front to back because obviously you'd be spotted out by stealth, but they may have gotten a better angle on this.
Swift, that disengage ultimate again. The Janagraga's gatekeeping along with the Victor makes RNG's poor siege that much harder to take down turrets.
Get over this red buff right now.
Oh yeah, it's been floating next up. MLXG for a little while now. It's his friend as he moves through the enemy jungle. Unnoticed there by those green wards. Whoosh, getting bigger as well. Phantom Dancer a bit more late game oriented there in his build. No early static shift for the mid game because they know this game is going to take a while.
Well, he also doesn't need the wave clear. He's not going to be split pushing by himself with the static shift against a Cassidy who can just run him down, especially with that's on his hourglass. And Victor offers enough wave clear to the team that he can look to just be full damage oriented and build more crit.
Makes sense for both the AD carry players. There is TNT getting nice and strong, actually having farm seeded to him by Doinby as Wu should come in and clean up these 6 minions. Xiaohu, level 15 now, getting ever so close to the important level 16. And Blue Ruff up here as well. Nice important objective for RNG to take.
Going to be a very happy Cassidy. It should be noted that he did choose to itemize into the CDR boots. So like you said, level 16 just that more prominent on top of the itemization that he has. 'Cause it's all about how quickly and often he can walk around these team fights.
I've had a pretty big lull in this game here as well, but let's talk team compositions for a moment. We already talked about Xiaogu wanting to 5v5.
It's a dive comp versus a zone comp. So RNG have a lot of tools on their composition to get back and to assassinate Lucian. That said, Xiaogu did a great job kind of bridging their power points by the fact that it's a Vayne and a Victor. It's not someone like a Lulu or I mean, the other big one would be Azir, but Azir is going to hyperscale into late game anyway. So it's even if they dive onto TNT and they find the assassination, you still have to deal with Dorothy. So I like the fact that they're bringing multiple threats on the side of Xiaogu, but again, it's, you know, the Maokai, the disengage of Cask, Monsoon, the gravitational field, the Chaos Storm, creating all of this space for Vayne to run wild. On the other side, you have the taunt, the flank from Evelynn. Like I said, Evelynn can't walk to a composition front to back because you're just going to see her in the stealth and you're just going to back up. She has to have flanking wards and a lot of space. Like you said, when the map opens up, when these towers go down, it empowers Eve because she's able to slip in behind you. Same thing with Kassadin, just walking from the side. So the question now is, where is RNG's true front line? And then it makes sense, you know, why they would prioritize Braum so early in their draft, because they need someone who's going to stop a lot of that damage and just kind of act as the big front line, since MLXG and Xiaohu aren't going to offer any sort of disengage or space control in front of them.
Is it maybe safe to say then that 5v5, it's more about execution than necessary scaling for these teams?
Yeah, so the late game, I'm still going to give it to Xiaogu 110%, because then you're looking for Wushin as your burst damage, so he just has to completely delete someone, and it's all on Xiaohu to get multiple rotations off of his spells to kind of clean everyone up. But again, against so much CC and space control, that's going to be very dangerous, whereas Vayne late game, ridiculously scary. Victor late game, ridiculously scary.
Yeah, I feel like Victor Vayne, with this, like this sort of comp that Xiaogu have been playing, really indicative of what we've seen a lot in the current metagame, because Vayne is a threat that is difficult to enable, but if you enable her, she just rips through people.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll see how it works out. Dragging up in a minute. Bid number 3 for RNG, or number 1 for Xiaogu. It's been a slow slog as far as major objectives go. Much more, I guess, map movement and farm priority have really been the big tenets of this particular game. But 3-1 up in tower for Xiaogu, you can just see, at a very simple level, they just have more space.
It's a little bit concerning, however. RNG have been playing much better than their standings would, you know, show from them. I can agree with that. But Xiaogu, if they continue to play kind of this late game 5v5, kind of put all of their eggs in one style, in one basket, that's very scary looking across from teams like LGD, like OMG, like Snake, like EDG, who can play these multiple variations of styles. Because EDG will not let Xiaogu get away with, you know, stalling a game out to 35 minutes before really any major action.
No, and I wonder if it's more of a choice against their opponents here for Xiaogu, where it's like, we think we can outplay you and outscale you, so let's just play for that rather than maybe running into some problems by being too aggressive. And Xiaogu are at least positioning around the dragon. They do have good wards down there as well, but there he is, ready to be taken away.
He's handsome.
He's very handsome, but 32 minutes in, Dragon's up, but Baron, of course, has to be a big consideration as well.
If this dragon fight goes one way or the other, it's automatically a Baron. This is kind of, if two teams fight for this, this can be a massive swing point for either.
Well, RNG not in position. Xiaogu gonna chunk it down with the Vayne Victor. RNG probably giving it up there.
It's not going to get easier for RNG at this point. You have Kassadin level 16. He has the Hourglass complete, so not quite sure why they chose not to fight that one. I agree that it's a scary proposition because Xiaogu got on top of the objective first. But at the same time, you should have been prepping for that because you can't afford to not fight anymore. We talked about how it's mostly about execution in terms of how these compositions sit, but I'm still going to give late game an edge to Xiaogu because of the Vayne, because of the Victor. So window of opportunity closing very quickly.
Yep. I mean, Xiaohu's ready to go. He wants to kill some people. See if he can do just that here. V down the bottom side. Going to collect that farm, push the wave back, and be able to teleport in if needed. Baron, of course, a big buff right now. Everyone's going to be in the top half of the map, trying to make sure this stays up. And it's Xiaogu's vision that's been exceptional in the last 10 minutes of this game. Even just looking down now and seeing their pink wards. Really nice control. Ooh, nice dodge.
He didn't even get the ward in the bush either.
You can see the defensive pinks there, the good placing around the Baron area, in particular for Xiaogu, giving them all the information they need to make sure they take the game to a point where they're comfortable. See Zoinby sitting on an Hourglass and Abyssal and working on that Void stuff. No perfect Hex Core just yet, but he'll take some damage. Talisman pop there from TCT to disengage, but no major cooldowns used there.
The fact that this mid-tier tower has been up for
so long,
the entire game, is really punishing to Eve. Like you said, they don't have the space to set up a flank to get behind it. Although they have to look for the dive, but diving Maokai, Janna, Gragas, and Victor is suicidal.
Yeah, it is now. Would have maybe been a thing a short while ago, but RNG perhaps been a bit too laid back in this particular game.
No,
really,
I completely agree. They weren't proactive enough, and now they're going to get punished for it because they're just going to get outscaled. They chose not to fight when they were strong, and now that Xiaogu are stronger, it's like, uh-oh, what do we do?
Well, it's getting tricky.
Make picks.
I guess so. Xiaohu backing again there from the bottom side. Didn't actually push that wave down, I don't think. But a little too scary to face check. And you can see Lardrod, the selection there. So a death cap going to be the next item there for Cassinan. We do have 4th items on the way for a lot of these carries. And Woosh still, TNT, sorry, on the vein is still getting himself to that 3-item spot to join that QSS. But damage will still be there for Xiaogu, especially over on the Victor side of things.
Is he itemizing a Last Whisper? Or is he going for an Infinity Edge?
That is TNT's personal secret. Could be anything. Could even be a boat.
Nope.
That's probably going to be a Last Whisper.
Could even be a boat.
Yeah.
Okay. We're posturing for
Baron. A box
Baron.
is just a box for us.
We're posturing for Baron.
Lei going to get caught. Knocks back. Nice unbreakable. Xiaohu poking there on the Cassinan as well.
They just need to buy time for Let Me in the bottom side to take this tower.
Yeah, but blind here for RNG makes things a little trickier. People missing Rek'Sai at this point of the game. There's B going to pop that talisman. Story in there as well. Going to run straight for Lei. Good ulti there. Knocks up the tanks. They need to peel this tank line. Swift getting far too low. Will die there to Woosh. Now Xiaohu going to go into the backlines, but he needs to pop Zonies. Does do it the last second, but that's too late as TNT's going to take him out. Now V going to dive in onto Woosh, who flashes out of the way, but Lei trying to peel off TNT is not strong enough. Now V going to chase them down. Woosh will be the next target, gets focused out and killed. And Let Me and MLXG, the only ones left alive.
And Swift died at the very beginning of that fight, went way too deep, didn't even get a chance to blow his ultimate, so a massive cooldown wasn't used. But again, it doesn't matter. Xiaogu just outscaled RNG. They had the better positioning on the 5v5. Victor and Vayne completely untouched.
Yeah, and now teleport coming in for Let Me.
They don't have Smite.
Gonna try and make something happen. Yeah, MLXG does have Flash and Smite. Let Me's here as well. Put a ward into the backside, but TNT's gonna move that out. MLXG gonna have to reach out with his feelings and try and get it. The ward down again. There. 2,000 up now. They're gonna take their time. Xiaogu know MLXG's here. TNT wants to kill him. Good scrying ult. They don't have vision. MLXG, does he smell it? The instincts, he needs to reach out. He's going to take his time. He gets condemned. It's going to be too late now. Baron goes to Swift, who manages to revive in time.
MLXG, just flash in.
Just get in there.
Just get in there.
Xiaogu did a really good job buying time on that Baron.
They did a really good job also zoning off the wall. You knew as soon as he flashed in, because Vayne was sitting right there, he did burn the condemn. But let's quickly look at this last team fight. Look at how deep Swift goes, and he just CC chain after CC chain. A displacement into the concussive blows, doesn't even get his cask off. Doesn't matter though, Doin BT, TNT, if you've noticed something, they don't have any damage on them. They've literally only expended mana as they just wreck through RNG's front line. V doing a great job getting onto the back line, locked up Woosh, I believe, in 2 back-to-back twisted advance. Just ran away with it.
Yeah, and Xiaohu just couldn't find a premier assassination target. Things went bad there for RNG in that team fight, and Xiaogu now find themselves about 2,500 gold ahead. Dragon spawning again. TNT did go for the Infinity Edge Frostgrowing. It was not a Last Whisper or a boat. It was an Infinity Edge.
It wasn't a boat. I figured he would go for the Eye Edge just because he had the Phantom Dancer.
Yep.
And he would need more crit to kind of double up his damage.
Yeah, and there we go. I mean, Silver Bolts makes critting the somewhat flimsy tanks for RNG not that tricky, I guess.
I feel like our camera is really close in. Don't we feel like, there we go.
Hey, I like it. Close up with the action. There we go. There's TNT plugging away at the towers. RNG did get mid-tower in that last exchange during the replay, by the way, so finally, that was what we saw.
It's down, boys.
Of that tower
our comp
down.
can be unleashed now.
But
Eve can get behind him.
It might be a little too late, as Dragon
you
is back
think?
up. Look, I'm no expert.
I'm not an expert.
Is Xiaogu going to take out that Dragon? Number 2 there for Xiaogu again. Just been so patient in this series, but in this game, sorry, but it has been paying off.
So here's the Hail Mary for RNG. How do they win this game? How do they get back into it? they need to get a pick on either Doinby or TNT.
They're about to get picked. V's teleported in with home guards. That, yeah, all right. Found the Brom, not who we wanted, but zones them off the inhibitor.
He was a pretty scary Splinter running out there.
Very scary. MLXG, Ward's down there, wants to try and find that flank, but again, Xiaogu never separating too far from each other, making it difficult for old Evelyn.
Makes sense. If you just buddy system, hold hands, can't get a pick.
Nope.
No pick, no comeback.
And it's been kind of the story of this game. Evelyn actually going to be face checked. That's a good taunt, but a nice cleanse gets him out of it. There's the ulti coming out for Braum. Is MLXG going to get himself away? Xiaohu gets exhausted. He has to be careful as Lei has fallen to TNT. Now Wooch going to get knocked up there as B going massive in the backside, going to give TNT a double. Make that 3 there as Bane gets another. And that's a triple kill for TNT.
No pick, no team fight. They almost got it with Doinby face checking that side with so many members dead on RNG. They're going to go ahead and walk up the mid. Baron and powered minions. This should be the game, and unfortunately RNG, their playoff run, stopping a little bit short now.
Yep. Need to win this game, but it's proving ever so difficult here in this one. As Xiaogu is trying to close out game number 1 in this best of 2. Xiaohu going in, pops his zone in, but he doesn't have enough. Maka is going to take him out. It's actually Gragas that gets himself the kill. MLXG trying to fend them off, but it's too much damage. Xiaogu still 5 strong, going to take out the Nexus. Somebody's trying to chase MLXG, but the Nexus will fall and Xiaogu take game number 1.
Slow and steady wins the race. They understood when their competition was strong. Swift did a great job kind of shoring up the early game macro misplays, controlling the Dragon. Very late initial Dragon, what, like 18 minutes? So yeah. Xiaogu, you know, understanding that they maybe fumbled the early game a bit, was able to stall it out, get Doinby and TNT online, and just run away with it.
And again, that Victor Vayne v Super Tank combo that we've seen from countless teams, but Xiaogu in particular showing its strength once again. I feel like people are going to start banning Victor, specifically away from Doinby. Not that he's the only good Victor player in the LPL, but because him and Xiaogu play around the pick so well.
The fact that their priority, because Xiaogu were on blue side, they didn't priority pick Victor. They took it in second rotation, which normally they would have. We talked about, you know, Xiaogu, they have an incredible win rate on blue side versus their purple side. So what is it? Well, I went back, I looked, you know, what are they priority picking more often than not? And it's their bot lane. You know, either Sivir, Janna, or Kalista. So you look at Xiaogu, you say, okay, Swift is really strong. Doinby's looking fantastic on Victor. It's a massive pick for them. But it's their bot lane, the low econ bot lane that tends to kind of carry Xiaogu through, and when they prioritize it through their draft phase, they win more.
It does feel like TNT, his leash has gotten a little longer in the bottom lane, I feel like.
I'm just imagining this tiny little dog,
yeah,
like one of those like retractable leashes.
With a crossbow.
With a crossbow?
Yeah. Bane dog.
Oh.
Shooting people down. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like, how? Realistically, how much consistent DPS is a dog going to do if it's just a little dog without a weapon?
We went for the leash analogy with like the tiny little dog, like letting him off the leash, and you were just like with a crossbow.
No, the leash has to get longer.
Yeah, I get it.
Meaning to say, yeah, they've given him more resources, TNT has shown up when he's been given more room.
We give him more resources like the crossbow.
Exactly. Perfect.
I'm just gonna get a Chihuahua now. I'm just gonna put a crossbow on it, have like a little turret. I think we got a replay.
That sounds great. We do, in fact, have a replay. Let's take another look at some of Xiaogu's late game team fighting.
So this is going to be the last and final stand. It was almost beautiful. We can go ahead and start it. Doinby's going to face check here. Unfortunately, they don't have the CC to deal with the disengage. Gets Doinby back to safety. He's going to heal back up and then just drop all of his murder into the back line, because that's what Victor does. And at this point, TNT, again, completely untouched. Look at that Vayne. He's full health, and he's just slaughtering.
I mean, there's too many problems. That's why I love Victor Vayne so much, because your back line's getting joined by their huge front line, because V's like a monster tank player, Hecker and Maokai, those sort of things. Victor's doing all this damage, and TNT's like, great, nobody's touched me. I'm going to shoot you all. Get a triple kill. No worries.
Yep. No, completely agreed. It was a classic Xiaogu composition, so no surprise to see them run it and execute it perfectly.
Yep, did a very nice job. We'll have to see if adjustments can be made, but we'll take a quick break before then. Don't go too far away. Xiaogu versus RNG. We'll be right back. welcome back everyone to the LPL. We're going to do highlights now of the first game between Xiaogu versus RNG. It was a long drawn out affair in the middle of their FLICKR, but by the end, Xiaogu's team fighting reigned supreme once more.
And we talked about how RNG kind of had a window of opportunity to act, and unfortunately Xiaogu did a fantastic job stalling it out until their window of opportunity closed and then ran away with the game. See this last team fight on your screen right now, TNT just completely untouched in backline.
And then V doing what V loves to do, dive onto carries and let his AD carry and mid laner pick them up. Vayne ends this particular fight with a triple kill, and that was all they needed to close things out. So Xiaogu still looking good here. RNG, the dream was alive. You can see their fans out there in the crowd holding up the signs, cheering for their side. But it's tricky now. Losing game number 1 means that 3 points not on the table, just your consolation point for a draw.
That said, if they do find the 1-1, they will move themselves up into 19 points again. The magic number so far is 22 with Masters 3. They will be playing later on in the evening against Invictus Gaming. So RNG, you know, they had a bit more control here, letting it slip, but they still have 3 more matches to play.
Yeah, it's pretty close there actually as far as kills, nice and even, but V getting an MVP there on the Maokai. I can't actually blame them. He did so much work in those fights.
And V is so key. We talked about, you know, that initial late dragon that came out, the fact that they waited, were able to stall out long enough for V to have the teleport available because the engage is so important there.
And you can see Swift dying there, but V able to clean things up here, locking down key targets, and Xiao, who's Kassadin. We didn't quite note it in the draft, but Maokai's going to give Kassadin so much trouble.
Yeah, obviously diving onto the backline, he's going to eat a lot of your damage if he's just standing anywhere near his carries. That said, V, like, he's so much about diving the backline. Because you just have so much zone control and protection already from Swift and TCT. We talk about TNT, you know, he picked TCT. He said, that's the guy that I want to have support me. They've been partners in the past, so a lot of confidence there to allow V to be that Hecarim, to be that Maokai, to dive the backline and not necessarily peel for him because he trusts TCT to do it for him.
Yeah, and on the other side, if he needs to, he will there as well. And he is that big tank player that's always in the right spot. And I love that composition because Maokai, when he isolates a target, and Victor, if he's kind of like, if you think about Victor zoning out the other half when Maokai deals with whatever part he ends up in, that gives Vayne free time. Vayne, all she needs is people to be isolated in pockets rather than run into a headlong 5v5. And her damage, even though it's single target, is absolutely absurd.
No, I completely agree. Again, it was a very Xiaogu composition. We talk about space control, creating zone for Vayne to just run free, and just the confidence and the cohesion that they have. And that's the primary difference between them and RNG, because they are very similar in a lot of ways in terms of, you know, where the power is weighted on their map. But the difference is that Xiaogu are a team cohesively, consistently, and RNG are not.
Yeah, so what has to change then for us going, especially in the draft here? Do you think there's some considerations for bans here? Because we saw very anti-Xiaohu bans in the first game here, but I feel like RNG could have tweaked a couple things here and there. They will be on the blue side as well, don't forget. We
talked about, you know, Rek'Sai, how she was available and so important, especially because the vision denial from Xiaogu was very strong from the mid-game into the late game. I mean, Imel actually looked great on the Evelynn. Obviously, the carry junglers are going to offer him a bit more snowball, but if he's taking on all the gold and then he's not going to scale well enough or be a good enough front line, their composition was a bit too spread out in where its power was. They didn't have any answers to the Victor and the Vayne, and they knew that it was coming out. You know, they hovered the Kog'Maw, so I think we're going to see a Kog'Maw is what I think is going to happen, or a Vayne.
What about a Janna ban? How do you feel about that? Or a Janna takeaway in the first pick? They're on blue side, remember? Yeah, we've seen a lot of Janna bans actually coming out, particularly yesterday, so I wouldn't mind that. It obviously takes a lot of power away from Vayne. So, yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, you mentioned Kog'Maw as well as being another decent pairing there with the old Janna, so we'll see what happens. Definitely an option here for the teams to consider. But it's funny how much has changed just with, I guess, Runeglaive and some majors shifting around. The AD carries are going back to a much more late game in some respects. And the supports especially, just get me on the PL train. I don't want any more. I want any more of this hard engage. I still think, yeah, it's late game because Kog'Maw and Vayne, but I think what kind of puts them above is because they're late game on top of their initial item power. Same thing with Corki. Like, if I had to pick the 3 top 80 carries right now, I'd pick Corki, Vayne, and Kog'Maw. Maybe throw in some Jinx there, and Sivir obviously is always going to be potent just because of how she's going to augment her team, but the fact that with the AP item changes, you have different back timings for your
your mages, the fact that Victor Azir is still very powerful, casting and very powerful, that they're going to walk into late game, be just fine. People like Ezreal, who are going to scale fantastically into mid game, late game, that you want your AD carries to synergize with that. And Vayne and Kog'Maw in a tandem with Janna, just they move right alongside. Victor's powerful because he just upgraded his Hex Core. Well, guess what? Vayne's completed her Blade with the Rune King. She's ready to go right then. Corki has the Trinity Force. Kog'Maw's got his Trinity Force. Victor's going to be incredibly potent and useful late game and creating space. Well, guess what? My AD carry also hyperscales. Lucky me.
Yeah, very lucky you. And it's, I guess, curious to see what responses to that sort of call we'll start seeing, because that duo, that specific threat distribution, I'm going to call it, has been super popular all around the world sort of ever since this patch hit. So which team has an answer? How aggressive do you need to be to spoil that? Or do you want to look to scale yourself? RNG, not sure if they have the answer, but wouldn't mind seeing them just go a little bit more crazy.
Yeah, I think they definitely need a lot more hard engage tools. They did have the Shen, but something like an Annie, like a Leona, like an Alistar, although you don't necessarily want to pick Alistar into Vayne.
Or Janna. No Annie today, though. Going to be banned away there by RNG, so don't want to give it to TCT, interestingly enough. Jace, again, though, the ban out for Xiaogu means that poor old Xiaohu getting picked on.
Yeah, but at the same time, Xiaohu should have a larger champion pool so he can't get banned out like this. And this was, I hate to say it, but the reoccurring problem for Xiaohu for me. Looks fantastic as a player, but competitively, he came to power when Azir was already proficient. And we never saw much experimentation or flexibility from him. He reminds me a lot of Baka, Snake's old mid laner. You know, he could play two champions really well, but as Snake found out in the playoffs, if those two champions are banned away, I can't play anything else.
Yep. And both of those players tried to branch out with varying levels of success. And right now, it does seem to be champion pool issues for Xiaohu, as Victor will get banned away from Dornby. I do like that choice, but Azir going to get banned out, understandably, by Xiaogu. We saw 3 mid lane bans. If we're going to see that trend again, Ezreal should be the last one there for Xiaogu. So what do RNG want to ban away as their last one? They've got 10 seconds left.
You have to ban Echo.
Well, there you go. They've banned Echo.
Yeah.
And I have to think Ezreal's going to follow, but Xiaogu do have some other options.
I would actually leave Ezreal up, and I would ban... No,
nope,
they're going to ban it.
Not today. What would you have banned? Oh,
Rise.
That's bad. Yeah, there's Rise. Let me just take it. I wonder if they would have first picked Ezreal in the same situation, but certainly more than happy to first pick Rise.
They should rotate Janna here. Yeah. Janna Maokai.
Janna Maokai?
Well, they don't need to pick Maokai because they already see Rise, but I can guarantee you it's going to be Maokai into Rise just because he's going to negate a lot of that AoE damage.
Pick, oh, that's open as well. Was that open last game?
Oh, wow, they're going full.
Was Kalista open last game? I think she was. Yeah, she must have been.
The problem, however, with Kalista is that she's not safe from Rise's threat of zone. So you have to think Rise has a 600 range on his snare. The only AD carries that are going to outrange that are going to be Ashe, who's just on it, Caitlyn, Kog'Maw, and Tristana. And obviously Jinx, yeah, but with rockets. So Kog'Maw, Tristana, and Jinx all have to scale into that safety.
Makes sense. Well, they're considering it at least for now. Xiaogu might be putting, again, lots of eggs into the TNT basket. Swapping away from that Braum last minute, though. Kalista Janna is their lane.
But we talked about, why is Xiaogu so impressive on the blue side? What is it about their draft phase that they're prioritizing to have such a higher win rate there? And it's the Kalista, Sivir, Janna picks as priority versus anything else. So when they prioritize their bot lane, make sure that they get on the picks that they want for them, that's when Xiaogu shine.
So what do you think of Janna Kalista then? Because you're a big proponent of Janna lanes. We've seen Vayne Janna, that was game 1. What about this duo lane?
Obviously you're not going to get the same amount of synergy or flexibility with someone like Thresh in terms of the Fate's Call mechanics of, throwing them forward, throwing them back, using the lantern, things like that. It's more just about safety and, again, creating space, which is why I still think it's going to be a Maokai. I think we're going to see a very similar composition to what we saw the first time around, just with Kalista instead of Vayne.
Makes sense. Like you mentioned, fairly similar on the spectrum as far as their carry potential goes.
I knew that was going to happen, though.
Lulu?
Yeah. Because Xiaohu, the other big thing that he played was Lulu.
Yep.
And naturally, with the Rise first pick, you want to take the Lulu because it's going to speed him up.
Ba-bow.
He'll still do it.
Rek'Sai
I still have faith that he's going to do it.
The second and third picks for RNG. Rek'Sai is back, and there's Thresh Fillet.
I think their last 2 picks will be Sivir Lulu.
Okay. That's a pretty strong. There's Lulu. Dornby's like,
He denies it. Again, it's the exact same composition that EDG ran when Koro was able to first pick Rise, because Rise doesn't have any sort of gap closer, but if you just speed him up, he becomes so threatening. That 600 range snare.
And then Sivir ulti in as well, and you get the idea.
Yep.
Lots of speed.
Doinby, also a big Lulu player. Please
Yep.
play Master Yi.
Master Yi. That would be great. The Swift Master Yi. I would enjoy it. I would enjoy it a lot.
I wouldn't.
Really? Come on, man. Ooh, Lulu. Kassadin. Okay, looks like V might be on Lulu duty. But it could be Cass top as well.
He's not playing Maokai.
That's also correct. Unless it's... Oh, it can't be support Lulu. No, can't have that either.
It's Jungle Janna.
Janna. Maybe. Swift has done some crazy things in his lifetime. But let's see what RNG are doing now. We've got Thresh, Rek'Sai, and Ryze. Their first 3 picks, so a pretty solid core. Just have to sort of round out with a AD carry and my brain's hurting. And mid laner, I think.
Yep.
Unless Xiaohu wants to take that.
Varus. Since he can't have Lulu, he's going to go. He's like, I can only play poke comps. What do I have left?
Varus? Maybe. Xerath? There's always a champion he could play.
Xerath, yeah, he could pull it
I
out.
don't know how good Xerath is. As Woosh locks in Draven up against Kalista. I do like that selection, especially into Janna as well. You can see, looking at his coach, has been like, I got this, guys. Don't you dare worry. Everyone's having fun, though, on the RNG side. It looks like it might be, oh, it's not. Almost a Lissandra, but Orianna instead.
You know what would have been really good of a pickup for RNG?
Lulu.
Sivir.
Sivir, yeah. It's not Draven, though. How am I supposed to kill them in lane if I have a Sivir, Frostgurren?
Okay, he's going to play the Draven, going for the hard carry mode. Likewise, at least Orianna will be able to augment Ryze's speed a bit with her dissonance on the W.
The poor man's Lulu.
That's a good way to say it.
Hey, we'll see how it works out. Doinby, though, I assume... Actually, it doesn't really matter. They can do almost anything with their mage picks here. So lots of flexibility there as Swift.
The dive comp.
Considering a Nocturne. He has played it already, I think, once or twice.
He defeated Jinx Deft with this exact comp.
This exact comp?
No, they had Sivir instead of Kalista, but it was Janna.
Yep.
Nocturne Kassadin. Remember this? Where they just
I remember.
Pressed R and dove onto Jinx.
Fortunately, Lee Sin instead. Swift going to keep it nice and aggressive.
I give up. They're just messing with me now.
They are. It looks like V might be on the Lulu there as well. Doinby on Kassadin up against that Orianna potentially. Lots of swaps around. Lots of AP here on the 2 sides as well. But again, for Xiaogu, it's a different look, but I think the idea is very similar.
Swift could have just as easily played Gragas and gotten more than what this Lee Sin is going to offer him. I will say that.
I feel like Swift might be going crazy then.
I kind of feel like they're
Want to get aggressive?
maybe styling a little.
Maybe. We'll have to see how the game goes, of course. But Swift, I think picking Lee Sin, over Gragas is very much a style choice.
Especially because into Rek'Sai, if she times her unburrow correctly, you can mess up all sorts of Lee Sin when he tries to proc the Sonic Wave.
Yeah.
It's not a very fun matchup. A lot of players don't like that.
No, but Swift does have a lot of experience on the Lee Sin, so curious to see how that goes. Lee Sin has been very polarizing since Cinderhawk entered the metagame, I feel like. But coach is going to shake hands. Team's going to ramp up, and we'll go through our matchups now for our second game. Is Let Me on the big Ryze up against V's Lulu. Very different pick.
Yeah, it's going to be curious. Hopefully, Lulu will be able to abuse Ryze's initial ramp time in lane because she has range. But this is the big one. MLXG versus Swift. Lee Sin versus Rek'Sai.
And then Xiaohu there on the Orianna, but Doinby going to take the Kassadin away and say, I'll show you how it's done, don't you worry. And then Wish on the Draven, the big man in this, for his team, up against the Kalista. Always a tricky one.
And Xiaogu have prioritized Kalista all year long. Joining them, though, in the support position is Lei versus TCT, Thresh versus Janna.
And kind of like every RNG game, Lei and MLXG going to have to do a lot of work here to really get things going, but we saw good stuff from them in game number 1. See if that carries over to this game.
I have a feeling it will. I kind of feel like RNG drafted when Wushin pulled out Draven, he's like, I'm just going ham.
Well, we'll see how ham he's going to go. Let's get onto the riff for game number 2. And welcome onto the riff for RNG versus Xiaogu, game number 2. RNG playoffs looking a little further away now, but within reach, and it really means this game has to go well for them. Lei, flash hook! Doinby's forced to flash, and I feel like the tone of the match has already been set.
We saw that in draft phase. As soon as the Draven was hovered, I was like, okay.
Yep.
This is going to be one of these games.
Time to go full solo queue.
Thresh flash trade for Cassidy flash trade I think is going to be definitely worth it. We'll see if they capitalize, if MLXG will make a quick pit stop in the mid lane to try to punish Doinby for that. Does have the advantage that he's on the shortest lane, so not in the most danger.
Well, we saw a lot of attention mid lane though by RNG in game number 1, so have to think that trend will continue.
Can he slip in the...
Nope. Oh, maybe.
He's got it.
I think. No. They found him. Well,
those childbearing hips.
It was only a spot of vision. But Xiaogu have spotted them away. Poor Draven.
He probably got caught on Rek'Sai.
He missed leg day, man. Can't have that. Good check of the bush there as well. As they're going to start on the Krugs here. MLXG going to start here, move to his red buff. Swift on the same side, drop into blue buff.
And what's important about that ward is the fact that they know that they're going into a 2v2. And something that we don't necessarily get to talk about a whole often is the 2v2 between Draven and Kalista. Probably some of the highest kill pressure of any champions in the game.
Yep, so we talk about level 2 all-ins a lot in bottom lane. How important is level 2 here?
Massively. I think that Lei and Wushin already kind of stepping forward the fact that Janna really can't augment any of the creeps in terms of pushing power, that they're just going to have to give this one up and perhaps look at level 3, level 4.
Hook.
Yeah, especially because I mean, Thresh alone, level 2, the CC, the Flay into the death sentence, and then just the raw damage from Draven.
Yep.
I think it'd just be smart to let the wave push in, see a level 4.
Yeah, and you can see Whoosh trying to keep this lane here. Make sure they can zone them out of some experience here, but that creep's going to die, and they'll hit level 2. TNT and TCT are going to leave the area.
It's totally fine. The wave's pushing in. They're not going to miss much. Maybe a CS, but saving their life for it, I'd gladly go with 20 gold.
You can see Axe comes down. Great shield there from Janna. Got a bit of poke there from Whoosh. Means that they do have to be somewhat careful, but like you said, waves coming towards them. This won't last forever. As gank in the mid lanes come as well. Doinby getting pressured down, but Swift's here as well. Q will land. Does not follow Xiaohu.
And we talked about, you know, will RNG, MLXG in particular, pull the trigger on the fact that Doinby didn't have that flash available. So trying to be proactive, make it happen, but shortest lane, Doinby doing a good job playing to the side that Swift is on, making sure that his top is warded.
Nice hook there. TCT getting low. The exhaust forced out there as the Ignite's down as well. MLXG
Preyseeker
comes roaring down. Preyseeker hits, but it hits some shield.
He has flash.
Will he go for the dive here?
They're trying to push in as quickly as possible. Yeah. Okay, no, it took too long.
Yeah.
If the creep wave was on tower, they would have 100% dove that, but they were taking too long to set it up, and they saw that Doinby had disappeared.
Yeah, couldn't see Swift either. So a little too dangerous there. Swift's actually top side, so Let Me might get a surprise there, as Swift is going to move into gank, but a nice ward will spot them, and RNG will realize maybe should have ganked the bottom lane. Instead, just a blue steal. Swift.
No,
Yeah,
really good from Swift. You know, he has the information and the knowledge that MLXG is across map, so might as well take the easy steal here.
The 3 buff then, I think, with the way Swift has path. MLXG will back away from the bottom lane. He's going to be very upset when he goes back into the left-hand side of his jungle.
It's punishing the fact that he lost a lot of experience, as well as kind of some of control over his timer, but Rek'Sai naturally doesn't need the blue buff to jungle effectively, because she doesn't have it.
True. Swift, though, going to kick the Wolves, get level 4 and leave one there, so deny even more CS and jungle mobs there from MLXG. Now going to take the Grump here as well. Swift going to find himself with a good level lead and a bit of a CS lead there as well.
MLXG expending a lot of time, still really looking for this this dive.
Ooh.
He's going to get spotted. Yeah.
Sentinel curving around the corner. MLXG does have some tunnels set up. Oh, nice dodge. Goes back in again. Lei to line up the hook. Preyseeker lands. Hook does not. And another misgank in the bottom lane.
But this is very stereotypical of RNG. MLXG will always prioritize a lot of good damage return from TNT there. Will always prioritize ganking his lane versus controlling his jungle or the objectives in general. So I like the fact that this is very indicative. If you want to know what kind of jungler MLXG is, this is the perfect microcosm.
Oh, Swift does not get that. Actually going to get spotted now by that Tremor Sense. But MLXG is already out. They do see Swift. That means Whoosh and Lei can play safe. But all that pressure they had in this lane's been overturned now that TNT and TCT have gotten some levels.
I'm like, why is all of that time spent and nothing gained from it?
Yeah, here is V facing off on the top side there against Let Me. Xiaohu, a little low here in the mid, but Swift, MLXG will meet. Swift's going to get him. Nice unburrow.
That's what I was talking about.
Yep.
So if you time your unburrow correctly, you can deny a lot from Lee Sin trying to connect with that Q, which is typically why you don't pick Lee Sin in the direct side. That said, Swift, like I said, I feel like it's a style choice at this point.
Swift maybe just wants to have a bit of a faster game. Get him to bed. Get some dinner. Swift though, instead, gets aggressed on. Raptor, I think, went to MLXG. Might have been a steal. Xiaohu level 6. Able to influence the area, but again, sort of relaxed here. Everyone's just farming away. Tier on the top side, stacking up for Rise as well. Means that early atomization starting to come out now. About 7 minutes in.
Not a lot of attention played there. We did see that Swift was originally hanging out into the top side, didn't commit on the gank inside, chose to use the information of where MLXG was to steal away the blue buff. So Let Me right now, the big priority pick for RNG, has gotten effectively a free lane phase, has a 20 CS lead right now over V on this Lulu, and he's going to hyperscale a lot harder.
It's actually the same lead that Whoosh has as well. So some of that laning doing nicely. Xiaohu the one though that's struggling here for RNG. The Kassadin matchup looking tricky here for Orianna. Doinby doing a nice job navigating that one.
And it's a very similar predicament that Victor is in when he faces down against Kassadin. It's that, you know, if Kassadin jumps on top of Orianna, she's a very low mobile control mage. She doesn't have a lot of answers. She could just pretty much move her ball on top of herself and press W. So if you see that command attack go down to possibly push the wave, it's immediately going to open up Doinby to just jump on top of Ori.
Yep, we've seen Doinby's Kassadin before. Very deadly. As MLXG does ward that red buff, but Swift and TCT kind of strong arm at Lay here as well, though. Need to come in quickly. Doinby, though, is also in the area. MLXG going to fend them off. Will get his buff, but just barely.
Lay doing a great job migrating from his lane to assist his jungler, make sure that they secure that red.
Doinby, though, you can see starting to bully this Ori a little bit more. Gets mana back when he gets in range to slap her with the W. And again, it was Doinby that showed off kind of the newer school of Kassadin with all those 5.13 changes.
And Doinby's had a fantastic performance in Kassadin. Neither of the mid laners haven't gone back though, so they've accumulated quite a bit of gold.
Yeah, have to expect Rod of Ages will be nice and early this game. But Orianna, curious to see what Xiaohu does with his build. Plenty of options now for the mages, of course, on this patch. But Doinby with blue buff, just fresh actually. Judging by the timer, Orianna is forced back with no blue to take away. Is that a steal from Doinby? No. He just got a donation there from his jungler.
But the fact that Xiaohu had to completely exit his lane just on Doinby's posturing, you know, stepping onto the back caster creep wave, just showing again how fragile these low mobility mages are in the face of Kassadin.
And it's an interesting sort of dynamic between control mage and Kassadin, but nice to see a bit of balance there. See how that develops, of course, as bottom lane had early buys in multiple lanes, in fact. Goldwater Cutlass versus BF Sword as Kalista takes on Draven. But Catalyst blasting one for what's going to be a quick roll for Doinby versus actually the same look for Xiaohu. So it might be Rod of Ages Orianna here in this game.
Like you said, we've seen a lot of different itemization coming out of Oriannas, not just in the LPL, but globally. We've had some Nashor's Tooth Oriannas coming out. That was pretty disgusting.
There's some Runeglaive as well,
yes,
depending on the patch. Yeah, I'm sure Dada's built Rylai's on Orianna, at least in solo queue. There's always one.
As far as this bot lane is concerned, however, with these different itemization, no surprise to see, actually kind of a surprise to see a Blade of the Rune King rush versus a BF rush, although Xiaohu can go ahead and rotate their advantage in mid and bottom over to this dragon, as well as utilize Kalista Ren.
Nice ward though. He's going to give them vision. MLXG is going to pop his ultimate. Lay trying to line up a hook, but doesn't have it. Ren will rue the day. Xiaohu can't get there in time either. So Xiaohu, nice control game. Take Dragon at 10 minutes.
I was going to talk about, you know, kind of the difference of skirmishing in this bot lane. Effectively, if Lay lands any of his CC, it's all about the initial burst that Wushin and him will be able to throw down, whereas if it's an elongated, sustained fight, Kalista is going to rule the day.
Especially with Janna there as well. Makes sense there for Xiaohu. As Xiaohu clearing out some creeps still on the bottom side, but still behind Doinby, who might be getting a bit frisky. He can roam in some of the lanes. You can see the pings there from RNG. Going to be maybe looking to go top and gank from V.
What's really scary though, teleport coming down.
Yep. MXG joined as well. Letme's also coming. There's Swift going to get locked up by the Rune Prison. Umbaro's there as well. The hook goes wide. Hold out from Draven is good damage. Letme trying to go crazy. Doesn't finish it off. V there in time with the wild growth.
So both teleports being used into the bottom side of the lane. Unfortunately, RNG cannot transition this power into anything else, but it continues.
Play wants it. He gets Swift. First blood goes to Rise. Good play there on TZT. And there's the lockup as Fate's Call rescues the Janna. But that tower's going to go down as well, and RNG draw first blood.
So we talked about, what are they going to be able to transition this into? They didn't have the dragon. They will surely get this first tier tower as well as the first blood. Good on them. I thought the initial walk into that lane of locking up Lee Sin versus Janna was a little bit questionable, but I realized it was because he was respecting the Fate's Call.
Makes sense. Look at this aggression as well from Wu, trying to zone TNT off some CS, denying as much as he can into this tower. Wooch will stay around to get the last hit. Oh, that was awkward. Gets the gold though. Now Doinby gets knocked up by MLXG. The Rek'Sai pressure starting to mount here.
Xiaohu unable to follow up on that, however, because he just doesn't have the mana available. Did have Shockwave, could have had a good chain CC, possibly killed Doinby, but Doinby being that far forward, knowing that she didn't have the mana bar to do so. No.
Always nice and safe there for Doinby as Orianna does go back. Finish up that Rod of Ages. Doinby, I have to think, got his down as well. And there's Roa completed. Going to refill that flask, get some boots and some consumables. But we are going to have a Rod of Ages battle in the mid lane. Not what I was expecting with the Orianna Cassidy matchup.
I think the last time I saw a Roa Ori, he also went for tier, and it was a tier Roa Orianna, and it's kind of like I'll see you late game.
Yep.
Obviously, it's way too late to look towards a tier here, so kind of curious what the next step in itemization is going to be. I would assume a death cap, just because you need more flat AP. But this is kind of taking over the place of the Athenes, with your supplementing your mana regen, but giving you a bit more tank stats, which makes sense to get such a burst like Kassadin. But you're sacrificing your MR. I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah, see, we saw this from Kassadin, whereas the old build, if you will, is MLXG. We'll get to that in a second. Coming to the top lane here for a 2v2. Swift's going to find Letme. Preyseeker lands as well. V will use his ulti. Letme, though, still taking it up. Nice kick from Swift.
Yep.
But the arm burrow in the snare means Swift has to flash. Now V going to get chased down as that Preyseeker lands in. They're going to keep chasing here as well. Rise needs one more snare. MLXG going to just miss that arm burrow, and everybody lives in the 2v2.
Man, how you liking that Lee Sin into Rek'Sai matchup? Could have had Gragas. Just saying.
Well, instead has Lee Sin and is not liking it, Froskurin. Just to answer your question, in case you weren't sure, Swift low in the top lane. You may have been being facetious. Yeah.
I was a little bit facetious. No, that was a sick unburrow from MLXG to interrupt and to save his partner's life and turn that fight. Although Doinby now involved.
Yeah, here is all level 10, chasing onto Letme. Umbarow is going to interrupt some of that action. But MLXG getting chased down here. Doinby does not overcommit. Only level 10. Briffwalk not that strong just yet. We'll collapse some tunnels here, and MLXG has to be careful. Xiaohu is coming up as well. Is there in time to save him? But Doinby's going to flash his way out, or ult his way out there.
RNG, though, doing a fantastic job bowling Xiaogu backwards, giving Rise more space. Still has a slight CS advantage. We'll see if he translates this into any sort of damage on this tower. I think it's actually fairly low.
See as the Moonwing Wave crashes in. Letme going to go back.
There we go.
Yeah, about 20% health. 20% health left there, so relatively low, as Lei is going for a walk out on the bottom side, leaving Woosh to fend for himself, but he's having a fun old time here on Draven at 40 CS ahead as this next wave's going to approach that debris. Of course, the tower has been taken out as well. RNG find themselves up about 2,000 gold, actually closer to 3. Maths is really hard, kids. But Woosh looking good. This Draven pick seeming to work out in the early stages.
Yeah. Looks fantastic. Curious if he's going to itemize into what I would suspect to be the Bloodthirster, or possibly lean through the edge because he has so much free farm.
That went a long way. Woosh does have to get back, but knows he needs to shop. Only has the BF sword. Not doing too much work for now. Xiaohu, level 11 now in the mid lane. There's a slight lead. There's Bloodthirst has been completed for Draven.
As well as his boots.
The Red Group's done as well. Nice and on time for that potential dragon fight. 30 seconds.
Yeah, massive power spike for Wushin here, like you said. Really just the farm discrepancy speaking for itself. Hasn't cashed in those adoration stacks, so we've been sitting down there on 140.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Time to cash in.
That is a very scary thing if he manages to find a kill in this next team fight.
Yep. Xiaohu as well, pressuring Doinby. Blue buff there for the Ori means that they're able to clear those waves up nice and quickly. Let me now in the top lane as well. Trying to apply the sandwich maneuver here to V on the top lane. Wild Growth is up here. There's the snare out. Wild Growth will be popped as well on Burrow though. And TCT flashes for it, but he'll miss out. The shockwave hits TCT. He gets blown up. The heal there from Orianna is going to mean TNT's in a whole host of trouble. He will fall. MLXG will die as well as Rise gets the double, but Doinby, he's the next one here as Swift gets locked up, but Doinby wreaking havoc in the back line, gets played back there. Will maybe fall. No, Draven goes in, but the triples there for Cassid and Rise gets him out. Whoosh is here as well, and he cashes in for 1,000 gold.
That is disaster in terms of this Draven. Not quite a clean ace. I think TCT got back up in time, but all five... Okay, so they got the ace.
Barely,
all five members went down. The tower goes down, but again, more importantly, Wushin just cashed in so big.
Yeah, I think 712 gold on that last kill there. Tower does live in the top lane. Blue there just in time with Drana to save it. But Rex are going to go back to the bottom side. MLXG knows Dragon is back and he's just going to take it.
It was really good posturing on the Draven ult. Doinby was forced to flash to miss the initial tick of it as it went by, but Wushin did a great job posturing himself and pulling it back to the side, so we got it on the return.
TCT gets slowed by Smite. Played up there as well after the unborrow. Fate's call is enough for the bait maybe as V's going to join in now as well. Nice hook lands, so is V. Finds himself in trouble, gets played out there as MLXG is trying to zone. Swift will join back in as Letme gets monsooned against the wall and taken out by Lee Sin. One kill there for Xiaogu as they line up for Dragon.
RNG thought that they had caught TCT out of position, but a nice Fade's call really turns the tides. That said, Shockwave is up and available.
Yep, ult there ready for Orianna. MLXG in position as well. Draven's also there. Swift goes in, kicks back MLXG, but a hook lands in onto Doinby. They'll play him out there. Xiaohu gets the first kill onto Swift. Everyone as low as Swoosh gets the kill from the Dragon. A mini stun there onto TNT as TCT gets clipped for the Orianna double. And Xiaogu run away as Whoosh. Look at the bloodthirst. V's going to eat an axe here. No, maybe a little too scary. TNT's going to eat some of it. Ulti there for Whoosh. Lands it out as well. He goes crazy. Flashes forward for the kill. But it cost him his life as Lei's going to try and play cleanup. Gets kill number one. The Dragon dies, but V collects the counter kill.
The issue is he flashed to try to set up the Draven ultimate. It missed the initial time, so he flashed to make sure it would hit on the return, but just didn't come back in time. I feel like he was sitting there. Come on, ultimate. Come on.
Didn't happen though, unfortunately. TNT able to get that kill. Whoosh a little too aggressive on that last play. But the Dragon does go to RNG, who find themselves up very far ahead now. 6,000 gold up.
Yeah, a fantastic counter play. Xiaogu, I feel like they just got way too greedy. They should have taken the initial pick, laid down their vision to try to deny the Dragon or staggered their backs to at least attempt a steal. They do have Lee Sin after all. Fantastic steal potential there. Instead, try to go hard. So here we go. This is where it starts and it looks good where they get the initial pick just because RNG expend so much attempting to find TCT that Xiaogu just do a great collapse, cleaning up that Rise. From here, just take control of the pit. There's no reason to turn on the Dragon because now you're fighting the Dragon, which is effectively making up for the fact that you don't have the Rise right there. Xiaohu, never mind.
Yep. You put back into play, but you could see what was happening there. That Dragon started and Xiaogu...
Doinby actually was killed by the Dragon.
Yep.
Of course, the kill credit went over to, I believe, Wushin, but when he came back, he would have survived, but no one had taken care of the Dragon aggro, just turned and smashed him.
Yep, now RNG pressuring in the mid lane. Trying to find this tower. Xiaogu's going for Ludens, I believe. With the Aether Wisp there. Look down, see some funky items, but the tower does fall there. RNG take one. But back off there. Like I said, Trinity Force on the way and a Ludens on the way for RNG.
The tanky, I'm going to call it the tank wave clear Orianna.
Sure. It's curious.
He's probably going to go Rylai's third.
That would be great. I would enjoy that immensely. We'll have to see.
I feel like he has to go Death Cap. It'd be way too late to go 4th item Death Cap. You get a massive AP bonus from it, but I just feel like your damage would suffer so much, or your bridge would suffer. That said, Wushin's fairly far ahead.
Trinity Force Draven second. I do like it. Kind of echoing in Crystal's old Draven builds. Don't do that, Jana. Nice shield, actually. Able to shake off some of that damage, but Draven is not messing around right now.
That was level 9 shield, just in one hit, just took it.
Yep, goodbye. Let me in the top lane as well. Got his Seraphs transformed up. Motivated stacking nicely. 6 stacks there, I believe. Maybe actually 8. Can't quite read that number. But the Luden's complete now for Xiaohu. RNG again, that gold lead rockets them ahead. They've just got advantages almost everywhere in this game. Oh, late. My God, going in deep. Gets tagged by Swift. Bates call out Lajana. Lay gonna get caught out of position. He will die. They might look for a fight 2v3. The exhaust down onto Woosh could cause problems. MLXG though locking them all up as TNT forced to flash the other part of Whirling Death. Xiaohu down as well. Swift now getting ripped to shreds. A double kill there for Orianna. Woosh gonna hit out that Sentinel, but Doinby's dead as well. 3-for-1 win for RNG.
Just a collapse from RNG. Fantastic. They had more resources, and MLXG, Rek'Sai offering her team so much more CC and so much more frontline potential than this Lee Sin pickup from Swift. He pretty much has to look for an assassination and then just get out of the fight immediately.
I feel like in general, this comp from RNG is just comfort across the board for a lot of their key members, and it's really showing in the way they're playing this game as they do take their 4th tower of the game. Let me almost able to make it 5 as B scoops into the top lane to clear that minion. Those minions. Grammar's hard.
No, I completely agree.
Which part? The grammar being hard?
No, well, the grammar is hard, but just the comfort picks. And you know, Swift is a great Lee Sin player, and I hate to harp on the Lee Sin pickup, but Gragas was available. There were so many high priority, high impact junglers still on the board and choosing to go for the Lee Sin, and I feel like he's frankly being punished for it. He's been punished, I think, in 3 different occasions of team fights.
I think so too. And for me, it's not even just like the interaction there where it's difficult in that jungle matchup when you're skirmishing to get in on top of a Rek'Sai. And I feel like Swift was not as aggressive as this pick would telegraph. He did a good job with the information that he was given. Again, if you think back to the initial blue steal and things like that. But yeah, I can agree. It wasn't so much in his performance as far as ganking and making kills happen around the map. It was more kind of power farming. Yeah, and Swift and a lot of the other junglers have gone to more of that farm to level 6 style, but that's what you want to do, like you kind of suggested. Pick a level 6 jungler.
In Korea, they used to farm on Lee Sin to level 6 because Yasuo was really big, and you just wanted to rush to the Dragon Rage as quickly as possible, so you could walk into mid lane and just give Yasuo a free.
Yeah, and that's great, but no Yasuo this time. Although I believe Xiaohu flashed it a couple of times. Not sure if that's something he's been practicing or not. But Baron just going to get brute forced down here by RNG. Xiaohu have absolutely no vision and no reason to walk into the pit. It's far too dangerous. And this is going to fall down. They'll be 10,000 gold behind.
And likewise, the beauty of Rek'Sai with her Tremor Sense when she is underground offers a lot of protection walking over to these objectives and in the beginning because you know who's standing behind the pit, who's not. Did he just walk into that wall?
Maybe. That's his thing, okay.
I think it was just a weird animation.
I think so too, as Woosh. Going to clean out some of these minions. Baron buff going to be in this tower. Indefensible there for Xiaogu. Tower number 5 will fall. He's on the bottom side trying to push things out, but Dragon's up right now. RNG, just complete control of this map.
And they've really run away with it within the last, 10 minutes. Xiaogu making some atypical errors in terms of their team fight. Although I actually feel the big one was that initial dragon, making the incorrect macro call to say that we can continue to pull this dragon instead of just backing off of the objective. So being a little bit too greedy here.
And it's snowballed out here with Woosh's probably the best example of that. Here is his Trinity Force has been completed. And I'm sure he's got a big pile of money to go spend as well. Having a fun old timer. You mentioned Sivir would have been a good pick for comp. I can't disagree with you. Woosh's Draven looking just fine as well.
Well, their comp, in terms of synergy, yeah, but how they're actually playing, it's all about Wushin right now. Empowering him. It's not really been about let me. He kind of got his own free lane, and yeah, he's a very strong Rise, 4, 1, and 2. Has done a fantastic job, but, the resources weren't completely put on the top lane. It wasn't like people were repeatedly ganking or protecting for him. He just was kind of a byproduct of this Draven running crazy.
That's true. Plenty of threats there for RNG. And maybe that explains Xiaohu's shenanigans in the mid lane.
Hey, didn't
you
we?
were not wrong.
Didn't we talk about this?
So tell me about the Rylai's. Why is Xiaohu going for this build?
I may have checked his solo queue. So it's all utility, and again, what I was talking about is the fact that it's not really been about Ryze. It's been about empowering Lucian. If we think about zone control again, what this build is going to grant, Orianna is going to empower her wave clear and her poke with the Luden's procs, give you that incredible slow that Rylai is going to give him, and then again, stack on top of the Rod of Ages. Rylai's and Rod synergize really well, and just making a very tanky mage, especially with the superficial tankiness of Orianna, then also having her shield. She's very hard to assassinate and to kill when you're looking down a Lee Sin, a Kassadin, things like that.
And like you mentioned already, Draven and Ryze are plenty of damage for this team, so Xiaohu able to supplement all of that with some damage but more utility. TCT tries to make a play. Flash ulti used, but Doinby's paying the price. RNG just have too much power right now.
Doing a good job being very patient, though, and just whittling away at this tower. That said, they don't have many places to turn after they grab this inhibitor because Xiaohu do have 2 big waves pushing the other side lanes.
Good hook there, Lei. He's going to get Swift there for a bit of poke. Wooch, sorry, pops in there with the Draven. Next tower will fall, and 1 hit there to the Draven. Trinity forces pretty good. V's going to get caught out, dies through his ultimate as Wooch takes him out. Flash hook there for Lei, forces TNT to flash out. An inhibitor will fall.
Question is now, where do RNG go from here? Are they going to try to end it?
Well, they're going to try and take at least 1 tower here. Feel confident in their strength. Doinby poking, but it's not that much. TNT going to get jumped on. Shockwave there as well. Going to give Wooch that killer. Swift will fall down. Now Doinby going to be the next target. Flash Umbaru takes him out. Zoniz will buy some time, but Doinby will die to Ryze. TCT will get locked up as the last one. The ace will be completed as TCT falls to Orianna, and RNG will in fact end the game.
The 9th place team taking out seed number 2 in a 1-1 draw. This will only net them 1 point. We talked about RNG. They really need those 3 points if they're going to continue to attempt to make a playoff run. This isn't awful, not the best case scenario, but definitely showing a lot of growth and progression over these last few sets.
Yeah, and I like Xiaohu's sort of little story there in the series as well. Went from getting completely banned out, looking quite outclassed there on that Kassadin, to taking over in the similar matchup, honestly, there. Orianna into Kassadin this time, and looking great, like you said, been practicing in that solo queue.
I definitely also think it's kind of a different role exchange for Xiaohu, you know, taking away his carry champions. He's not able to play his Azir, his Jace, or his Ezreal, and so he builds this Orianna who is already going to augment her team a lot in the terms of the utility that she's going to bring, and then specializes that with the Rylai's Roa build. So, you know, Xiaohu kind of slating himself into more of an early Doinby position.
Yep. And what do we call it? Poor man's Lulu?
Poor man's Lulu.
Looking pretty good there in that game, despite the pickup. As Woosh, looking very serious actually there. But had a great game on Draven. Really carried it for his team. Doinby looking a little flustered there after the Kassadin loss. His record has been quite good on the champion, but Xiaohu, again, consistency coming into question once more. Haven't seen him in very many best of 5s, don't forget. And the early to mid performance has been great, but losing games late in the season can't be good for your confidence moving towards playoffs.
I mean, if you want to talk about their best of 5 history,
Demacia
you have to look
Cup, right?
at the Demacia Cup, and that was not a very good showing. I believe they lost to LGD with a sub-roster, and it wasn't even there, and Godfrey had to play the AD carry position.
Godfrey Varus only, I believe there.
Varus Ezreal.
Varus Ezreal there as the teams shake hands. Congratulate each other on a well-fought series. The split, maybe not expected there. RNG, like we said, late into the season, showing signs of life yesterday. Dropping game 1, but taking game 2. It leaves the dream alive. Royal will not give up just yet, Fosco.
They are now at 19 points. Again, the magical number is 22 that Masters 3 have guarding the playoffs. Masters 3 will play later tonight, not the next set, the one following against Invictus Gaming. But, I mean, conservatively, let's kind of talk reality in terms of this playoff run. Conservatively, Masters 3, they need to face Snake, EDG, and Invictus Gaming. So you're thinking, okay, how many points do we want to give them? I'm going to say 2. Because I think they'll be able to split at least 2 of those sets, and then the EDG, just because EDG's current roster is undefeated, I'm not going to give them any points there. So that's 24 points. RNG, they're at 19. They get to play one more set, so they have more collective points up for grabs than Masters 3 do. Masters 3 only have 3 sets left, so 9 points collectively. It's very possible for RNG to continue to make a run of it, even though they just split 1-1 with Xiaogu.
But like we've seen a lot in the best of 2 format, what does that mean? RNG need to start winning more straight series. And that's true for all these teams. We talked about the big tie at 3rd. We talk about teams trying to pop their way into those last few spots in the top 8. And that's going to mean going on big runs, going on hot streaks, and taking the points. We saw M3 get ousted in spring. They do not want that to happen in summer. But we do have a replay from the last game here as well. No, we don't. We're going to wrap up instead. Don't go too far away, guys. We'll wrap things up here. Join us in a couple minutes for series number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian, Pastry Time Card. Joining with me once again is Ryan, FLICKR, and more. Before we get into our next match, let's reflect on our last one there. Xiaogu versus RNG. A surprising split as RNG took game number 2.
Yeah, RNG doing a good job keeping their playoff run and dream alive. Question that I have, though, is kind of about Xiaogu. So yeah, RNG, great job. It was kind of unexpected for them. That's now kind of 2 surprising draws as well as a 2-0 over Snaked Xiaogu top teams comparatively in standings. Xiaogu look a little bit out of sorts, a little bit whack. Their first game, no surprise, they ran a very Xiaogu-style composition, but second game, their macro play was a little bit of a mess, and more importantly, their team fight and kind of post-team fight decision-making was fairly questionable for being, you know, the second-place LPL team.
And it was a different style of team comp for Xiaogu there as well. Seeing V on something other than FLICKR and Maokai, I'm not going to say it was necessarily bad for the teams. We have plenty of highlights here for RNG. MLXG Rek'Sai. I asked where it was in game number 1. He showed me in game 2.
Yeah, Rek'Sai still showing herself as a big priority pick. And again, just these beautiful dives. We talked about MLXG being the primary carry, although Doinby does go off on the back half of this team fight. Ends up with a triple kill for himself. Almost a quadra, but it's that really nice return on the Draven ultimate that really spells disaster for Doinby, and Wushin finding the incredible snowball.
Yep, nice little pick up there, and things continue in much of this fashion. Swift started this off nicely, but RNG finished well.
The problem is he's kicking, I believe it was MLXG, effectively the front line, the tankiest member, Xiaohu, finding just the last
That was a great shockwave.
reach on that shockwave.
There's a double for Xiaohu, who had a much better game as well there in game 2. Game 1 on that Cassidy seemed fine, got his farm, but couldn't impact the fights the maybe way he wanted to. This was Woosh trying. He was trying.
Where's my ult?
Not there in time, unfortunately. Although that flay slap for the kill was great as V picks up the trade. But again, the Orianna just looking so much better on less of a hard carry champion.
Yes, slating Xiaohu more into kind of a utility-oriented role versus that hard carry-oriented role. He did it really well. I liked the Orianna build. I understood what he was going for, especially in terms of this composition. So the story for RNG going forward is they're changing things up in terms of their play style and their compositions rapidly. They're improving and getting results that you wouldn't normally expect from the team. And again, they're fronting a great run for the playoffs.
Yeah, and Woosh continues to grow that champion pool as well. That's another set of unique picks, I believe. Graves and then Draven in the last best of 2. So
he hasn't played the same champion in the last 7 games then.
Yeah, and how different is that for a player like Woosh, who, again, Vayne Siva only for the longest time. As you can see, just the control and the gold lead here for RNG. This game got out of hand real quick. And
I think it was really on the back of Wushin. I would say Wushin or MLXG for MVP.
And we'll find out now. It is Xiaohu, actually.
Wow,
on
okay.
the Orianna instead.
Had some incredible shockwaves. Not going to take that away. Again, the fact that RNG, they have so much talent across their roster. It's about consistently getting that talent to perform. And yes, Xiaohu did perform very well this game. We're going to see this shockwave in particular.
Yep, so Solo's out Swift, and this was wonderful.
He also catches TNT on it. Of course, TNT doesn't move anywhere because he's got the wall blocking there, but the fact that he caught 2 people on the max range there, and then this collapse.
That was great. Just the aggro battle mate shockwave here fighting Doinby, who at this point was just not strong enough to fight this Orianna.
Just so tanky again, the tandem of the Rylai's.
Very pretty.
I have a really nice dress. That's not a dress, that's a cardigan.
It's a great cardigan as well. As we're going to get ourselves into our second set here of the day. Unlimited Potential taking on Snake. Snake coming off a loss from yesterday. Very surprising result, with RNG actually being the team to upset them there.
Likewise, Unlimited Potential, the last time we saw them, they also got 2-0'd. So both these teams kind of on the downturn. See if maybe they can change it up. Of course, it's much more precarious for UP to make something connect here, and it is a pretty high-standing opponent in Snake.
Yeah, we looked at sort of outside shots for playoffs, and UP are probably the #1 team that could have broken through and maybe got 8th or 7th if they did really well with their last set of games. But losing that first series, not getting any points against Vici, and now with So RNG sort of being on the rise with 4 points in 2 games. All of a sudden, UP is looking up and being like, if we can't win here against Snake, we're probably done for a playoff run.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to go anywhere if they can't make a connect. That said, Snake looking weaker than they probably ever had, particularly in their AD carry position with Martin. So Snake have been running a rotating roster with ZZR and Martin. And yesterday, Martin, completely different page than the rest of Snake. That said, let's quickly go through the lineup for Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, we'll start with UP here, Long in the top lane. Lots of tanks there. Not too surprising there, given the prevalence of Shen and Maokai, but been playing pretty standard. Amy been mixing it up here and there, trying to go for more aggressive junglers, but Amy's one of those players that just has a very set style, still finding his identity, I feel like.
As the meta shifts more to carry-oriented, though, it does empower Amy, but joining him and possibly one of the best TF players in the LPL is Punished.
Yeah, and Punished does look good on Victor TF, all of those different champions, but he's been a big player for the team. Sketch as well. Mixing it up is the other guy that's been playing Ashe recently in the LPL, but Sketch has certainly not been living up to his duo lane here, with Heart looking so good and Sketch being a little hit or miss, honestly.
Heart looks insanely impressive, and it's really beautiful to see that Heart got a team built around him. You know, formerly coming from Samsung Blue, was the support for Deft, goes into the LSPL, qualifies the LSPL team into the LPL, and just how he micromanages and controls. You can see when Heart is involved in a 5v5 and he's there with the team, they look so coordinated, moving around the map throughout the team fight, even in their macro. When he's not there, things tend to go a little wonky. If he's maybe across the map or in a different lane, maybe Amy gets caught out or punishes too aggressive. The thing about Unlimited Potential is across the board, again, like RNG, they're just not as consistent as they need to be on an individual basis.
Yeah, you can see Sketch there has had hit or miss games, but UP could not find a win against Vici despite the lead they got in the first game, and then by game 2 it felt like they just didn't have anything left in them to play out that series.
The fact that Vici out-team fought Unlimited Potential is a bit concerning, because that's what UP are really well known for.
And not what Vici were known for at all until yesterday, but let's bop over to Snake here, see who they're running to start off game number 1. Flandre, of course, will be in the top lane here. Been playing lots of Shen, but don't ever forget about the carry potential. Fizz sneaking into the last 5 picks is a big Flandre champion. ZZR, though, is going to start things off, which probably means we'll see Martin as well.
Yeah, and again, this is the sub-rotating jungler. Formerly, it was Beast. Beast was a big Cinderhulk player. ZZR seems to be a bit more flexible, and speaking of flexibility...
You've been a great-looking player here for the team. Whether you need a carry, need a utility champion, need pretty much whatever you want, You's going to be able to play it for you. And there is Martin. Looked probably best on the Jinx, but it's been just fine ever since joining Snake. Although you said yesterday, not looking nearly as together.
Yeah, and it's... It was a surprise as we look at now at Ella, his duo in crime there in the bot lane. Martin has looked really good with Snake. It was almost like, okay, so this is he plays what Crystal cannot, whereas Crystal's that hard carry style. Martin's more of kind of the utility. Still plays hyperscale like Jinx, but it's not all about the AD carry when he's on the team. He just kind of can run through and do his own thing. And unfortunately yesterday, just, you know, rocket jumping at really inappropriate times, not being in the team fights that his team needed him to be. And you had a great performance on Victor and Azir. So see if maybe they're a bit more cohesive if they've ironed out the kinks, because they can't afford to have another day like that, especially because they're in that cluster for tied for 3rd place.
Yep, and that tie is going to need to be broken one way or another by the time the regular season for Summer finishes. Scary stuff here for Snake, who did so well in spring to finish 2nd, I believe, just under EDG. Going to be lucky to finish in top 2, given where they are now, but top 4, like we keep saying, still a good spot to be in come playoff time.
And this is the thing for me personally on Snake.
Great.
Do you like the horns?
It's just great. It works on so many levels.
There was so much metal on that hat.
There is. But Snake.
For me, Snake were looking, as I caress your hand, Snake were looking really good playing from behind in kind of their ramping up sets, their OMG set, things like that. Their team fighting has always been great, so I was like, okay, Snake are on the rise. They're showing, you know, proficiency that they can snowball, that they can play from behind. They could possibly be a dark horse coming into this Worlds run. Was on the horizon there, but their last set where they got 2-0'd by RNG, I was like, this is not the Snake that I know and love.
And this happens to Snake, I feel like, at random times almost, where they'll just for whatever reason, something will go wrong, and they'll just fall apart for a series. Usually they're good at picking themselves up, but we saw freak losses in spring there as well for Snake, where they would look good, and then it'd be like, I don't want to play this series. And just something would go wrong and they get 2-0'd. Usually they bounce back. So if UP could pull out a game, and especially if they can pull out 2, we're going to have a couple more questions for Snake. Because certainly one series, like losing one series is like a outlier. That's acceptable, I think, for most teams. Losing more than one, you start to think, okay, is there a slump going on now? What's happening with this team? Because things were looking good, and now they're looking just, I don't know.
That's always the thing that's interesting for me when you look at schedules like this, where it's, I mean, obviously this weekend it's very geared towards the bottom 4 teams. They play a lot more games. You don't have as many, second seed versus first seed versus third seed. It's all, like second versus 8th versus 13th. But it's
the 6th, 13th seed in a 12-team league.
King. It's really interesting to me to see how the top teams either win or they lose. Like, we did have the big upset of RNG beating Snake yesterday, but it's okay, how did Snake lose that game? And is that indicative of, were they experimenting? Is this, did RNG just kind of expose an Achilles heel? So, continuing forward, that's what I like to look at. Watching kind of these top tier teams take on the bottom 4s. How are they winning? How are they losing? Is this what we expect from the team?
And like you said yesterday, it was Martin that seemed to be underperforming. Maybe not in terms of individual play, but certainly synergy with the team. So has Martin been reined in for this series? We'll have to find out soon. But don't underestimate UP, especially their bottom lane or mid laner. Lots of pressure can come there in those spots, but UP are going to have to fight for these points. There are no free points in the LPL, especially at this stage.
The LPL's point system rewards consistency and performance, but it does not punish experimentation, and we've seen a lot of experimentation.
Yep, a little less now that the playoff format's changed, but things are gearing up one way or the other. Playoffs are pretty much around the corner at this particular stage. Week 11 is going to be coming up. That'll be our last regular season week next Friday, starting there. But of course, almost halfway through week 10 as we get into draft now between Unlimited Potential and Snake. Azir going to be the first ban. Fizz will join them there as well. And a Kalista ban for Snake. Probably a Ryze ban coming up as well. There we go.
I expect to see Echo hit the board from Snake just because Amy is a big Echo player, him and MLXG leading the charge on the jungle Echo there. I like the bans so far targeted from UP. That said, they have the power to do that because they are on blue side, taking that Azir away from you, who again had an incredible Azir performance yesterday. Unfortunately, couldn't connect it into a win. Ezreal, though, is a little bit surprising.
It is. I mean, either team can play it here. Ooh, Twisted Fate ban.
Okay, so prioritizing punished over Amy.
Get him.
Is he going to do it?
I don't know. We
should.
To think about Echo, Shen, of course, as well. What are the other possible picks?
The thing is that you and ZZR haven't shown a lot of Echo. Flandre has played it from the top side, so it could just be, they don't have to prioritize it this high into the draft because they don't think it's that likely that Snake will take it away.
That's one of the nice things about Flandre as a player, is that he'll just play something for the sake of denying it. And he'll usually do something with the champion. It won't always be good, but he'll certainly do something.
Having flashbacks to that Echo build in the top lane.
It was interesting, but Victor going to be the first pick up for UP, the other big priority first pick for so many teams.
I feel like we're going to see an Echo, Shin, Cassid, and Comp come out of Snake.
Yep. Certainly expect Cassid in there for you, into the Victor especially. Janna, of course, been another big champion on everybody's radar, so might want to pick that one up here. But Echo would be a fine takeaway. We've seen plenty of Venn diagrams. Do not want to give Victor and Echo to one team.
They have to take Shen here, I believe, unless they would just want to give that one to Long and they think that they have an answer down the line. I mean, Flandre can play it, plays it very well. He can play anything, though.
He can.
Probably things that shouldn't be played in the top lane. Flandre can pull it out.
Yep.
LeBlanc, Trinity Force.
Yep, no, that's a real thing. That's definitely a thing that's happened. You see Janna locked in there for Snake.
Okay, prioritizing the disengage versus the Shen, but taking the Echo away. Again, you cannot give Echo and Victor onto the same team just because the Venn diagram of murder, the parallel convergence on top of the Chaos Storm, on top of the gravitational field, is just too much to deal with. So anytime you see a priority Victor, chances are in second rotation you'll see the Echo taken away.
Assuming it's not banned, which in this game it was not. And like you mentioned in our last game, actually, Janna and Gragas often not seen together. So Snake going to break up that potential combo there as well, which does leave Shen as the possible priority here for UP. And this is what I love about drafting on this patch. There are like some fairly obvious bans, but you have a bit of wiggle room. And I feel like your first, I'm going to say 4 to 5 picks between two teams are fairly set. But after that happens, there's almost infinite flexibility on what you pick last.
I'd agree with that. They're not looking towards the Shen.
No, which might
They don't need to pick Rek'Sai here because they see that it's Echo.
Well, they picked Rek'Sai. Might be worried about a flex pick there. Braum going to be the other pick up there for UP, so take a support with Janna on the board might be the more questionable thing there, shall we say. But Shen is open if Snake want it, and of course Martin, who's played a lot of Vayne recently, can pair it with the Janna if he'd like.
These teams know something that we don't because they're afraid to pick Shen blind, which is really surprising.
It is. 33 seconds here for Snake, cycling through a couple picks here. Shen hasn't even been hovered. Like, that's the thing.
It was hovered initially by Long in the first priority.
There's Gnar. Flandre going to ignore Shen, take Gnar instead over it. Seeing Gnar as being kind of a bully against some tanks, but Long, of course, can opt away from Shen. Now, maybe that's what UP were afraid of, as there's Vayne for Martin as well.
Naturally, Gnar will have the range advantage on pretty much every single top laner that's going to be played up there, so it has a lot of bully potential. Flandre will choose to itemize into that Frozen Mallet to just walk people down. I'd love to see Long go for the Aurelia. And the thing that I really like about Long is if you look across a lot of potential, you know, everyone wants to talk about Heart. That's fantastic. Punish has an incredible Victor, a great Twisted Fate. I actually feel, and you can agree or disagree with me if you want, Pastry, that their second strongest player on that team is actually Long. I feel like he is a very consistent performer. You get hard carry as well as engage and tank out of him. He has a great champion pool. I feel like Long overall, he kind of gets overshadowed because he never gets to be that, you know, 9-1 Aurelia, although we'll see if he gets it this game as he switches to Maokai.
I mean, I agree. I think Long's a very strong player, and UP still a team that are finding their feet more than anything else, so we don't know everything about them. It's Sketch.
He loves this.
He does. Going to go back to the Ashe train here, comboing with the Braum. And we're going to have Long there on the Maokai being taken away by Heart. Frostgurn, I have a technical question.
What is it?
How does the Braum passive Ashe Q interaction work?
It's been a while since I've checked it, and I know that they changed her crit.
I care about the crit part. I care about the multi-hit part.
Oh, it doesn't.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
It doesn't.
That's disappointing.
He was asking if once her Q is procs and she gets more arrows, if it would be able to stack the concussive blows, and it doesn't.
Nope. So it applies once for each auto.
Yeah, so that said, your attack speed is still going faster. And again, Ashe's crit is more reliable because you know that it's going to crit on a slow target.
Yep.
That said, I like to call this lane the mustache lane.
Vayne does not have a mustache.
No, it's Braum Ashe.
Mustache.
Braum's got a mustache. There's Ashe. She's in the...
Yep. I got it. I definitely got it. Thank you for that. I like it. Snake, though, going to pick Orianna as their last selection there for you. Going to go back to a classic there. It's okay. I did like the joke. I'm sorry. If that wasn't the reaction you wanted, I apologize. We can workshop it later. Make sure we fit it into another cast in the future. Don't be disappointed. It's okay.
We're good. Orianna being picked up last. Yu is a good Orianna player. The thing about Yu's Orianna, and I feel like every Orianna is different in the LPLs. We just saw a row of Rylai's come out of Xiaohu. He's not the big 5v5 Shockwave Ori. Again, Yu is a zone control mage player. It's about where he places his ball and just the threat that the Shockwave could come out. If he sees the 5-man Shockwave, of course he's going to go and hit it. But again, just how he plays Ziggs, very similar to how he plays Orianna.
And the comp that Snake have put together here accentuates all of their team strengths here. We talk about Snake's team fighting being some of the best in the LPL. This is a brawl comp here. Snake are going to want to fight once they hit that mid-game, and probably for them, never stop brawling.
Yep, it's got a lot of wombo combo potential likewise between Gnar and Orianna. That shockwave into that Mega Gnar knockback, so very indicative of Snake. But like we said, UP, they love this Ashe pickup.
Yep, the Braum Ashe sniping people with Fat CC. Got a Maokai there as well for more picks. We saw this against Vichu, able to get a lot of damage done. But let's go through our matchups. Long in the top side, Maokai versus Flandre's Gnar. And into the jungle now. Amy back on Rex side, but ZZR got himself the Echo.
Curious to see how the sub-jungler, I guess kind of starting jungler since we haven't seen Beast in quite a few weeks, is going to fare on this Echo. That was you and Punish in that mid lane with Victor and Orianna.
Yeah, Scat back on the Ashe train. Put him on Stash bottom
Loves
lane versus Money. He does. And there's Ella on Janna, but Heart's back on the Braum.
Big pick for him from back in Korea.
Yep.
Heart is a very good Braum player.
I feel like he was also one of the first players to really show it off in the LPL. And let's see what he does with it this time. We're going to get onto the Rift for game number 1. And welcome onto the Rift here for Unlimited Potential versus Snake game number 1. As Snake looking to redeem themselves from yesterday's performance versus RNG, and Unlimited Potential want to do the same here. They need points as Heart leads the charge with the chair.
I appreciate you, Observer. Okay, so we've got a bit of a level 1 play coming out here as Unlimited Potential playing with Fog of War.
Did he not get spotted?
Well,
Ella's got to be careful. I saw red pings.
They know. They know.
Snake do know.
He's pinging that real hard.
He's like, don't go here. It's very scary. I don't want it. And they're going to leave. Unlimited Potential. Trying to see if they can get something awfully sneaky done. Instead, just going to put a ward down. And now Snake know. Seeing most of the Unlimited Potential side there. And just want to chill out. Make sure all those jungle entrances are nicely defended.
So let's talk about one of the things that I really enjoy, and one of my specialties is the bottom lane 2v2 matchups. I don't know if you've noticed this trend with me, Pastry.
I may have.
I may be an 80 carry main.
That is also a possibility.
Okay. The thing about Vayne Janna is that they don't have any way to impact the wave. They don't have a lot of wave control. There's no AoE ability. I mean, you can send a tornado. That's the best case scenario that you have. But it's so important with Vayne Janna that you trade aggressively with the Eye of the Storm. So the tumble empowered auto on top of the Eye of the Storm is just so difficult to trade against. Now, on the opposite side, you have Ashe with Braum. Braum's level 1 is going to be ridiculous, as we do see that they get both those Sentinels, so quite an EXP advantage. But more importantly, Ashe is going to start with that volley. So much control over the wave on top of having the Relic Shield. This early lane phase should be entirely in Skatch and Heart's hands unless they just massively mess this up. Because you have the ability to quickly proc Relic to start the wave pushing, and then just the threat of the volley control on the wave. And it's just about pushing Vayne in, so she has to use the shield defensively and never gets to use it to trade with the tumble auto, which is why people assume that the Vayne Janna lane is so weak.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can manage that there as ZZR starting on red into Raptors. Bit of help there from Flandre, who I believe stole his... I say stole. Took the Krugs from his jungler there to hit level 2.
Donated.
But Long looks like he started Raptors there as Amy's going to take that Scuttle Crab over around the dragon area. And we're going to settle into standard lanes for once. Been a little while.
Although Amy is invading ZZR for some deep vision.
Very nice little invade. Will Spirit, though, going to see him. Nice smite there from ZZR. Amy might just try and brute force it. ZZR's like, not a chance, mate. That's my blue buff.
Don't quite have control of your side lanes here.
Wow, that's going to force a 2v3. Good tornado there, but Martin forced to fuse his flash there.
Posturing error. No reason for Martin to be that.
Smite?
Wow, he's still going in.
Yeah.
It's because Victor's just now getting control over the wave. Look at how far forward Punished is.
Yep. You can see the Hugh being pressed up against his tower. Can't quite control that just yet with 2 points in the death rate. Amy
round 2
committing very heavily to taking this, but ZZR, by the looks of things, just has to give it up.
So again, the fact that Amy communicating with Punish, keep Orianna locked out of this, we're going to go for the steal.
Now Orianna's coming. Crowler Convergence is down. Doesn't land though. ZZR going to go back in though. Huge, massive knock up there as Yu gets himself the first kill. Mart locked up there in the front line. Will go down to Skatch. But Hart's trying to tank up some of the damage. It might be too much, so Skatch going to kite them as best he can, but he's forced to flash out. Ella, though, Flash Tornado is going to find Skatch. ZZR will dive his way in as well. Damage is big with ZZR, takes a huge stun. Hugh will get the next kill there onto Skatch. Convergence down again, just to slow them down. Ella will be stunned in the gravity field, but Snake win that exchange.
And Amy's over-aggression is punished again. We talk about MLXG being a very aggressive jungler. Amy is even more aggressive if that's possible, and it costs his team huge there. You, with blue and red buff on level 4 Orianna, as well as picking up 2 kills.
And some free CS here in the bottom lane. Yu's off to a real nice start. You can see that gold total, almost 1,600 gold up now. So old needlessly large rod buy price. Of course, got a bit of a discount now. So we'll see what Yu wants to do with his early item build. Chalice.
Straight into the Athenes.
Yep.
No, makes sense. You're getting your MR, your mana regen, which is all going to be very key on Orianna. Wow. Amy.
Yep, that was Amy. If there was ever a way to illustrate Amy's play, good or bad, that was Amy to a T there. A little too aggressive on that invade, and as a result, Snake find themselves with a nice early lead on their mid laner. Amy does get his own blue buff, though.
That's fine, I got a blue.
Gonna keep Jungle in the way. I don't know if Punish feels the same
Meanwhile,
way.
Punish, I was just going to say Punish is in the mid lane like...
What have you done? Amy gonna keep jungling, take out the Grump, hit level 4. And continue on his way. ZZR going Cinderhawk there. Got a Ruby Crystal in his pocket all ready to pair with that Rangers Trailblazer. Looking for Amy, actually. Even though they're the same level, not a bad fight to pick as Amy does get that Scuttle Crab.
The thing about Echo, he does need some time to ramp. His level 3 is very strong. I believe when that initial invade started, though, he may have been level 2. And likewise, Echo needs to farm more items before he kind of becomes this big relevant CC train. That Echo Jungle tends to turn into, you know, itemizing into Cinderhulk, into Sightstone, utilizing his ultimate for reset. So it is smart of Amy to be aggressive on Echo early because that's where Rek'Sai is going to have the big advantage in terms of kill potential, but just getting way too punished there.
Andre ulti, no scoop. Didn't want to use it.
He's not going to scoop.
No scoop. I think he might have been a little too far to carry into that wall. But Flandre keeping up in CS here. Long doing a nice job though. 1v1 against one of the tougher people to play in standard lanes.
The big thing though is Long's actually ahead because he still has a pot, as well as the Doran's Ring to keep his mana up, whereas Flandre, naturally you're not competing with a resource because you don't have mana, you have your Rage Bar, but losing a lot of health in those exchanges there, so actually going to give that one to Long. Also has the CS advantage over Flandre, which very rare.
Very rare, but we'll see if that changes. Now that Flandre has his Hex Drinker, we've seen him play in 1v1s before. Very difficult player to compete against in a 1v1 matchup, but Long, like you said, doing a nice job so far as Yu can clear out that pink ward safely. Punch not able to get there in time, and ZZR clears that Grump. Gonna go over to his other camp and try and hit level 6 for that ulti.
The confidence of Yu to know that he could step forward and take the time to clear out a pink ward like that. He knew that his escape route would be towards the bottom side where ZZR was.
Now ZZR going to return the favor.
Here comes the parallel convergence.
That is such a long range punish. Does walk the right way away from it. Yu might pull the ulti. No, does not. But good trunk down there with the dissonance. Yu starting to take some control of this lane.
And of course, Punish was playing towards the top side because he does have that ward up there in the river. So just doing a good job posturing correctly into his lane.
Catalyst here for Long as well. Is going to be going for that Righteous Glory. You have to think here. No Rod Evaders in sight for a while, Frostgoon. As I see you shake your head.
It makes sense for Long, and a lot of the LPL top laners are very proficient at their flank teleports, which the Righteous Glory is going to empower to an absurd degree. That said, I still prioritize your resistances, as well as your Spectral's Cowl and your Glacial Shroud, versus the Righteous Glory, especially on the 5.13, 5.14 patches.
Yeah.
But these LPL players, especially their top laners, they really enjoy the flank.
See if he does rush it or just gets the Catalyst for lane. Now Flandre, nice scoop. Trying to get Long out of this, but Long's going to win this duel at this point. Flandre getting too low. Hextrigger procs might actually be enough here. The shield might have baited Long, who's forced to flash.
I was just going to say, it was a bait with the Hex Drinker. Flandre not able to connect on the distant Q. I think Long was actually faking him out, rushing forward. Flandre thought he was getting ganked. Yep, as he quickly runs into river and places a ward.
Yep, but he knows, or at least we know, that Amy's down towards the Wolves. They're not there just yet. So we do see ZZR going to donate this blue buff over to Orianna. Amy not there to try and steal it this time. Instead, looking top lane. Ulti hits Martin. Down to the bottom side. Sketch as well there with the arrow, but Ella blocking that one off. He'll be just fine.
And this is something that Janna, specifically on purple side, is really good at doing. But hold on.
FLICKR getting ganked. Meganar's almost up again here. Amy, though, does get the knock-up. FLICKR can't hop out. And Long's going to collect the kill.
So knowing that FLICKR was overextending himself repeatedly, they understood where he placed his ward because Long was able to force and kind of fake him out to place it. Amy just punishes on a beautiful gank path from Rek'Sai.
Nice little dive there with the tunnels. Easy are going to clear out a pink ward here in the bottom side of the map. But Long doing nicely now with a kill on the Maokai. FLICKR behind in his 1v1 lane. Although Snake do still have an overall gold lead, with Martin getting some farm and you being about 10 CS ahead. With Amy in the top side as well to start dragging here for Snake at 10 minutes.
Yep, I was just going to say with all those resources. That said, here comes the Void Rush. Are they going to look for a steal?
On the right side, Hearts here as well. Dragon does go to Snake. Going to look for an exit kill. Does not find one though, and unlimited potential. Going to lose out on the first major buff.
Snake have such a strong initial 10 minutes. I talked about this yesterday in their game against RNG because they actually made some uncharacteristic macro missteps in the first 10 minutes, but normally it's just always very strong. Their Dragon Control is very impressive.
Yeah, Snake are about the weirdest team where I feel like their early game and their late game are really good, and somehow their mid game ends up being the weakest point of their game.
Yeah, and I think it really translates into FLICKR, the fact that he's very comfortable playing in a 1v1 as well as a 2v1 lane swap. And the mid game suffers because FLICKR, especially in a 2v1, he's really good at farming himself back up. If he's ever at a CS discrepancy, he's very good at making it up, but you need to kind of wait for that. So I think that's indicative of where they fall off in their mid game as FLICKR. Looking for punish.
Yeah, walking down with a ward there. Gonna put one down. Almost had Meganar ready, but punished. Safe there near his tower as Long. Keeping that CS lead up there with a Glacial Shroud now to help him out in the lane. Let's see Martin and Ella though have been unlocked slightly in the bottom side. Martin needs that arrow. Nice tornado, but there's the parallel convergence. They're going to face check it. Sketch is lucky to not get stunned. There's Hart going to follow in with the ulti. Now Rek'Sai's down here as well. Teleport's being used. ZZR cut out of position. Forced to flash out of it, but going to get tagged by Winter's Bite. Chrono breaks back, trying to get a kill onto Hart. Does not find it. FLICKR is here. Gets the ulti there onto Hart, but the wallop will miss. Long gonna tank enough up. Hart does die. Good shockwave there. Gets them another kill. And Snake another 2-for-1 trade.
The difference is that things go right when you is involved. Where is all of their gold? It's on this Orianna. Now ZZR, hold on.
Dive. Ella looks at, finds the tornado onto Sketch. He's gonna get locked up. Nowhere good to run. FLICKR gonna get the kill. Tag Amy with a boomerang. And Snake will take this tower as well.
Again, 2-0-3 on Use Orianna, 100% kill participation. When he's involved, that's when it all goes right. That's where their gold is.
Punish, though, going to get the trade on the mid lane turret, so not the worst trade there, but like you said, Punish being in mid instead of helping that roam meant that Snake cleanly win that fight. ZZR watches that mid tower. Oh, but Snake do trade in the bottom lane.
We are going to see the replay here. So good job from ZZR. The other guy who has a ton of their assists is going to be this Echo. Like you said, he does attempt to find the reset here and try to trade 1-for-1, knowing that he's going to die on Heart. But Sketch does such a beautiful job holding on to his heal as FLICKR dives in here, pops the heal, allows Heart to stand beside me out of harm's way, and then you just shows up and cleans it up.
Oh, Ella now caught out. Gravity Fields there. Has the flash. Barely escapes the AoE. And now ZZR's in there as well. Martin's going to follow in and punish. Gets that, exactly that, as Hart now going to hop away. ZZR will get the time winder down for the slow. Martin collects the second kill. And Snake now 2-for-0 that time.
Not quite sure what UP was thinking. They're already behind. So to try to face check into the enemy jungle instead of just securing your own jungle and farming out your waves seemed a little bit odd.
Amy now going to get forced out of his jungle there as well. Ella going to start putting down some wards, and you in the mid lane with that Athene's completed might be able to pressure somewhere, although Martin's in top lane. Probably means he's going to try and push this down, or at least apply some pressure to this side of the map. They've actually swapped up now.
Yeah, because Dragon's down.
Outplayed.
They can play to the top side of the map. Good job, Amy.
Martin going back though. FLICKR still down the bottom side, doesn't have a teleport. You working on the tower, gets ulted, good cleanse. Gets out safely. I love cleanse against Ash.
I really like Ash. I like the fact that Unlimited Potential, playing this champion, using her pick potential, forcing mid laners to take cleanse because there's an Ash in the game.
Probably QSS on the way for Martin, although that was going to happen anyway, you have to think. Smite there from ZZR. Stops the Red Buff being pulled around for a short while, but Amy has his Smite. I have to think this buff belongs to him, and it does. Takes that away. Something
that I don't always get to talk about is purple side Janna. And I want to talk about, again, relaying this back to Ashe. So Ashe has a ton of pick potential. And we saw, you know, Sketch and Hart multiple times trying to layer the Braum Fissure on top of the Ice Arrow to make these big picks, but it was just so difficult to find the kills against the disengage of Janna, particularly on purple side. Purple side Janna actually has a higher win rate than blue side Janna, and it's because if you look at the bottom side of the map, when that Ashe Arrow and Fissure landed, it was so deep underneath the tower that it funnels. And the Monsoon and the Tornado and just the angles to follow up on that CC are much more narrow on purple side in the bottom side of the map. And so the Janna's disengage just covers so much more surface area. So when people talk about color picks, a long time ago, Gragas and Orianna specifically had, you know, different colored sides associated with their win rate. Janna on purple side is always going to be stronger than Janna on blue side if she's played in the 2v2 bot.
Yeah, and that's what happened here for Snake. You can see Ella had a nice game for himself so far. 1-0-6, building Mikhails there. Trying to pick out Martin makes sense with the Ashe in the game in particular, but Ella, no stranger to rushing Mikhails there. That was the special to make sure Crystal got through things safely. Sketch as well. Itemization going nicely,
He's
but Blade.
So hard to run away.
Yeah, Yu's going to follow him in though. Low on mana, pops the heal. Shockwave lands up to the flash. ZZR's going to cut him off, and Yu, third kill of the game.
And we see Snake kind of rotating down towards the bottom side. There will be a traded tower there, but Snake are setting up their vision for Dragon, which is spawning in 3 seconds. So they find the kill, they place their deep vision, they'll get the free objective. UP, I mean, they did manage to trade the top tier tower, but they're just being reactive to Snake.
And that's how Snake wants to play. We talk about their good early games. Usually sets them up for good mid and late games. Right now, looking good so far at 16.5 minutes. Going to try and take a tier 2 in and amongst all this as well. Dragon will force Snake on top of this objective. Martin's popped his ulti for the extra AT, and they will take it down.
So in the end, Snake still trading tower for tower as well as the Dragon objective in full control of this game. And this was really all set up from Amy being so aggressive on that initial blue invade that's just really spelled disaster as you snowballed ahead.
Yeah, he's been set up fantastically in this game. 3-0-3 on that Ori with his first big item coming in shortly after that of things. Have to think probably Death Cap there, very traditional Orianna style build. And I also like that Yu just hasn't been in a rush. Snake actually aren't rushing at all. They're playing the smart parts of the map because they know those outer turrets, they can get them whenever they need them.
Yeah, they're playing to the timer versus the standing gold. That it's all about just the dragon. So dragons down, where do they go? They play to the top side of the map. Dragons back up, rotate all of your wards and your presence down to the bottom side. Make a pick, translate to the objective.
Yeah, Martin's starting to split push now as well. So he'll create some additional pressure. Flandre with his teleport. Now Meganar going to try and defend. Ooh, he's a bit scared. That's a funny looking sight. Meganar just hanging out in the lane. Maybe worried about the combo there from Sketch, but Sketch going to do some damage to this turret. Flandre pops back in a mini now. Maybe a bit safer this way.
He doesn't, well, he didn't see where a lot of UP were, which is why he's still being very cautious. He has to assume that they could walk up behind the tower and try to dive him.
Caution warranted there. Sketch does get the tower, but both Amy and Hart were in the area, so Flandre will take the safe farm rather than get greedy. Martin, though, doing the exact opposite. Going to take the greedy farm and try and push down this turret.
Should actually get this for free, especially because ZZR will be underneath him, just kind of shadowing, has a deep ward into the lane to spot anyone coming. So trading objective for objective, which means that they'll now rotate towards this mid lane.
ZZR steals the Grump as well. There's the tower for Martin. Hart got spotted out by a nicely placed ward as well from Echo. And again, no rush here for this tower. Use level 12. That mid tower's on. Oh, actually, that's bad. Tagged by Winter's Bite. Knock up there as well. Yu has to cleanse out. That's a good monsoon. But the Shockwave will miss as a result. ZZR's just jumped on Punish, though, and he'll take him out. Now Flandre in Meganar forms. Going to run it in as Sketch does get the ulti. Cronenberg for a bit of health. Flandre scoops him out of the way as Sketch will be the next target. ZZR going to jump in on top, and he'll get CC'd and die. Lots of damage here from Sketch. Flandre has to be careful. Good shield there from Janna will protect them. Amy flashes for the double on Borrow knockup. And they're going to keep chasing Skatch, doing more than enough here in this fight. Needs to be careful. Will die to FLICKR. That was a mistake. And now Martin's going to clean house with FLICKR. Long will die here as well to the Gnar. And a bloody fight ends up 4 for 3. Just in favor of Snake.
That said,
4 for 4, actually.
Snake should have been entirely in control of that fight, but it goes back to the very beginning. The Monsoon resetting the fight, pushing everyone out of the shockwave, and then FLICKR fumbles the Gnar ultimate. So Snake just uncharacteristically not cohesive in that.
No, I think just an awkward situation.
It was just really unfortunate.
They wanted to disengage. I think that's why FLICKR ulted them away and just couldn't. By then it was like, oh, we actually could have fought, and then it's like, well, we used all our major team fighting cooldowns. ZZR especially, he went in from that echo.
That was a series of unfortunate events. So here's the big thing that I want everyone to pay attention to: that shockwave. That shockwave, that Monsoon, was just so unfortunate. FLICKR does have his Mega Gnar about to pop. Hart does a good job flashing out, and Skatch actually does a really good job kiting around the side of this fight. As again, just not everyone's together. You know, people, as FLICKR comes out, ZZR flashing in from the side. As ZZR flashes in, FLICKR's like, I'm out, man. And then Martin kind of fumbles his cooldowns here a little bit. Doesn't use his Q to block away from Hart's Q, which is just going to punch him in the face right there, followed up by the Twisted Advance.
And as it turns out, 8 people dead in a very bloody exchange. Amy does collect the final kill to make it 4 for 4.
That was a really messy fight.
It was very messy. Looking back, I think you might have been right about FLICKR's result as well. A little too much credit there, perhaps.
It is just
awkward.
That's one word.
But we'll see what happens.
We normally don't see very disorganized team fights, especially from UP and Snake, who are both good team fighting teams. So that was very uncharacteristic for both of them and their identity.
Makes sense. Easy. Oh, missed the phase dive, I think. Now caught in the gravity field, locked up forever by that CC, but Ella's going to try and turn things around with a shield. Long gets interrupted there. He's trying to go into ZZR. The ult from Skatch is good. Punish will take him out as FLICKR is now the next target. UP turning things around. Skatch slowing people forever here as FLICKR needs raid. Needs a bit more. They're trying to buy some time. Good contend there from Martin. Gonna single out Amy, but
he still
Hart
has
dives back
Shockwave.
in. Shockwave in there just at the last second. Hart will go down. Skatch will fall as well. And Snake redeem themselves in this team fight. Long is still fighting, but that'll be the ace.
That is an ace for one, and that's what we were talking about. So much better, making sure that Martin's behind the team. With the ace, it will mean the Baron.
Yep, Baron gonna go down now. Vayne, plenty of damage here and just enough shields and heals to do this one safely. Don't want to have the embarrassing moment of dying to Baron on camera, but Snake will finish it. All 5 members will receive the buff.
And with one team fight, Snake rocket themselves into the driver's seat, closing in on that 10K gold lead. They're about 2K short right now, but let's look at this replay. Again, just the terrain control here, fighting into these small corridors is so beneficial, A, for Victor, but also for Orianna. But he holds the shockwave for so long. We talked about how he's more about a zone control Orianna versus that big 5-man shockwave. Beautiful reset there from Ella. And again, this entire time, he's had the shockwave, finally comes down as soon as Skatch reveals himself from Fog of War. And from there, it's just a cleanup crew.
Yep, cleanup they do. Long gonna fall there in the end. Triple there for Vayne. The back of that team fight. Now ZZR going to start dragon number 3 here for Snake. Punished is in the area, but Snake should be able to take it.
Is he going to get the steal with the laser?
Nope. ZZR able to smite that away. 11 out of 10 on the sound effect, by the way.
It wasn't a rusty coffee sound effect.
No. But there can only be so many of those. As they do have Rabadons now for you. Phantom Nant's a last whisper there for Martin. And a nice Randuin's plus Locket there for the front line of Snake. All of a sudden, that big gold that you talked about is translating into some big ticket items.
Vayne is up and online, a full item ahead. And again, the fact that she's not going to be punished for not having that flat AD in the B tier, the Infinity Edge, because she has the Janna. I love you, Janna.
You do.
I do.
ZZR walks by a ward. Ooh, just short on the sweeper there.
It's my obsession with Janna. It's because I'm an AD carry player. See? It all comes full circle, Pastry.
It does.
Get in there.
Amy going in. Martin wants it. Not enough, though. Snake just being careful.
They're applying their Baron in 2 different waves. They do have a slow push. It's actually hard because I'm not looking directly at the bottom lane if that's going to eventually push against Snake or not. But the easiest towers to siege are going to be these outer towers standing in mid and bot, or excuse me, mid and top.
Oh, FLICKR going in now. Tower goes down in top side. Long going to get knocked up there by a tornado. Good flash to get out from under the rest of that CC. But Snake so strong right now. And this is a team that will not hesitate to dive you.
Yeah, but they did fumble their momentum a bit by... I was talking about how they were applying Baron in both the mid and bottom. You actually left a little bit too soon, kind of did a good job making sure he reset the pressure. So Snake, instead of continuing their momentum by then rotating to mid lane and attempting the immediate siege on the second tier tower, they kind of have to reset, and allows UP to also reset their positioning and kind of posture correctly behind this turret.
And by time, it's always crucial up against Baron. It's about to wear off as well for Snake. So this is their last little hurrah right now as the buff goes. But Martin going to get some good hits down. FLICKR going to dive in, and Magano goes in, scoop, punished, and long back. There's the ult from you to finish things off, and FLICKR happy to face tech there as Heart's getting low. Sketch in the back is firing off, but Long will die there to Martin. There's now Sketch going to be the next target, but Snake zone them off. Heart dives to a boulder right on top of his face, and Snake get the tower as well.
What were you talking about, Pastry? How Snake will never hesitate to dive you?
Yeah, something like that.
You watch a lot of League of Legends.
And a nice dive there from Snake. Gives them the middle inhibitor as well. They'll transition to top side, take this out as well, and UP are going to look up at a gold lead of about 12,000 and have 2 inhibitors down. CZR.
He just pressed his ultimate so he could tank that tower.
Yeah. Don't get the top in here, but we'll break the base in 2 places. Snake looking in control now. 26 minutes in, not even. And they're looking good, looking to close this game out.
You know, everyone looked at the ladder standing. Did someone just flash?
It's the surrender, yeah.
Oh, yep.
Amy's going to ride back on his jet ski towards his little pool as UP have in fact surrendered, knowing that the writing was effectively on the wall there. And a great play game there from Snake.
And again, I was just going to say, we looked at the ladder, and everyone's like, okay, UP, they have the best chance to sneak in for the playoff run. And unfortunately, with a 2-0 by Vici Gaming over them, and now at best a 1-1 against Snake, slowly but surely this dream is fading away. And Snake, you know, question mark, you know, how did they get 2-0'd by RNG? What was happening? They looked very disjointed, especially with Martin. Completely change around. This is the Snake that we all know and love. So good to see them back, see if they can make it connect for 2.
Yep, and yeah, that second game's going to be important. 3 points, always good. But a nice opening game there as UP in under 30 minutes tap the mat and surrender there on that one. ZZR, great echo game there. Sketch looking a little lost on the Ashe. He's like, guys, I'm such a good Ashe.
But that's...
Why can't I win on it?
It's so demoralizing to surrender. A lot of surrenders do happen more so in the LPL than globally in other regions, just because if the game's done, there's no reason to kind of sit through that one. Just tap, go to the next one. It's set of 2, so it makes sense. It's not like a best of 1 like we see in the LCS. But at the same time, you're in the grind. You're making the playoff run. How demoralizing. A 2-0 or an 0-2 against Vici, and then you surrender your very next set against Snake.
Yep, and if you go down another game, that run for UP not only mathematically looks like a problem, but just psychologically there as well.
Yeah.
But we saw the Snake fans earlier celebrating Arena nice and filled out today. Don't blame them. There's a lot of exciting LPL games here. Week 10 and 11 should be delivering. And then playoffs. And who knows? We're probably not going to live through playoffs, let's be honest.
Amy doesn't look very happy.
Amy had a rough game, man. Rek'Sai, you saw the aggression there from him. Was trying to make plays. Make plays he did.
And unfortunately, that is really where everything started to unwind from Unlimited Potential, you know, trying to make that very aggressive early invade on the blue buff.
Did you see that sign for Ella?
No, I didn't.
It's just like Ella in like a neon sign. But I could have sworn that his name was in like a chicken drumstick with a little crown on it. I don't understand, but it was great.
I'll check the nickname if there's something there.
I don't know. It was fun. See the Snake fans with their signs clearly happy, and they should be. Snake, really strong game. Finally, again, picking themselves up after sort of the outlier loss yesterday.
No, completely agree. Looked much more to form. Had the initial kind of fumble of that team fight where ultimates weren't connecting, but then immediately turned it around, just slapped UP down, transitioned to a Baron, and ran away with the game.
Yeah, and a strong game there for Snake, but can they do it again for the 2-0 and the 3 points? Don't go too far away. Game 2 between UP and Snake is coming right up. And welcome back, guys, here to the LPL. It's going to go through highlights from UP versus Snake game number 1, where Snake tore them a new one. To be honest, they looked, apart from this fight where it was a little disjointed for both sides, they looked in complete control.
Yeah, UP actually did a fantastic job this fight. I think I initially said that it looked disjointed from both sides. Still fairly messy, but I will give it to UP, you know, fighting from a goal discrepancy. Sketch, especially, doing a great job positioning well with Long, making sure he's in the back to put out consistent damage. But pretty much, Amy made a massive error trying to invade blue buff very early levels. It got Snake ahead and really snowballed you, and then from there, Snake reset, okay, maybe we had one bad team fight, let's try it again, guys, and then just wrecked.
Yep, this fight happened here, and ZZR looking sort of caught out, but they managed to wrap up Long, use terrain well, and like you mentioned, just watch for that U shockwave.
And again, it just goes back to you. It's not about the shockwave when he plays Orianna, it's about the zone control and the consistent damage. The fact that he held it for so long until he saw for sure where Sketch was, and then I think locks up both him and Hart with it. Yep, boom.
Nice stuff there, and then it's a pretty easy cleanup there for Vayne. FLICKR living for long enough to get into Mega Now and CC them up as well, and it didn't take much more than that.
And that was a 4-for-1 trade that then translated into a Baron, which then ran away with the game.
That guy looks just as surprised as I'm sure all the UP fans did, although he does have a very fetching hat.
I was going to say I wish I could wear a fedora, but...
Is there like internet code against that?
I just can't pull it off. I'm not cool enough.
You'd also hide your wonderful hair, so...
I got a cute hat the other day.
Did you?
Anyway, let's talk about Snake.
Let's talk about Snake versus Unlimited Potential. There was game 1. Like we said, by the time the game ended quite early as well, 20 kills to 8. And just a whole bunch of gold there for Snake. Almost about 12k up with you. Having a very well-earned MVP performance.
Yeah, no surprise to see that. Again, we talk about he got a double kill very early. Spoon-fed double buff, blue and red on top of that. Just walked away with the game. Anytime you was in a team fight, it was pretty much success.
And this is where it all started. Amy going down. There's the double buff donation. And then it was easy sailing from there.
Doing a good job making sure that he spreads out his auto attacks, applying that red buff across as many members as possible to apply the slow. And here's another kill.
Yep. You just went off in that last little fight, and then this happened.
A lot of roams. Curious where Snake are going to go next. Martin did look much more cohesive with the team this time around as opposed to the issues that he was having yesterday on Tristana, as well as I believe it was Kog'Maw.
Yep. Vayne looking like a comfort pick certainly there for the AD carry player. And I think ZZR had another good game. Not like super outstanding, didn't hard carry the game, but showing off Echo as a champion from the jungle, why it's such a strong pick that does need to be respected. And it just fits so well into the way Snake likes to play League.
The other thing also is, the fact that, registered what you said. Beast and ZZR, they don't need to be the hard carry. They never were. It's all about Flandre. So it makes sense that you'd be able to slate ZZR in there, and he'd have the success that he is having despite being a relatively new starting position. Because again, as the new playoff run was announced, Snake decided to change up the roster, which sounds like suicide in terms of your standings, but making it work for them. And really only the last set was kind of the first hiccup that we saw initially for Martin, but ZZR has been a consistent, I'm not going to call him a direct upgrade over Beast, but filling the same role and doing it very well.
Yeah, it just seems more comfortable in the metagame. Beast certainly kind of struggled with champions. I guess starting off or midway through this split. So nice to see ZZR come in, younger solo queue player, maybe a bit more in tune with some of the current picks, but you never know. Beast can always make an appearance at some point through playoffs. And with that, game 2 now on the horizon, very, very important for these two teams. UP need to keep that dream alive. Their loss here would be not only 4 games lost in a row and very demoralizing, but not good news as far as getting them points goes.
And we talked about the morale kind of coming forward, making that surrender in game 1, and how are they going to reset mentally into game 2 because they can't afford another loss.
Well, they might just get one here. And Snake, the good news for them is 1 point's good. That breaks them out of that tie. But 3 points finally gets them clear, hopefully, out of the massive tie for third that they're currently sitting in, I believe. So, important match for both teams for very different reasons. Snake trying to stay up in the top 4 for playoffs, and UP just trying their darndest to get there. But it is a long road from this point. I don't know if they're mathematically eliminated if they don't win this game, but it is tough. Very tough.
They'd have 2 more sets, so a collective total of 6 points. If they didn't win here, they're sitting right now at 16, so Masters 3 would have to not win any of their games. And then we'd have to have a tiebreaker, which I think it first and foremost then goes down between the individual matchup. So if UP and Masters 3 have a losing matchup, then you're already automatically.
Yeah.
So they have to win here.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Part of me, I might be a bad person. Part of me just wants to see that
I love how
happen.
this conversation started. If any conversation starts with, I might be a bad person, here's my story.
Just
continue.
How brutal would it be for Dade to lose another playoff
Yeah, you're
run
a bad person.
from like literally the silliest circumstances. Like they barely lost out to World Elite for that 8th spot. And yeah, it would have been a difficult matchup for M3 versus the eventual champs EDG, but at least give them a shot, you know, give them some playoff experience, get some best of 5s in there. To lose that way, for M3 to not win at all, and for UP to win out after losing this game would be funny to me, but maybe not very funny to M3 and their fans. So we'll see what happens. Very important for both teams, like we said, to win this game. And I think there's plenty of adjustments that they can make here for Game 2.
I think the most ridiculous one that I've heard of, and I think it was on LGD, but I can't remember if they benefited from it or got punished, but it came down to a time.
Oh, well.
Yeah, they checked. So the points were tied, the records were tied, and so it went down to when they won games, how quickly they had won them or how long that they had lost them. And by a time, they lost the playoff spot.
Well, see what happens here. UP again trying to keep that dream alive. Snake trying to separate themselves from the middle of the pack and jump up to a clear 3rd, I believe. If they win this game, they'll be clear a couple points.
They're already technically in Snake are your new 3rd place team because they've already at least achieved 1 point for this because they're sitting in a 4-way tie with OMG, LGD, and Vici for 25 points.
But like we said, keeping clear by more than 1 point is going to be a nice thing here as we move into the top 4. But our bans are done on one side. Twisted Fate, Shen, and Ezreal, the 3 bans there for Snake. So keeping it pretty standard. Nice TF ban against Punish once more. And Rise, Kalista, and Janna. Going to be the last one there for Unlimited Potential.
I like the Janna ban against Ella. We've seen this multiple times, not just UP, and multiple times against Snake, so it is definitely a big power pick for Ella.
What?
The denial of Braum.
Yeah, but Echo's up. Victor's up.
Yep.
Okay. Prioritizing Braum against all these other supports. Kind of interesting to see the support ban trigger a support pick. The top 2 supports, if you want to think about them that way, at least the most popular, has certainly been Braum and Janna recently.
I actually find that really curious that they didn't just immediately grab Victor.
Snake?
Yeah.
Yeah. Azir's up as well, by the way.
You is an incredible Victor player.
Yeah, I don't know. We shall see what happens here in the draft. But Braum is the curveball there for Snake's first pick. Unlimited Potential, considering their options. We've talked about plenty of the common power picks, but Unlimited Potential may have something different planned here in this game. 10 seconds left for UP to decide where they want to go. They lock in Lee Sin, they lock in Morgana, and I have no idea what's going on.
Amy is a great Kha'Zix player, and he's a great Lee Sin player. Again, Amy was really punished as he came into the LPL because Cinderhulk meta came out and was all about the tank meta? The tank meta. The tank junglers, which really punished him. We saw him last game, how aggressive he likes to be. So this should be Amy's game to shine.
And there's you locking in, not Kha'Zix, Azir. Takes that away from himself there. Maokai for Flandre as well.
We're having problems.
Solo lane is done for Snake.
Yeah, wow, okay.
Unless, you know, ZZR's going real deep.
Nope, don't think he's going that deep.
I hope not.
Maokai, that's totally fine to pick blind, especially because Shin was banned out. Again, you have a lot of zone space control. Tells me that Martin's probably going Jinx, Kog'Maw, or Vayne.
Yep.
That's what I would infer from this.
It's what we've seen in a lot of different situations for the player. UP, though, they're constructing some shenanigans here. Let me tell you. I'll give them 20 seconds, because plenty of time to change these up. But even just the first 2 picks, Morgana Lee Sin is a very different look for Unlimited Potential.
It all just looks like comfort picks.
That's true.
pretty much across the board comfort picks.
Well, there's Fizz for Punished all long, or Amy, depending on how creative they want to get. But Sketch going to deny Jinx away from Martin, certainly a champion he's had success on as well.
Sketch does not look pleased.
He does not.
See
looks
where
very displeased.
Martin goes. We saw his Tristana performance recently, and it was questionable. I'm going to call it a serviceable Tristana performance. He has a tendency to pull a Vasily.
Yep.
Where he rocket jumps into the most inappropriate moments, and it is not nearly as successful as Vasily made it look.
No. I mean, that is sort of the Trist character, if you will. Like, very reset-oriented AD carry. That was sort of what the shifting of her kit brought to her as a champion. But Tristana's seen lots of play. Not necessarily convinced by her success just yet. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I see a lot of Triss, and I don't know how many times I've seen it win.
I can tell you that from last week, Janna and Vayne had gone 17-4 collectively over the course of the LPL.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
But Snake gonna get away from all that here. Janna, of course, banned. No Vayne this time. Instead, it is Tristana Rek'Sai for Snake. No Echo either.
Really surprised. But no surprise, actually, to see the Rek'Sai picked up as the counter pick to Lee Sin. We already saw too much success how MLXG pulled that off against Swift. Obviously, with the Unburrow timed well. If you guys didn't get a chance to check out that game, you can cause a lot of disruption and a lot of problems for Lee Sin trying to land his combo.
And what's the biggest issue there for Lee Sin, apart from the obvious, like, hey, I've been stopped moving?
That he gets his combo interrupted? Yeah.
Can't do execute damage.
Yeah.
It's real sad.
It's really unfortunate.
Well, UP, considering their last pick, of course, need a top or mid laner.
How are they going to keep this Jinx alive? That's how they're going to do it.
Yep. So you're like, not sure about the Varus. But certainly Lulu would be
I was looking at that. I was like,
more appropriate.
They've got a lot of carries, but
Looks like Long has a smite as well, so I have to think he's the one that's going to be getting the Fizz. Just fine there into the Maokai. But Lulu is going to be the last pickup here. And that will be punished there in the mid lane. So as the players swap their champions over. There we go.
There we go. Okay, so protect the AD carry compositions coming out pretty much of everyone. Amy, you know, he could do the exact same thing with Gragas, probably a little bit better in terms of a front tank line, but Lee Sin will also bring disengage, and it's also a big comfort pick for Amy in particular. So just, if you're looking at that like, Lee Sin, what? That's not a protect the AD carry. It's a Gragas. It's a pseudo Gragas.
Sure. Not as good, but just fine here. And like you said, comfort's probably more important for Amy, given how he looked after game number 1. Punish on the Lulu means he can't really do that much carrying. Lulu does fine damage. Fizz as well. Going to be a serviceable secondary carry, although we'll see what Long's build is.
And the nice thing about Fizz is, again, he's a self-sufficient carry, so all of the resources can be expended to keeping Sketch safe. You don't need to put the wild growth, I mean, unless you find an incredible opportunity on that Fizz. Fizz can take care of himself with Playful Trickster.
Yep, and Sketch is going to be the big man on campus for this game here. All of those resources funneled in. Sketch going to have to go real massive on the Jinxes. So UP, kind of back to basics for them. Late game team fighting with a big AD carry.
Yeah, pretty much. And I also wanted to touch upon what you were saying earlier in the draft phase in terms of Tristana and kind of how reset, snowball-oriented she is in a team fight. If we think back to, you know, Martin's big signature champion, that Jinx being denied by Sketch this time around, very similar in how they look at a team fight and how they want to go about it, you know, getting the rocket jump resets, getting the get excited resets.
Yep, and you can see the matchups now. You on Azir could be another scary thing, a nice late game carry there as well. But Martin on that Tristana versus the Jinx, of course, with that taken away. And Ella stealing Braum, actually, I believe, away from Heart. And with Janna banned, he'll take Morgana instead.
Trying to deny a little bit of the CC as well as the magic damage on the concussive blows with Black Shield.
So I like the picks there. Sketch clearly needs to have a big game here as far as Jinx goes, because there is a lot resting on his shoulders, but you can go off once more on the Azir, so plenty of carry potential.
It is do or die for Unlimited Potential right now. They cannot afford to lose this game. Again, they're sitting right now at 18 points. No, not 18. 16.
16.
I can do math, really. They're sitting on 16 points. They've got 6 points up for grabs. The magic number is 22, and that is if Masters 3 don't win a single game out of their 3 sets left.
Yeah, we'll have to find out UP, can they keep it alive, or a Snake going to take the 2-0? Let's jump into the game. And we're under the rift for our second game between Snake and Unlimited Potential. FLICKR is found long at level 1. Things getting crazy already as FLICKR eats big amounts of Sea Stone Trident damage.
That moment when you face check a bush when you have saplings available.
Look, FLICKR getting a recall now. He's like, didn't really like what happened there. Knows that Long's up towards the top lane, so if there is a swap in the works here for Snake, they can have a bit more info, but by the looks of things, Snake pretty firmly positioned into standard lanes.
Snake don't really care one way or the other if they get the 2v2 or the 2v1. Likewise, UP, not so much either. Both these AD carries have great hyperscaling potential, so they like a free farm lane. Likewise, they can push the towers really hard.
What about top lane then?
That is a best, not the best, but a good matchup for Fizz. That said, you're facing FLICKR.
You actually gonna get aggressive early on. Lulu gonna eat some auto attacks there. We saw, like you said, use Azir recently in particular, and Azir in general on this patch has been phenomenal as far as mid picks go. Although Amy is lining something up here.
Looking for some shenanigans early level.
Wrapping around the tower. 3v2 here. Amy's level 2. He needs to get in there quickly. Martin's going to get tagged. Exhausted down as well. Amy's Q will land. Blocked there from Ella. Heal is good, and he'll just stay alive.
Beautiful job from Ella right there to make sure that the damage from Lee Sin can't come through. It was awesome.
It was. They do have to go back, but they'll save their lives. So Snake going to be okay there for now. We'll fall a bit behind, but we talked about Amy's comfort picks here on the Lee Sin. You can see why.
Trying something up, mixing it up, going more of a king route by trying to play with the level 1. Doesn't necessarily pay off as well as it could have, but Martin with 2 summoners down. We'll see if maybe Amy wraps around for round 2.
Now Yu's getting roamed done. He doesn't have his E, so he can't really get out of here. He has his flash, has to dodge the binding, but Heart makes it go a little too far. Is Amy going to go in? Yu is quite squishy, but he does not follow.
Yeah. Really unfortunate that Heart couldn't connect with the CC. You doing a good job kind of playing with the space in between the tower and that wall to dodge the skill shot.
Importantly, has his summoners as well, so could have cleansed out of the CC, but would have blown everything to live there. Ella going to eat a binding now. Because we've had a very active bottom half of the map for Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, Amy's been going everywhere. Laying down some deep vision as well, so see if he, again, continues to gank this Tristana, at least for the duration that her flash is down, or if he's going to go back to power farm. Because unfortunately, what he sacrificed was his experience in CS.
His blue buff still up here. Yu, though, after that gank, is going to get bullied out of that lane. So ZZR might have to cover for him, but Snake not too phased. Having pushed out a lane early. Good dodge from Heart there on the Q. Probably kind of settle back into normalcy for a little while at least.
ZZR still is red buff.
He might have.
I believe so.
There is no red buff.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to... So Detective Frost current. I think we can infer that there is no red buff. And that's bad news for Amy.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's high risk, high reward gameplay. You look for the early ganks, you try something cute, you know, taking the Krug so you get the early level 2, walking up behind Snake when they push the wave forward. If you don't find the first blood, however, you sacrifice your positioning on the map, which means that ZZR can easily walk in and 3-buff you.
And this is... I feel like that's a big component of what we used to see in this particular matchup is Rek'Sai certainly, like the initiative is with Lee Sin.
The power farm versus the power gank.
Yeah. And all Rek'Sai wants to do is keep tabs of that ganks, and if Amy falls behind, Rek'Sai's like, great. Have fun trying to catch up to me.
And again, it just kind of speaks to that individual matchup itself, the fact that Rek'Sai already has the advantage in her unburrow mechanics against Lee Sin's Q, but her power farming, she farms much quicker, much healthier than Lee Sin. Doesn't necessarily have the raw burst damage available, but still decent, as well as tankiness. And more creative gank pathing.
Wondered why Ella was getting aggressive. Found the reason there. ZZR was in the bottom lane. Ready to jaws it up. You, though, keeping at distance here for punish. This matchup's interesting to me. What can you tell me about this one for us, Gurren?
Azir versus Lulu? So the thing about Azir is anything that can outrange Azir is already going to be incredibly rare. So it's about how Punish will place his help picks shield, as you see him pick up the CS there, and then use the Glitter Lance on top of the E from a distance. So he can stay outside of the soldier range while still landing those Glitter Lances for damage, as he did right there.
Yep. Thank you, Punish, for the demonstration. As you doing okay here in the matchup, about 5 CS behind, but nothing too major there. FLICKR has gone back early. Got those parts of the Catalyst. He's going to build that first. Let's see where he goes with the build. Amy found Ella and ZZR. Brom stun here up. Amy's going to get stunned away here. Black Shield's there. Punish here as well. You in the area.
That's a disgusting combo. So Lee Sin goes in, he gets immediately unburrowed on, so again, can't connect with the Q. And while he's in the displacement duration of the air, Braum is going to connect with the Q, hit him with an auto attack, he lands, it's then another auto attack from ZZR, and then Braum immediately CC chained into concussive blows. He was pretty much immobile for 3 seconds.
Punish level 6, gonna get aggro here. Needs to dodge the help picks, can't do it. Punished. Does have Ignite. Cleanse, of course, for you means he can stop that. Things are getting tenuous here in the mid lane.
And it's just the difference of fighting around your cooldowns. Unfortunately, Punished in this matchup, yeah, he has the range and the reach that he can poke and whittle down at Azir, but he has to wait for 2 cooldowns. He has to wait for the E and then the Q, whereas Azir's just going to throw his sand soldiers at him.
See Martin and Ella defending their Krug. Will get it, but gank comes from the side there from ZZR. And Punish holds his ulti but blows his flash as Yu's going to go back now. Oh no, going to actually collect the farm instead. Most Punish is forced away.
Oh, he probably didn't have the mana. That's what it was. I was going to say, he should have just blown Wild Growth there, because obviously it's a shorter cooldown than the Flash, but he didn't have the mana to do so.
Could not. Going to lose some minions here as well as that farm gets even back up, although Martin is playing with fire up against his Jinx. Eats a binding as well. Martin chugging those potions. Double longsword to start things off.
Oh,
looks like
hello?
Scott's going to get tagged. They're going in for it. The exhaust is down. Ella going to go back in. Martin wants it really bad. He flashes forward. Ult out from Jinx, but Martin takes the kill. And going to find the reset. Last auto hits. Huge damage from Brom's Q.
And none of the top laners respond because teleport is not available for them. So aggressive, but meanwhile, Amy and ZZR.
Yep, gonna have a battle here. ZZR has to dodge the Q, can't do it. Waits it there, flashes out, Punished here as well. Gonna tag him, and that's Amy with a kill.
Okay, he flashed over because he did not have the safeguard available. The ward was not for the safeguard. The ward was to give him vision to connect with the skill shot.
And now blue buff gonna get stolen here as well. Nice play here from UP. Despite the fumble in the bottom side, Punished collects that buff.
Really nice response just to trade 1-for-1. But Ella just stand behind me forward onto a minion to put himself in melee range just so he can start the concussive blows on Jinx.
Yeah, really smart stuff. Saw that a couple times there from Ella, and that one paid off well as Tristana is going for Blade of the Room Pink first as long. We'll get aggressed on here by FLICKR, but Fizz, plenty of damage here. Lands the fish as well. Actually, FLICKR forced to ult there. Happy to fight long 1v1. Has to wait out the playful Trickster. This might be bad news for Long. Gonna get knocked back there. Maokai, can he get the kill? He does!
Okay, so this is how this matchup works. You can... Oh, hold on.
Amy coming in.
You need to land Q,
nope,
baby.
Doesn't have a flash.
Baby?
FLICKR buying some time. Needs to buy more. Not enough sap magic. We'll get traded on. Amy gets that one.
He wanted to throw it, but there were creeps in front of him. This is how the Maokai Fizz matchup works. Long was cursed as soon as he used his Playful Trickster too early because you knew that Maokai still had the secondary proc on his Vengeful Maelstrom and would find the burst damage. As soon as that was down, it was over. So FLICKR just pretty much mind gaming, knowing Fizz. And that's the thing, you're taking Fizz into FLICKR.
Yeah, always a danger there as Dragon does go to Snake. UP still fighting hard. Needs a binding, lands one onto Martin. Chopper's down as well. Ella enters in with the ulti. Wild Growth there for Punish, but he gets stunned by concussive blows. Will fall now as Triss going to get the reset. Ulti there is good. Scat will get stunned, but he takes the kill on Martin Yu. Now trying to line things up as ZZR gets chased, and Yu will get that one. Long though has ported down. No, he's walked down here as ulti will come out onto Fizz. Yu sneaks his way out the backside, and ZZR and Ella running away will escape as well.
Using his ultimate to buy him enough time for his cooldowns to come back up so he can exit out through the back wall instead of burning his flash. Again, Yu showing amazing prowess on this Azir.
FLICKR now fighting Amy in the top lane. Amy realizes, I don't really like this when you're on full health.
86 CS to 57. This is a matchup that FLICKR himself, when he plays Fizz, will always take into as soon as he sees a Maokai because it effectively gives Fizz a free farm lane. And just... FLICKR is the Fizz main. He was very well known in the LSPL for playing specifically Fizz top. You do not try to outmaneuver him on that champion.
And you can see Long is paying for it right now. That early Glacial Shroud. Going to upgrade the Trinket there as well. FLICKR has all the tools he needs in the matchup. As ZZR also goes back, finishes the Cinder Hulk.
Take armor.
And the blade, yeah. Hart actually ulting down the bottom side. Puts on the black shield. Martin's going to get some damage done. Amy will kick Ella back though. There's the chompers out from Scatch, but Ella does flash the right way. ZZR here, no, not in time. Now going to try and follow in, but it's 2v3 and Scatch does do decent damage. Punished here as well means they will back away. But U's come down. No ulti though.
But all of those resources expended and no objective to follow it up with. So yes, they did even up in terms of kills as well as the gold, but it doesn't translate into a dragon, and that's the advantage that Snake have. I like to call dragon invisible gold, because obviously every stat in this game will have a gold value associated with it. The first dragon scaling stats for your AD and AP, and that's just the strength difference.
FLICKR is going in again. Long is starting to struggle here in the matchup.
Again, this is a matchup that FLICKR loves.
He does. I mean, loves the other side normally. Amy's up again. Fish is down there. Long actually doing good damage with that Cinder Hulk completed. FLICKR happy to keep fighting. Playful tricks to use, but Amy's here again. FLICKR knows probably can't get out of this. Does proc the ulti. Tries to get the damage down. Long will live. Barely as dangerous game procs as Amy collects the kill. Punish though in trouble there. Good wild growth onto you. You low on mana now as well means that I don't think he can finish his kill. Nice trade there from the mid laners. Ella wants it but does not find.
You trying to make a play in the mid lane knowing that Amy was preoccupied with the top side. Meanwhile, Martin takes the first tower.
Yep. Takes it down here. Blade of the Ruined King likely completed as well. Scatch, so pickaxe, Avarice Blade, Berserker Greaves. Going for a lot of low econ starts here as the blade is done there for Tristana.
We've seen this a lot from Tristana. It's no surprise now to see them rush the Blade of the Ruined King. Offers her a lot more safety. She scales off of attack speed just because how they've moved her base stats around on her kit versus just getting that naturally.
Yeah, and we used to see this a lot from Trist. I like that we've sort of gone full circle because it feels like Trist still has the same sort of problem. Good early game, wonky mid game, and decent late game.
Wonky's the word you're going to use.
It's not bad, it's just funky.
It's pretty skeptical. Her siege, though, is
excellent.
Yeah, really strong, which is kind of what bridges her through that mid game is the fact that she can still ridiculously siege up towers.
You can see Martin up in the top lane for that exact reason. Does get it, actually. Tower's already dead. As FLICKR is defending the Krugs. Long and ZZ are going to have a battle. The Ella's up there, and they know Trist is there as well. The UP probably have to play where they have numbers. That's the bottom half of the map right now. Snake are not done, though. They will keep pushing with this.
They have a 2-minute window to do so because Dragon's not up, and that's the big next objective they want. That said, you can't leave Jinx unattended.
We'll get one tower. Ewan punished again, going at it. Good ult there. Punish barely misses the knockoff as he gets carried out by the Azir ulti. Jinx will get the tower in the bottom side. Snake give up the expedition on top. Dragon up in a minute 30. Lots of movement this game. Still very close.
Scatch has to be very careful. FLICKR, very powerful. Also, again, itemizing into Glacial Shroud as opposed to an MR, despite the fact that he's facing against Fizz, so he is predispositioned to face off against Scatch right now.
Martin in the mid lane now. Might be looking for that tower here, but...
He's like healing him.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, use more spells.
He can't break the Maokai passive.
Pretty tricky. US blue buff now with that Morellonomicon. That's an aggressive choice. Like it against the Lulu there in particular. Amy going to start the Scuttle Crab. Does stun it up there with Lift of Heavy Hands, and that'll go down. Control over the area as Dragon's coming up is in favor of unlimited potential.
They can't fight for it, though. I mean, they could have... No, I don't think they could fight for it.
Why don't you think they could fight for it?
Their itemization, specifically on Scatch, the 80 carry, he did just now go back and buy his VF sword, but the fact that you're setting up for a big team fight and you don't have your Infinity Edge, Scatch is here to push towers, especially on Jinx. I would just trade this dragon for a tower if possible. That said, still very difficult to do against an Azir.
Martin also back in top lane, spending some money. So he'll run back down to Dragon. Might be a tad late, but should be all right. Although unlimited potential with 2 members backing, especially their jungler, might be giving up this Dragon.
And again, it makes sense. I don't think that they can fight this one anyway. They just don't have the power spikes on their items. As soon as Scatch has more underneath his belt, then they can look to fight for it. Second Dragon's not going to be end of the world bonus damage to towers.
They actually have time now. We do have a Sheen for long and a giant spell there for Amy. But Snake more interested in trying to take out towers, despite the fact they don't have Tristana. Good block there from Ella with the unbreakable binding lens onto FLICKR.
Here comes Amy, though, from behind.
Nice and tanky. Amy trying something, doesn't find it. Too many members of Snake there, but Dragon's still alive. UP had that Scuttle Crab vision.
Snake are losing a ton of pressure on the map right now. They've allowed Unlimited Potential to get back into position on top of the pit. Likewise, a massive bottom wave to accumulate and cause pressure. So he sees him.
Yeah. Would have been a good flank there from Amy. Ward sweep does check. No wards there. Snake will know that that little brush is unattended, but Amy is wrapping the long way around, looking for a flank.
Snake are not playing this map very well. Okay, there goes Long. Or excuse me, FLICKR.
Bottom lane. Amy going to cut them off, though. Has to stay very patient. Oh, wow. They just checked it. Ella knows. He sees him. Concussive blows. Smite. Knock up. There's the concussive blows passive. Amy going to get locked up by Ella. I don't know what he was doing there, but Martin gets a kill.
Complete miscommunication. Amy, way too aggressive.
Punish now in trouble as well. Wild Growth popped. Ulti there from Azir will miss. Bromok connects. Martin locks him down. Concussive blows is good. Martin gonna get the next kill there as well. Tower will fall. They get it. Teleport cancelled. It's all going wrong for Unlimited Potential.
One after the other, a series of unfortunate events. Amy committed 30 seconds to that flank, was discovered, spotted out by wards. They knew exactly where he was. Turn around, pick up that kill, and then they transition it into the mid tower, into the dragon, and eat the teleport cooldown. That is bad news, Bears.
For UP, maybe. Great news there for Snake.
That is awesome news for Snake.
Who are going to find themselves up almost 2,000 gold, and with 2 dragons up as well. Long might be able to equalize things here. So he's looking to take the top tower. Snake have done a nice job opening up the map by taking out those outer turrets. And big chunks of gold to spend now. 2k each on the mid laner and 80 carry. Flandre's defending this tower. Ding's level 11 there as well.
Well, all of Unlimited Potential's gold is on their jungler, Amy, on this Lee Sin. And we've already kind of talked about, you know, the roller coaster of Lee Sin's relevancy in a game.
Long having a battle. Long has not won very many of these 1v1. Fish, though, does land hard. Looks for a binding, doesn't quite get it. Ella's here just in time. Flandre getting low there, needs to dodge as well. Passive needs to proc. Not there, but Long will get stunned as ZZR comes into the lane as well. He gets exhausted as the Jinx ult flies just over their heads. Punisher as well means that Snake need to respond swiftly.
Flandre doesn't have any MR. He just now bought some. Not quite sure why he decided he want to 1v1 Fizz.
Worked out before, I guess.
Yeah, when Fizz didn't have any completed items.
Instead, Long with a Sheen. Now with a Phage. Isn't that a bit trickier? You don't need to see Large Rod. You can build just about anything. See what he goes for second. Zhonya's has been popular. Could be the item here.
I would imagine Zhonya's to empower the Azir sec with Stasis.
Scatch in the meantime has been in the bottom lane. Farming up towards that IE, but Martin nice and cost efficient. Static Shiv follows after that Blade of the Ruined King. A bit of shove down the waves in top lane.
And more importantly, empowering Tristana's mid-game power trough by compensating for her massive tower sieging ability. Having that wave clear available.
Just again, matter of Snake getting into the right positions and taking some towers. Because like you said earlier, they don't seem to be playing the map that well. It's kind of unclean for Snake. Again, that mid-game kind of floundering a bit here without a big lead.
Yeah, they really fumbled their mid-game posturing position. Unlimited Potential got a lot of ground and kind of, again, shored up some of that discrepancy in terms of gold from the initial team fight. So.
And with that, only 1,000 gold between the two teams. Snake do have the edge on dragons. That's probably what they're looking for right now. So makes sense. Well, game's a little bogged down now between dragon spawns, but Baron's up as well. By the time Dragon 4 is a consideration. Maybe even Dragon 3. Baron will also be a concern for both sides. Snake pretty happy to just scale up here. Flandre in particular wants to get tankier, and Martin and you are not upset to get more farm either. But UP, topside is where they want to go. Gonna pressure Ella and Martin off that push.
Hart has not had the same impact on Morgana that his Braum normally displays, particularly in his skill shot ratio. I feel like he's not connecting with these really key dark bindings.
Well, it might just be a kind of a practice thing there. Morgana hasn't seen that much play recently. Still a fine champion, especially in the type of composition that UP are running. But I agree.
I think it's a good pickup against Braum in particular.
Yep, I'd agree. CDC scat.
And
Shooting
again,
rockets into the tower. Martin though going to try and fend them off. Explosive charge enough there. Oh wow, going in. FLICKR has caught it up. We had a lockdown Hart. They want two different targets. Skatch going to get the tower for himself as Ella's trying to chase him. Jinx gets excited. Hart still getting aggressed on by Yu, who takes him out. But Skatch, who's caught off in a very interesting position, will get tagged by Preyseeker and concussive blows. Wait out the chompers. No, Ella walks past them. But I don't know where Skatch can go.
he's just got to buy enough time right now for Fizz.
Flashes. Martin going to get him.
A bit of a miscommunication, however, though Flandre now in the mid lane with Punish.
I think Flandre's okay with this. Fizz is in the bottom lane here, and Punish going to get tagged by Braum. Ulti from Azir does not connect, but they'll take the kill regardless. And all of a sudden, another mid-game team fight, and UP look very scattered.
That said, Snake were proactive about collapsing there, but again, miscommunication about which target they were focusing to allow Skatch to lead them on a little bit of an Alice in Wonderland ride. They transition this gold advantage and numbers advantage into a Baron, but Heart's on the backside.
Don't do it, Hart. It's very dangerous to be here.
Here comes Amy.
here as well. Gets the kick, Fish lands. You gonna get assassinated? No! They block him off, but a great three-man kick lands as well. Long trying to chase him down, but they'll collapse onto Amy and take him out. Long will get stunned there by concussive blows. Good night as Maokai gets the double. Now Martin gonna chase his way in. Red buff down, exhaust through there as well. Martin low on mana, pops the scrying orb, and Skatch, he is ready to fire back.
Amy was looking for the assassination on Azir. He flashed forward to put himself in Dragon Rage of the next closest member, hoping that the splash damage as he kicked them down the line would be enough. Good sidestep, but with Amy's life, he does stall the Baron.
But a couple more kills there for Snake, gives him a lead, but still not a massive one. Skatch scaling, getting farm now in the top lane. Dragon back in 25 seconds. We really just have to look at that as far as leads go, but let's watch this again.
And again, Amy's going to flash forward here because he's trying to find that kick onto you. You're doing a good job pulling away from the fight, and then it's just an overcommit for an unlimited potential. They do give 2 lives, and it does stall the Baron, so best case scenario.
I suppose. Little Snake will pop back into the game. Dragon is alive. Snake are not quite in position just yet. But Azir just got back, has that death cap now. Flandre going to chase down Amy, locks him up with a Twisted Event. Sapling lands as well. Fletcher score used though. Flandre just fighting tooth and nail to eat a binding now. But he is nice and tanky. Very threatening here as unlimited potential once again going to give up the Dragon.
There's nothing that they can do to fight this. Again, all of their gold is on this Lee Sin, who is just not very impactful at the game at this point.
Oh, right in there. Yu tries to get it. Long, nice playful Trickster, and a Black Shield there protects him. Scatcher on the side, but they're going to chase him down. Martin launches on top of him to the left. Will try and take him out. Does get it as Long falls down as well. Hard will be the next. Martin's going nuts. Hops a little too far as Punished will die. He's gone absolutely crazy. 4-0 Snake.
I have no idea what Skatch was thinking taking that approach into the team fight. We talked about this before. This is the primary problem with Unlimited Potential. Collectively across the board, they're just too inconsistent on their individual positioning too often.
I feel like Martin really just wanted to use his buttons there. I don't know why he hopped the way he did, but I did enjoy it. Baron now going to get taken out. Yu's going to get a tower in the bottom half as well. You can see Morgana's body next to Lulu's candy cane. It's been a mess, a bloody mess for UP in these last few fights, and Snake get 4 clean kills and a Baron. Find themselves well and truly ahead at 7,000 gold up plus game.
Complete objective control. We're going to have another look at this team fight. What's really nice here is the Playful Trickster and the Black Shield to dodge the Emperor's Divide. But look at Skatch. What are you thinking, buddy? You and Martin just turn and say goodbye, and this is where Pastry likes to say someone pressed their buttons. Whee! Gets reset after reset. He jumped over there because he knew Punish had his flash, and Punish could have flashed over the other side of the wall, so putting himself not only back into safety because he was getting relatively low health, but making sure that he would have closed off an exit for that Lulu.
Smart stuff there. Also looked very stylish, so full points to Martin there for that play. Plus Wisp has been done. Pickaxe there as well for that Infinity Edge. Also completed up for Martin. And a second need to see large order. ZZR hunting Fizz. Unusual prey for Rek'Sai, but he's feeling really far ahead right now. Yep. That's Snake. Nice and far ahead.
Nice and far ahead.
So how did this happen for us, Kareem? That's my question to you. How did we get to this point in the game? Because it was very close for quite a while.
It all just opened up into team fighting. UP, when they made little skirmishes, they didn't translate that into any sort of objective. It wasn't into a dragon, into a tower. Yeah, it was like a collapse or a pick, but the timing windows were inefficient to creating leads. So for a long time, the kill score was very quickly, but these global leads that Snake amassed as Flandre getting locked down here.
Trying not to die. Popped his ulti fish down as well, though. Did juke that first Q. His team's taking the base, by the way, so Flandre happy to just buy time. Ult there from Brom. Doesn't quite tag punish, but Hardy's a huge crit. Flandre is still alive, by the way.
He's
teleporting out. Can he get out safely? No! Dodges the Q there, knows he's going to die. Will buy more time, finally dies, but his team is in absolute ribbons in the top half of the map. Snake going to push down. Ult's good from Sketchy. Almost dies to the combo. They will have to back away, but the top portion of the base is in ruins.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Unlimited potential, they get a kill and technically trade even or ahead on the skirmish because they killed 3 for 1, but they lost their base, and that's the difference. 6 towers to 2. The surplus gold of taking down the freestanding gold, of having the dragon buffs augment their stats, empowers their 5v5, and then they just run away.
There's Martin going in onto Amy. One more auto, maybe one. No, that's enough. Goodbye. Explosive charge able to take him out. Tristana nice and strong. That mid-game trough is gone.
Yeah, she's also very far ahead of the clock.
Yes, 7-1 and 8. 240 CS. And almost 4 items. One of them will be the eventual Infinity Edge. Not bad.
Pings going down for this mid-tier
tower.
Tower.
Wow, hard. It's alley-oop there by you. Flandre going to dive in as well. Happily take the kill under tower. Long going to try and chase down for a trade. Good fish there, but the rest of Snake collapse. You getting low there, but he flushes out to safety. Sun turret there for a bit of extra help. Azir will die eventually, but Martin's going to go nuts in the backside. Punish dies there as well to Braum as he gets the chair. And it might be too little too late for UP.
Siatch on complete opposite side of the map, not able to do anything as they march towards another inhibitor.
Just starting to mow down turrets here with the rest of the team. They'll face tank now. More than happy to do so given the circumstances. And Snake able to take this down. Flandre flashes for Sketch. They'll get it. Martin takes the kill, and this might just be game.
A lot of respect coming out of Snake. Not going to try to end it here and now because U is not up and available. Dragon number 4 will be spawning in 1 minute. And the last standing inhibitor on that bottom side of the map.
It's easy. Puts a ward down. Goes back. Snake only have the bottom to assault now. Got a dragon up in a minute as well as Infinity Edge and an Elixir get picked up there by Martin. ZZR trying to take this blue buff. Thinks better of it. Probably the right decision. Puts down a tunnel. Wants to be able to port to there later. Because like we said, dragon up nice and soon. Punish will get the blue buff.
UP not surrendering. Back to back, they understand that they have to win here. If they don't, it's pretty much in Fate's hands.
They'll be in the M3 bracket, basically, from spring.
The M3 bracket. If they lose this game here, M3 cannot win another game.
Well, they're playing today, I believe, so they'll find out relatively soon.
They're playing right after this.
Yeah, team fight. Now as Long gets caught, but he playful tricksters out. Flash there from Amy. Forced away as Snake. Brute force here in the bottom side. Amy will try to make a play. Gonna get caught out and killed. You're gonna come back in. Ult Scatch back through. That's a nice pick if they can get it. Long trying to fight out, but they can't quite do it. Jinx is dead to Martin. Rek'Sai gets the next kill onto Fizz. Heart will go down to make it 3 for Martin. And this Tristana's gone off in a big way. Martin really redeeming himself for yesterday's performance.
And Snake, they do pick up the total 3 points as they close out this game, which means that there is a much larger gap created for that 3rd place seed.
Yep, take clear 3rd, break away some space. Still pretty tight, but the amount of games left to play are dwindling for Oscar. And Snake will get a crucial 3 points in style, winning convincingly 2-0 over Unlimited Potential.
Martin redeeming himself, showing that, hey, I can play Tristana. 11-1 and 12 is going to be his ending score. Looked fantastic, much more cohesive, but really also on the back of Yu's Azir.
Yep, and we talked about Yu. Great Orianna game, kind of a not off-meta champion, but just not as often seen recently with all the control meters like Azir and Victor running around. Gets the Azir in game number 2 and doesn't miss a beat. Still really strong player.
Still a fantastic player, and especially Flandre also on his Maokai in the reverse matchup that he loves so often against Fizz.
Looking good, looking great. It's Flandre, 1v1 both times. Shows long up there as Sketch looks deflated there. Yu looks very serious, as always.
I feel like Yu always makes the best facial expressions.
Kind of like Clearlove, never happy. Sometimes he's smirking away. Punished as well. Having a laugh now. Team picking their spirits back up because they know all the work that they could have tried to do here to make playoffs undone by Snake's very crisp play. ZZL looking around. What do I do now? I have to shake hands? I want to check my KDA.
So how this works now is that Hope is still alive, but it is completely out of Unlimited Potential's hands. They are now the biggest fans of Invictus Gaming.
Yep.
And then the biggest fans of Snake, and then the biggest fans of EDG.
And look, those are all very good teams.
Yes, so Masters 3 do have an uphill battle to climb.
But it's only one game that they need to clinch. 1 out of 6, pretty good odds there for M3. But that run will start soon for them. Snake with a second win there. Gonna shake hands. All smiles there for the Snake side. Don't blame them. Like I said, a team that usually bounces back after getting 2-0. And indeed they do. 2-0ing right back in the expected result for the matchup. But still good play from Snake.
Still looked a little bit sloppy in terms of their mid-game macro play. So watch out for that as a possible weakness when they do face some of the upper bracket teams for the playoffs, because they've seated themselves in fantastic positioning for it.
I feel like Snake, when they play upper teams, they just like go back to basics. They're like, well, they're probably better than us.
Just do the 5v5.
Let's just play aggressive. Yeah, like, whereas I feel like they've diversified quite well, but certainly a style that they're still ironing the kinks out of, because it's not them. And I like the dimension to their play, don't get me wrong, but it's always best to see Snake just going for it. And standard lanes in both those games highlighted a lot of strengths of that team, I think.
Yeah, completely agree. And again, we talked about, upper bracket teams, the fact that their champion pools are so large across the board. Really just speaks to Snake as well, the fact that they belong in that upper bracket of the LPL teams because they cannot be banned out.
Yeah, looking good there. We have a replay actually for Snake. Let's get a little closer look into how this all went down. Don't forget, Snake are real far ahead at this point.
So we can go ahead and roll this last team fight. And what you're going to see is that Amy's going to go way too deep and just blow up. And all of the gold is on Amy. Go to this tower. Go in. I believe. There you go. Boop.
Good kick. It was mine.
Yu gets over on the side, then pushes a lot of members of Unlimited Potential back into his team, and Martin just going crazy, hits a crit on a static shift proc and just deletes Sketch from the map. Heart soon follows, as well as the inhibitor and the game.
Yep, that's Snake looking good. Closing games out in style as they've been wont to do. 2-0, a strong result, but they have plenty of strong teams nipping at their heels. They'll be glad to have a bit of distance now. And
so what this does now is it opens up the standings. It's going to be EDG in first, Xiaogu in second, Snake now firmly in third, 3 points over LGD, Vici, and OMG. And again, in the weighted playoff gauntlet bracket, the top 4 teams are at a much higher advantage, so it is still very close in terms of the middle of the standings, making sure that they grab that last spot.
Yeah, it's kind of indicative, the fact that now there's just instead of a tie for third, it's just a huge tie for fourth. Which is, yeah. Again, it's going to be a lot of fun to see the race. But we'll have to find out later. There are more playoff contentions on the line, though. Don't go too far away, because IG and M3 are about to play a very important best of 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. My name is Dominic Sater-Romer. This is Zach Rusty Pie, and we just saw some amazing games between Unlimited Potential and Snake. And Snake getting the 2-0 at the end of that set.
Yeah, they played super well, especially once it hit around the 10 to 15 minute mark, just turning on their skirmish strength. And I mean, that last game just snowballing the Tristana out ridiculously well. There was no way for Unlimited Potential to really find a way back into the game at all.
Yeah, it really seemed like Snake has been on top of their game these last few weeks. And you talked about Tristana Martin playing so exceptionally well all across the map. And that was not only in game 1, but also in game 2, where he was that Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, Martin stepping into this side seems to have diversified their play styles and the potential of this team, whereas Crystal was much more of the medium range, just all-in style of play. Love that Draven as an example to give you a bit of context on that. So having Martin there, the Tristana can still play like that aggressive style, but doesn't need to.
Yeah, and that just speaks to how diversely Snake has been playing. And unfortunately for Unlimited Potential, that does set them a little bit further behind. They're probably wanting for a few more points at this point in time.
Right now, they need the wins, 100%. It's getting down to the wire. It's crunch time for Unlimited Potential. They've still got, I believe, 3 sets left to play. So if they can still find their way to at least creep up, shouldn't get auto-relegated if they can get at least one one-point game. So things looking okay for them, but we're going to go straight into the high spotlights of this last game, and we're looking at a rabbit that is Martin.
Martin playing leapfrog with the whole team bouncing all across the map. Here's the last dive where they go in. Amy tries to get fancy, but only jumps into his death.
Yeah, jumping in and giving Martin the reset, essentially, to do exactly that and jump back all over the shoppers. Really, it is the Martin show when you look at this. But Flandre, that massive frontliner, just putting in work. You can see that Rek'Sai, of course, where was he in the first game, just appearing and decimating people. It's just, it's a really strong Snake side. If you know you're confident enough to dive a Nexus, you're having a good game.
Yeah, exactly with that. When your Tristana leaps around so much to look like a Kha'Zix, it's a pretty dangerous scenario. So that was the win for Snake. It was a 2-0, and I am really looking forward to seeing how they're going to perform, because right now it still seems like they're pretty high up in the playoffs, and we've got to start wondering, where do they expect to see themselves at the end of the split?
Yeah, that's right. They've still got a few games left to play. Not a crazy amount remaining, but they should be almost completely cemented in these playoff positions. So where do they want to be by the end of the split? How are they going to perform? Consistency, always the big question of LPL teams.
And the MVP is going to Martin. We talked about him bouncing all over the place. 150 MVP points. This guy was huge for Snake this past game.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing hopscotch on their heads, basically. Just ridiculous amount of work. You can see him in the sidelines taking out the Jinx with the ultimate. 2, 3, 4 jumps. They kill punish. Just the 5th jump because he can, really, just to cement that Kha'Zix-esque style that you mentioned. And really, it was just an unstoppable force, this team of Snake. Not exclusively the Tristana.
Yeah, great play all around from Snake. And as a team, to let a Tristana get that fed and get that strong only 25 or 30 minutes in really speaks to how Snake have grown as a team and how they've really sort of adapted towards that new style that they've sort of evolved into.
Yeah, and one of the champions, like Martin was playing, the Tristana, renowned for having that big trough after the first item, looking for the second and then the third to snowball through to a later stage of the game. Didn't even feel the trough because everyone else was so behind on the opposition team. Snake were just immensely ahead, and they just translated that through the entirety of that game.
So let's actually take a look at our next match coming up. We've got Invictus Gaming versus Masters 3. It's 7th place versus 8th. A 2-0 here means a swap for both of those teams. If IG gets the 2-0, they skyrocket up, I think, to about 6th or maybe even 5th. But if Masters 3 gets it, they just barely scoop by IG.
Yeah, now there's multiple levels to this as well. Not only are they surpassing each other, but Masters 3 have a limited amount of games remaining. And of the games that they have remaining, it's nearly impossible on paper for them to find a victory. They have EDG and Snake besides this game, which is against Invictus, and they are no slouch either. So
it's going to be really tricky for Masters 3. It's do or die time if they want to get those points.
Yes, it is definitely do or die time for Dade and the rest of Masters 3. And again, on paper, this particular game is one of the most realistic sets for them to get at least a single victory, or at the best case scenario is that 2-0 to skyrocket them into a safer position in these brackets.
Yeah, you and I were actually talking beforehand. IG are right, or Masters 3 are right on the cusp. They're 8th place. A 2-0 from any of the 9th to, I believe, 9th and 10th place can catch up with a single 2-0 and get right back up into the standing. So they really need these points. They're feeling that all of those other teams breathing down their neck.
Yeah, exactly. And even given that their World Elite, who is playing next, they have best of threes, I believe 3 of them even left. So their potential points are through the roof for actually even catching Masters 3, who we have just mentioned are in nearly impossible games as their 3 remaining games. So
yeah. It's time for them to show up with some big points, and their first opponents throughout this incredible onslaught of games that they have to play through is Invictus Gaming. And Invictus Gaming have been growing quite a lot in these past few weeks.
They have been. Invictus Gaming, they took about a 3-week break, and we didn't know what to expect from them when they came back because they felt like a team in shambles that just didn't really have it going. Got 0-2'd a few times, and suddenly they come back with this newfound play style, essentially. The Lulu, the Vayne, and the Shen as that trio. Rookie not even playing the carry role, going more towards that support style of mid laner to let Kid go off, which something we didn't see before that break was Kid going off. So this Invictus side, they've refound their identity, and now they're looking very strong.
Yeah, they look quite rejuvenated in terms of overall play style, taking it to a 50-minute full team fight game against Edward Gaming. Their first set when they came back, we were like, wait, is this actually Invictus Gaming, or did they swap out for the same name people, but just different players?
It's exactly what it felt like. So again, they did feel reinvigorated, and they've stepped up, knowing the playoffs are very important for your standings as well. Not only are Masters 3 fighting to stay in the playoff contention, Invictus Gaming are looking to get as high as possible to ensure that they have the best playoff run possible.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky for Invictus if they want to climb even further. They do still have a couple more sets to go, and with how they've been playing in the past few days, I'm looking forward to see the sort of things that we're going to be seeing. But we're going to go ahead and run through the rosters. Already you can see them on your screen, all prepared and lined up. It's Invictus Gaming, 18-6 at a 53% win rate.
Yeah, sitting in 7th as we move to that top lane. And the team comp we were mentioning earlier, 3 of the last 5 champions played here from Zatai, is that Shannon. He's playing a very good facilitator role, which is seemingly the entirety of their team.
Yeah, here's Cacao from the jungle. He's been playing out of his mind recently as well, and it really speaks to the team to see how they've sort of grown and adapted, and it really feels like the meta has definitely swung in their favor, especially for this guy, Rookie.
Yeah, completely. Rookie just seems, again, reinvigorated. He's stepped up to the mark of these other Chinese mid laners and really just took it to them. So doing a lot of work so far, as you can see, the Lulu in particular.
Oh, this is a bit interesting. Looks like Kid is being pulled out right now. We do have Time filling in for Kid. And in the bottom, it's still going to be the same old with Kitties supporting this newfound AD carry.
Yeah, so a changed AD carry for this Invictus Gaming lineup will raise some questions as to how they're going to perform. The first thing that we just mentioned about this is that Invictus have stepped up as a team getting around Kid. Now they don't have Kid there. Can Time actually fill those shoes and be that big hyper carry role, which is seemingly the team comp that they're constantly looking for?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I mean, seeing that they have changed this style, could we expect them to change their MO? I mean, in the past of their few games, they have been trying new things. They did go for split push instead of team fight comps.
Yeah, definitely. There's the possibility for them to change things up. Perhaps Time is much more of a self-sufficient AD carry. We're yet to actually see what he has to offer in this Invictus side, but you're right. They're experimenting with different things. There's entirely likely the possibility to change it up more and bring out something different.
Yeah, and in Week 10 of the LPL, it's going to be time to show us what Invictus Gaming are bringing. But on the other side, it's their opponents, bringing it to them on the Rift. It's Masters 3, currently 18-22 points behind Invictus Gaming with a 47% win rate. It's the Masters 3 squad, Looper, filling in the top lane.
Enjoying his Shyvana now. The meta has changed slightly to having the Shens and everything back in the top lane, those low-impact laners, and really unlocking him. It's definitely his patch.
Yeah, here's the jungler, Condi. He's been playing a lot of different styles as well. I see Echo being picked up by both Condi and Cacao. Looks to be a contested pick, but the mid laner himself, it's Dade.
Yeah, loving that Ezreal, and has that Victor to default back to play it against the Ezreal also. So this guy has a lot to offer for his team, and is that big carry player.
Yeah, here's SMLZ, the AD carry, filling in whenever Dade can't, trying to help out as best he can. And the final support looks like it's not going to be Love CD. Once again, they're bringing Ruo back.
Yeah, Ruo, one of those interesting characters, has found success on the Aurelia support of all things, but he's a jungler that has been playing top champions in the support role. You never really know what to expect from this guy, and that's the beauty behind the player.
So let's actually talk about that bottom lane then. Instead of Kid and Kitties, you've got Time and Kitties. And instead of SMLZ and Love CD, you've got SMLZ and Ruo. So double supports being pulled out for both IG and Masters 3.
Yeah, and we don't really know how they're going to interact with each other also, but in saying that, having a new AD carry, but having Kitties still there as the support, the guy that is loving his Braum and Janna at the moment, looking to protect his AD carry. Expect to see a hyper carry from Time, most likely going to be the realistic option, whereas SMLZ, not known for his hyper carrying in the laning phase stages, wants to scale out, loves the Caitlyn. Around the 50-minute mark is when he really shines as an AD carry. So having Ruo there, this aggressive, again, jungle main basically, support player, can actually provide this pressure in the lane, soak up the damage for his AD carry to start scaling.
Yeah, you saw some of his wacky picks earlier. Nautilus, who is standard as support, but so too with Shen and Aurelia. Here are the overall stats between the two. In their past 6 games, it is a 50-50 split, but I'm seeing some pretty interesting numbers.
Yeah, some nice win rates on blue side here for one of the particular teams, but the most important part is the aggression that you're going to see from Invictus Gaming. Not even comparable from Masters 3.
That is Invictus Gaming with that stereotypical aggression. And, you know, when we talk about Masters 3, it's almost always about the Dade show. How is Dade going to do? How will Dade perform in the mid lane? Will he be able to bring Masters 3 to victory? Well, he's playing once again with Ruo and SMLZ in the bottom. Hopefully we'll have seen him get a little bit more comfortable, but how can we expect Dade to do against a team like Invictus Gaming, against a mid laner like Rookie?
It does come down a lot to the mid lane. When you look at these teams again on paper, you say, well, whoever wins the mid lane is probably going to win the game. And that's almost completely correct. They do have Looper and Zatai, who are those big rocks in that top lane. A lot of aggression will come out of both of those guys. And I feel as though if you really had to coin who's going to be that pivotal member of the team, it's going to be the junglers, because the early pressure is Condi's specialty, loves to place that down. And with aggressive laners from both of these teams, there's a fair chance that if he gets successful ganks off, then M3 will find victory. But in response, Kakao is very good at doing the exact same thing, but mostly towards Condi.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on the junglers and see how they affect the mid lane. And, you know, we do have these two wacky sort of AD carries, sub-bottom lanes. I don't want to start getting into it quite yet about asking if we're going to be seeing any sort of lane swaps, but how do you think these new characters filling in will affect the overall strategy for these two?
So I guess they've still got Kakao and Condi in the jungle firstly, so this doesn't affect the bot lane directly unless there's a shot calling role that has gone missing. And from what I'm seeing, it doesn't look to be that way. So most of the factor is going to be if the vision control is still there from Ruo, or if the carry potential from Time is still going to be evident as we get into this game. And they've still got the rock of their own respective partner. Being replaced in a duo lane is not that big of a deal because you've still got someone who's confident playing with the rest of the team, the rest of the roster in that lane to hold your hand essentially and get you through it.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they decide to go for as we prepare for this one. We're getting right into Champion Select. You can see the two coaches on your screen, and now it's us. Hello! And we're going to be getting into Champion Select for game number 1 between Invictus Gaming and Masters 3. And, you know, let's actually start thinking about some of those contested picks because you've still got SMLZ filling in for the bottom lane. Kakao and Condi means Echo is going to be a high priority, but we're already in the ban phase. Ezreal and Kalista stricken away. What else can we expect?
Yeah, so I think if they want to focus top lane at all, it'll be with target bans, not direct picks, because they've got a lot of specialty champions here. Zatai loves his Shen, Looper loves Shyvana. There's no point in them actually trying to pick them away. So most likely going to be bans if they focus that at all. Echo, as you mentioned, going to be most likely a priority in terms of either pick or ban. And then you look mid. Victor probably something that is worth considering. Has been very popular and is now gone.
Yeah, there's the Victor ban right away. Neither Rookie nor Dade want to take a chance. The Shen banned away. Don't want to let Zatai first pick it in response from Masters 3.
Yeah, so one of the good things about banning Shen is it doesn't necessarily ruin the entire team comp that Invictus Gaming love to put in place. it just limits their possibilities. So not having that Shen ultimate available to save people comboed with the Lulu, they may hesitate to even have the Lulu mid, may go for more of an aggressive champion like that Orianna that can still fulfill the role of shielding, but still put down a lot of late game damage.
Ooh, Hecarim just being hovered, but with Echo getting through, it's the first pick from Invictus Gaming. Kandi's Gragas was taken, and Zatai's Rise pulled from the board as well, and now Masters 3 look to respond.
I like that response though, and that was instant as well. Wow, they pick up the Lee Sin for Condi. They've got the support here for Rua, that Janna. Not the top lane champion like Aurelie that we're used to seeing, but it is still going to be very good. I like, for the purpose of this, the fact that you can Janna shield works with Caitlyn, works with Vayne, and denies the Vayne from time, which is something that they have loved to play with their respective team comps. So not only is it a strong pick for SMLZ, it's denying it from Kitties.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to go for in that AD carry role. Currently, Lulu being hovered once again by Rookie. He's played it time and time again to pretty great success, and so far it looks like Invictus Gaming aren't changing their style up too much with time filling in for Kid. We'll see what he decides to lock in as Maokai is currently being hovered by Zatai. Oh, going back to the Annie, possibly for Kitties.
It's about priority right now.
Oh. Aw.
The quick taunt, but
Yeah, I know.
not going to happen.
Like if he switches it to Tom Kench and then back.
Happens every time, honestly. At least once a draft. But they have locked in their lanes here in Invictus Gaming. They've got that Lulu for Rookie, as you mentioned, something that he's a big fan of playing. And then they've decided to prioritize the Annie over the Maokai. Instead of giving that Maokai to Zatai, they've picked up the Annie for Kitties. And that raises some questions as to what M3 are looking to do here in response. I thought they may want to take away that Maokai and put it into the top lane on Looper, but it seems that Looper has another idea in mind for his own pick.
Yeah, he certainly does. Currently saving onto that last pick for the top lane. We'll see what he decides to go for as Kog'Maw just getting locked in for SMLZ.
And it's the SMLZ special in regards to how he plays the game, not the champion that he is playing. And that is the wait for 50-minute mark, as I mentioned earlier, and just try and outscale the opposition team. Now, they've picked their mid laner also with this, and in terms of scaling, suits the mark completely fine. The only question is going to be how they go during their mid game, where there is a sort of trough between their relative strengths.
We'll see how those strengths play into each other, as if Masters 3 can wait for that late game Kog'Maw to come online. They do have some successful peel for him with Janna and Lee Sin. It's up to IG to deal with that now. Time currently looking at Lucian for the AD carry role. I'd be a bit surprised to see that Lucian locked in, considering effectively how IG's team comp is what they have played time again. Protect the hyper carry. But they decided to lock it in, and Zatai gets his Maokai.
He still gets his Maokai. Looper looking for the counter pick opposed to Dade, so freely able to pick the Maokai blindly into whatever he thinks Looper will put on the tables. Now, the Maokai is a pick more for their specific team comp, the team fighting styles that they really love to do and have actually found a lot of success on lately, this Invictus Gaming team. The Lucian and the Annie as their bot lane picks, the only real wild card. The Annie's the hard engage that they need though, because they don't have anything like the Shen taunt maybe in the top lane. It's something that the rest of the team, the Maokai and Lulu, can follow up on quite well as the Echo. And in the 2v2 bot lane in particular though, aggression is the key here. They've got the Annie stun, they've got the Lucian aggression with the Light Slinger passive. All of his output of damage is just through the roof. And the question is, can a Janna and a Kog'Maw get through laning phase? Can they match it? Can they beat it, perhaps? We don't know.
Yeah, we're certainly going to find out, as the last lock-in for Masters 3 is going to be Gnar for Looper, taking that against Zatai's Maokai in the top lane. And there are your final lineups completed on screen.
Yeah, so they picked the Gnar into the Maokai, which is a perfectly fine lane for Looper. Should be very good in that lane, especially once he gets the Hex Drinker. It gives them that extra AoE wombo for the team fight as well that Masters 3 had a fair bit of, but not an overwhelming amount of. Now they've got Orianna and they have the Gnar. And the best part about this is it actually puts people in lines for Lee Sin to potentially kick them. And it's a subtle thing that is most likely not going to happen. But again, not only do they do that, they have a lot of displacement. The Janna as well. They've got the Orianna Shockwave, the Lee Sin kick, and the Gnar ultimate, which is just called Gnar with an exclamation mark. So the Nas Nah, it's a very potent team comp in terms of team fighting.
Yeah, seems like Masters 3 has picked themselves into a very happy situation with this one. On your screen, you can see Zatai and Looper in that top lane, filling the jungler role. It's Kakao and Kondi. And the big players themselves, Rookie versus Dade. It's Smile versus Chest Bump between the two.
A very, very big mid lane to see how this pans out. A lot of the game is in the balance of how mid goes. As we go to the bot lane now, and we're seeing Kitties against Ruo.
Yeah, Kitties versus Ruo and Time versus SMLZ. It's Invictus Gaming versus Masters 3. And with that 8th place spot on the line, Masters 3 need these points, need these wins, because it's only going to get more difficult from here on out.
This game, in particular, very important for Masters 3.
Yeah, and we are loading onto the Rift right now. Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL. It's week 10, day 2, set 3, game number 1 between Invictus Gaming and Masters 3. Masters 3 currently in 8th place with 22 points. Invictus Gaming in 7th place with 24. Both of these teams are within reach of that 9th and 10th place team of the LPL. And feeling those teams breathing down their neck, it's do or die time for both.
Completely do or die, and this first game again is where they have to start, find their strengths as a team, because they're both looking for that 2-0. Masters 3 trying to avoid being taken out of the top 8 and still making the playoffs. They do not want a repeat of last split.
Oh, they certainly do not. Looks like it's probably not going to be World Elite this time around, just considering where their points are. But again, miracles can happen.
They can still make it.
And to quote last week, I'm still feeling it. So we'll see how that happens. Dade going for some breakdancing in the mid lane, just to make sure his joints are all warmed up before he gets into the match against Rookie. Goodness knows he's going to need to be on his toes for that.
Completely going to have to be. It is a Lulu, so there's a lot of things to dodge in this laning phase. Not to say that Orianna doesn't provide a lot of objects that you do need to dodge, but looking quite limber, ready to go in this mid lane matchup, and cannot wait to see how it unfolds. But Rookie does have an Ignite opposed to just the cleanse of Dade.
Yeah, he certainly does. Might be looking for some aggression from that Lulu. And Masters 3 currently showing themselves on the top side of the map. Might be looking for this lane swap.
Yeah, you can see even the Nas starting the Raptors with a bit of a helping hand from Dade, looking to get some levels to himself, knowing that Masters 3 are the ones to put the lane swap into effect. So very nice team-based decisions here from this M3 side, and they're the ones looking for that lane swap, not to get Looper out of the lane, but to put Cogmore into a lane where he can get the solo experience if need be, or have the Janna just babysit him in a lane where there's no threat of him actually dying.
Deep ward coming out from Kitties in that mid lane, and looks like it's going to be nice and slow with this early game. Zatai just scratching Ruo's back. You know, he did start off with a camp as well, so he's got some pretty moderate experience. Yeah,
and Cogmore actually very good in these lane swap environments. Not for the direct pushing capabilities, which is something we're often used to saying, but in particular with having that Janna there, if the Janna's not zoning you, the Cogmore is, and the damage that they can output is just phenomenally high. Knowing that the pressure of this Lee Sin and Na is always going to be nearby. Kitties, he sees him.
He drops a ward, sees that the lane swap is happening. Luckily, Kakao answering on the other side with the swap of his own. Blue buff secured by Kondi, but now there are 2 members under that tier 1 turret. That's going to make diving a little bit trickier for Masters 3.
Yeah, the vertical jungle has begun, so the numbers favor M3 on this top side, but the same thing goes for bottom, which is why Looper hasn't actually made his way down there at all. He's letting it push to the turret before he even considers going to that lane. Now the Maokai desperately trying to recall. If Masters 3 are aware of this, they might find themselves an unsuspecting Annie, though the teleport is being used.
Teleport is going to be used. The tie heads right back up there, and you know, now that those buffs have been stolen, we're seeing Kondi back out of the jungle. SMLZ still on that top side while Rookie and Dade clear some minions in the middle. What can we expect out of this lane swap? Where is this lane swap going to be putting us?
So there's a couple of directions that the lane swap can directly take you. It's difficult to say that it's going to affect them immediately because Cogmore's just looking to get out of this aggressive lane that the Lucian and Annie are going to put in place. by being able to avoid that aggression, the Annie's stun a big factor in this, you are unlocking the Annie, which isn't great for your team, and you're leaving Lucian to get solo experience. So he scales just as well for the mid-game strength, but Kog'Maw's looking past that mid-game. Wants the Trinity Force, but then wants the Blade of the Emerald King even more so. So he's just looking to get some farm, whilst it is free for him to take.
The freeze being set up on the bottom side. Time is right on track to be hitting that mid-game power spike. Looper finally heads himself on down to the bottom, cleaning up some minions, and things remain relatively calm.
Yeah, Echo actually very well timed making his way down here, though the ward has spotted him. Now it is a scary position for Looper because he doesn't actually have another ward to place, and Echo is no longer visible.
Yeah, definitely a scary situation.
Not a whole lot actually happening here whatsoever. Everyone just standard farming, and to be expected, of course, from that lane swap is the lack of direct action unless one of the junglers can find a gank. And now Condi and Looper have spent most of this time actually just farming together, so it's unlikely that there will be action, but now they've actually got Looper in the bot lane farming. Echo's going to spend a lot of time pressuring this, and that's exactly what he's doing now. Yeah,
you mentioned earlier that we would have to keep an eye on those junglers, and with gank-heavy junglers like Lee Sin and Echo, it's no surprise to see Kakao on the prowl. He's been spotted out by a ward on the bottom side. Dade gets a bit aggressive in lane, but he already has a ward in his river as well, so he's going to be able to spot Kakao too. And again, just continues to farm it safely as this wave crashes into his turret.
Yeah, Rookie the one putting this aggression into place. Of course, having the Ignite advantage, starting to play on the mind of Dade just a little bit. But Dade, again, looking to scale with his first Blight, perhaps getting that Chalice before he considers actually giving a big trade attempt against Rookie, who, as Lulu, has a little bit of extra strength this early by having the help picks even available at all.
Definitely a tricky trading situation. Time is getting a mild CS lead compared to SMLZ, but I'm sure he'll be able to close that gap right up, and so far Time seems to be doing a pretty admirable job in his first show in the LPL on IG side. Kakao drops the parallel convergence, is not going to land the stun onto Looper. He actually still is going to continue chasing. There's the dash flash. Can they get first blood? The heal is picked up in Time. Nets first blood.
A fairly easy first blood right there, as the rest of Invictus Gaming were making their rotations down, though the Na reacted soon enough to force Time to use all of his summoner spells to ensure that he did go down. Now, getting the first kill onto this Lucian is a big deal, given the mid-game power that can really come out of Time and make the rest of M3 start to hurt. It's going to do wonders for this Invictus Gaming team.
It certainly is. There goes his first recall. Similarly timed recall from Rookie, but Ruo heads on down to the bottom to help out with Looper. Just make sure he's safe.
Yeah, so at this stage, the only real advantage that Lucian got from that kill is the boots. But that is a big advantage, given that he doesn't have any summoner spells available himself. So he actually needed the boots to try and survive into this, what is now a Janna and a Na lane. So a bit more safety for Looper in this bottom lane. Nothing crazy going to come from this, though. Time and Kitty still have control of the lane.
Yeah, they certainly do. Kakao, once again, this time actually dropping a pink ward to clear out some of Looper's vision and just try to keep that Gnar locked down. And we're starting to see a minor CS difference open between them. It was Time with the advantage. Well, now this time, SMLZ caught right back up in CS, and Zatai has been building a pretty moderate advantage in that top lane against SMLZ.
Yeah, he's been doing quite well in the top lane here, but at the very least, both of these respective top laners are finding farm where it is necessary of them. So once they swap back into standard lanes, Maokai, though he has a small CS advantage, if Na can still get that Hex Drinker, he'll actually be perfectly fine. As a fair bit of pressure is coming down now that Kog'Maw has hit that level 6 mark. Very difficult to dodge the ultimates if you want to last hit anything.
Yeah, we can see Zatai is trying to heal up under that turret as best he can. Still has not actually recalled yet. That was just his first potion that he got to use, so he essentially had a free pass.
So he first recalled at about level 2 just to buy a whole lot of potions. So he's trying to sustain through it now with all of the potions that he bought prior. So doing quite well to still actually even have a potion remaining. against what was a Kog'Maw and a Janna lane.
Yeah, Kakao trying to feed the blue buff over to Rookie, gets ganked by Dade and Kandi, takes a lot of damage, and they're actually going to have to dash away from this one. Rookie with the Chalice and Amptome is going to be pretty good, but the duo shows himself up. It's 4 members of Masters 3 on the top side jungle.
Yeah, no way for Invictus Gaming to answer this aggression whatsoever. A fantastic kick from Kondi, actually knocking him directly towards Dade and forcing out immediate summoner spells to just try and remove himself from what was a very dire situation. Thankfully, finding his way out with his life is now going to do these Krugs and try and get some more gold as they just lost themselves a blue buff.
Yeah, you can already see Ruo running over to drop wards on his own blue buff to make sure that something similar doesn't happen. But Rookie is recalling in it, or not Rookie, Kakao is recalling, and Rookie is CSing in the mid lane, so it seems like they're feeling pretty safe for now, though his recall was just canceled. Ah, no, it wasn't. There he goes.
Yeah, everyone just starting to come back to standard again. Lupa actually very content farming this bot lane as his adorable Gentleman Nah skin, which is just the best skin in the game right now, in my opinion.
It's pretty grand.
It's up there.
I still think DJ Sona is one of the coolest, if not the coolest.
Well, I feel like if we're talking about like effort for what is provided, a very basic gentleman's skin like Nas is
that's
very
a
good.
pretty solid one. Oh man, now I'm trying to run through all the neat skins.
Well, all of the gentleman's skins. They should just release 10 of them.
Oh, flash stun onto SMLZ as they look for a gank. And poor SMLZ didn't stand a chance.
No, there was no way for him to actually survive that whatsoever. The flash from Kitties, now they're going again.
Yeah, they're setting up a dive. Kitties tanks the turret while Zatai and Kakao dive deep. No Hexdrinker finish just yet. Looper taking a lot of damage. He bounces away, but they get the kill.
Oh.
The turret hit is not enough to drop Zatai, but meanwhile, Time going 1v2 in the bottom lane. He gets knocked up. He's at 300 health, 150, and Kandi executes him with a kick to the face.
Living with single-digit health, basically, Zatai in that top lane. Unlucky for Looper to not get a kill himself, but as mentioned, didn't have the Hex Drinker available, so very susceptible to going down. The response from M3 was instant, though. They do pick up Time. They go straight to that dragon. And very smart play. They lose themselves a gold lead, but they do find themselves some kind of objective trade.
Yeah, Kakao clears the turret on the top side of the map. We're now 2,300 gold in favor of Invictus Gaming. However, as you mentioned, Masters 3 did get that first dragon, so they could be on track for about a 35-minute Dragon 5 if they're able to continue getting it.
Yeah, definitely. And the lane swap, seemingly weird that they actually got the dragon when they were the ones to put that into effect. But Invictus Gaming focusing a lot more on finding kills and putting pressure down than going immediately for the objective. They're looking to translate said kills into objectives from there on. But they really did struggle to find those kills early, as managing to live by having a Janna at all makes things quite difficult. So once they finally go top lane, they make a very nice gank and get 2 kills for their troubles. They lose that first dragon at 12 minutes.
No, Looper's getting ganked again. The completed Righteous Glory is used. Looper's level 6. He gets a 2-man stun. He's still relatively low. Flash comes out. He's going low. Are they going to be able to get the kill? They do indeed. Another kill, but whoa.
Executed.
Was it the minions that finished him off?
No, the tower was the one focusing him, but he dodged the Gnar ultimate.
There goes the trade-off. Zatai gets knocked out of the shockwave. Masters 3 looks like they might be able to commit to this one. Ruo clears it up. They manage to kill Zatai. Time. He sees his death coming, but there's nothing he can do. Can Rookie save him? There goes the shockwave. They're trying to bring him low. They turned it around. Time gets dropped.
Whoa.
SMLZ trades his life back over despite the monsoon. It's Rookie who trades 1-for-1.
They make a 1-for-1, but in the top lane, Dade cancelling that teleport from Zatai enables this to happen at all. Kakao down as well right now. This has gone very well for Masters 3, all things considered. They find that standing gold, and the lead has just completely shrunk down, as this is the kill that destroys all of Invictus Gaming's hopes of stopping that dive in the bottom lane. The tower, the real MVP right there.
Oh, man.
Because eventually Kakao goes down also.
Yeah, a huge play from Dade, and it's kind of interesting that he was completely separated from his team when it happened, going 1v2 actually, and picking up not 1 but 2 kills, allowing the rest of Masters 3 to pick up other kills on the bottom lane. Great play, and suddenly, Masters 3 are right back in this.
Yeah, and I guess more interestingly, it was an Orianna that was conveniently sitting in that top lane as they were trying to teleport, because Looper didn't want to be there firstly, and I think he was still in the death chamber for just a little bit longer. And Orianna goes there just to get the minions, but how conveniently timed it was with a teleport directly under their turret.
Yeah, very solid play from Dade. That gets him a level advantage, SCS advantage, and the kill advantage over Rookie, while 3 members of IG once again show themselves on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, working around this Annie that has been completely unlocked through the lane swap. They're finding themselves kills wherever they physically can get there. Of course, Annie not having that flash available for just a little bit longer. Once that is up, the possibility of getting a kill is significantly higher than otherwise.
Certainly is. Ward being cleared out by Kakao as time continues to farm up on that bottom side of the map. Trinity Force has been finished by SMLZ, but Time looks like he's going for the stereotypical turret pushing build.
Yeah, very nice timing on that Trinity Force, though he doesn't have any boots to speak of himself, so very position reliant and looking to be as far back as possible, probably hitting the closest person.
Kakao's in a tricky spot. Dade doesn't manage to find him, but Kakao thinks he's 1v1. Here comes Kandi. He's immediately turned upon. Will they be able to get the stun? They do. Dade's caught. He's taking a lot of damage. The silence drops. He goes down to Zatai while Kakao chases Kandi out.
They were trying to catch the Echo doing his wolves to then go for the blue buff. They had the numbers disadvantage, and they went super deep in terms of positioning to try and make that happen at all. And it definitely didn't happen for them. They had a very bad time. And then they just got collapsed on by the rest of this Invictus Gaming side. Rookie making his way there. Zatai was not too far away himself. Nothing really even needing to be used. And, I mean, the aggression from Kakao pays off.
Yes, certainly does, as now, once again, Invictus Gaming are in the lead, about 1,000 gold ahead of Masters 3. While Dade has just respawned, picked up a needlessly large rod for himself.
This is going to be the Zatai show right now. That is for sure. Like, he just picked up his needlessly large rod, but the biggest thing about that is that it augments the rest of the team. So he's got his AP item, but it's going to be used to make sure that this tree is the biggest tree in the entire world, and will be able to carry them. As 4-1, has his Righteous Glory, almost got his Merc Treads. You couldn't be happier against what is 2 mid-game based items and incomplete boots himself.
A scary spot for Looper to be in. He's been assassinated all game, and now he's got this terrifying tree pressuring down his lane. Recall now being completed by Zatai. Dragon's going to be up in 30 seconds, and Looper's not able to stop that recall.
No, they're going to look for the Dragon. The teleport's both not available, so if he goes back to that top lane, they shouldn't look to start it immediately, though the teleport will be timed very soon with the Dragon being available to be taken for both of these top laners, in fact. So not necessarily needing to stop the recall, but looking to recall himself so that they are as strong as possible for when the Dragon is alive.
Yeah, you can see Looper decides not to head to the bottom lane, or to the top lane. Instead, starts running down to his own bot side jungle.
So he doesn't actually need to be top because there's no tower to directly defend. And it's going to be a very deep positioning choice here from Zatai. And seemingly Masters 3 are looking to focus the Dragon slightly more than actually split pushing in that top lane and teleporting in, because teleporting takes time, and they would rather all be there immediately.
Yeah, he decides to head back to that top side, seeing the minion wave shoved by Zatai, who trades it over. But Invictus Gaming, they've got 3 members on that bottom side with Rookie headed down. They put pressure onto that bottom tier 1, but Ruo's able to keep it standing with his Eye of the Storm.
A lot of wave clear available between just the Orianna and the Kog'Maw, and even Na to a degree once he's in that mini form can throw out those boomerangs and prevent Invictus from taking down the turrets. But Invictus are so good at diving that it doesn't seem to be a big issue if they find themselves in a numbers advantage. Now, Na has gone back to the top lane, he's responded, but he has his teleport, and they've started the Dragon.
Yeah, this is IG right on top of it.
There
goes the teleport. I don't know if he's going to make it in time. Kandi looks for the Sonic Wave. The Dragon goes over to Invictus Gaming, but now they're locked in the pit. Scary situation. They turn, the stun lands. There goes the culling. It finds Looper. He's down to half health. The shockwave brings them right back in. It's a wombo combo from Masters 3. But do they have the health to turn the fight around? Time gets dove. Kitties is trying to run away from the back of the kit, but only 3 members of Masters 3 survive. They're scattered, and one by one, they're being picked off by Invictus Gaming. Zatai is having the time of his life. He finds SMLZ.
He's so fed.
Oh my gosh, he's even being charitable and feeding the kill over to Kakao. Another kill, Invictus Gaming.
And that fight started off really well for Masters 3. The shockwave connected in combo with the Na, who stunned them all against the dragon walls. And that was exactly what they were looking for. But again, this Maokai is just massive. He's beyond massive at this stage in the game, and can just soak up all of the damage in the world, take down Dade, move his focus over to SMLZ, who has some items, but not enough to get him away from exclusively the Maokai. He's going to have to get a QSS sooner rather than later.
Ooh, Kakao looks to finish off the turret. He succeeds, but now he's going 1 versus 1 with Kande. Here comes Ruo. Teleport being dropped. There goes the execute. Zatai doesn't finish his teleport. It was fairly worth.
Oh, completely worth. Got the turret. Like, you can tell he was trying to, at the very least, make sure the standing gold was removed from the map. But a ridiculously good sonic wave is we're going to see this combo again. And you're looking at Na, Invictus Gaming the ones to initiate this, but the shockwave connects at the same time as the Na. And that looked like it was just going to be the fight. But keeping in mind, Kitties was the one to initiate. The full culling went off from the Lucian prior to him even going down. So the damage was put in place. And this Echo and that Maokai are just monstrous.
You mean this Maokai on the top side of the map going 1v2 and still healing up? He's trying, but he just doesn't have enough damage to keep up with SMLZ.
Now, of course, the Kog'Maw is huge.
Man, Kitties gets cleared over the wall. Rookies manages to dash out of the shockwave. Quick 2 kills for Masters 3 as they head to the top side of the map.
Unlucky the shockwave didn't connect. It didn't actually throw it at the maximum range from the looks of it. So it didn't connect to his target, though. They make the picks. That Annie was just instantly destroyed. And on the back of the Maokai being 1v2'd by Kog'Maw and Janna, it's very easy for them to then invade that area and work towards the turret. Just convenient that really they found people on their way to the objective that they were actually looking for.
Yeah, very solid play from Masters 3 with 3 members on the top side of the map. It forces a response out of Invictus Gaming. They're forced to play a little bit defensive. And off the heels of what was a crazy team fight, Masters 3 managed to find some very strong picks.
They do, and a lot of magic resistance is the focus here from Zatai. So SMLZ was able to pick him off quite easily just by having a lot of money himself from the lane swap. And it's still positively impacting this side here from Masters 3. But once Zatai gets his next item, really difficult.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the gold on the screen right now. It's a 1,600 gold lead for Zatai on that top side. Now 17, as he just surpasses Looper in every way, shape, and form. Things are looking pretty good for Zatai, but it's fairly even just about everywhere else.
You know, that is basically the entire gold lead, though, that Invictus Gaming have.
Oh, you're right, it is.
On the back of just that Maokai. So he is a force to be reckoned at the moment. It's going to be quite a big deal as to how he goes in fights. And we said it a couple minutes ago, this game is basically the Zatai show. And it works really well for this Invictus Gaming team comp, is that they've got that Lulu in the mid lane who can augment the Maokai to be even bigger than he already was, or they can just use that Lulu ultimate now to help the Lucian survive, because Maokai is already so big that he doesn't necessarily need it.
Terrifying play from Zatai, as we can see. SMLZ continuing to farm on the bottom side of the map. He's actually 30 CS down behind time, despite going for the lane swap, specifically trying to buy him farm, trying to buy him time, but he's still down.
Yeah, still fairly down. Of course, a lot of free farming in the solo lane essentially was going to time where there was a bit of pressure available in that top lane. Not necessarily jungle focused by any means, but just not entirely possible to get every single last hit because there's a lot more wave control that needs to be kept in mind. So doing well here is this AD carry time, filling the shoes of not SMLZ, sorry, I said that completely wrong. Kid. That is the other team I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Dragon's going to be up in about a minute, so we'll see how he's able to do this time around. It was dove pretty successfully by Masters 3 as both Rookie and Time were killed. But again, the Dragon's going to be up in a minute, and Masters 3 are already looking for wards.
They've got kitties with the flash available, so yes, M3 are getting that ward control down, or at the very least attempting to do so, but you can see that pink already being put in place from Invictus. I believe that has been there for a substantial amount of time as well. Controlling that area, so they've at least got a save point to default to, but if they only have one save point that they can get to, then this zone control style of team from the Orianna, from the Na, even the Lee Sin to a degree, can actually completely catch them out of position.
Yeah, they managed to find a stun over the wall, but Kandi just walks away with the humongous shield from Dade. Completed Rabadon's death cap is giving him so much AP. Double recall from SMLZ and Rubo. Find them on their side of the base. And once again, we're in the same position we were in 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly right, except that Invictus Gaming now have the control of this Dragon Pit again. So going towards this, the question will be if they can execute their fight well again, Masters 3, now that they've got a lot more strength to back them up in terms of their itemization. This Orianna is really big right now.
Oh, yeah.
And if the shockwave hits, people are going to die.
Most certainly, Dade, very important stun, finds Kandi. Zatai actually walks himself up. He's got teleport and a wave on the bottom side, and looks like it should start building, so IG are reared and ready to go.
They've started the Dragon up. Invictus Gaming are going to look to fight this. They've got the Annie prepped.
And here comes the parallel convergence. Let's see if we can find anyone. No gets knocked out in time. Dragon's down to 1,800. Zatai gets pulled into the backlines exactly where he wants to be. Culling comes across, but Zatai is forced to back away as his team cannot find a method to engage. And Cacao clears the second Dragon. There's the engage. Kitties gets kicked in by Kandi and gets destroyed while Zatai is split off. An effective way to deal with a fed character is just separate him entirely. Rookie running for his life. He turns onto Ruo, brings him low, but Monsoon negates the ignite completely. And IG, they get the Dragon, but lose their support.
Invictus Gaming, they just got control of the area. Masters 3 were kiting back, looking for their opportunity to re-engage with the Mega Gnar and the Lee Sin kick. And they do so. Whoa, the stun.
Yeah, Cacao goes aggressive. It's 4 versus 4, and they're going to pick up one kill right now. The turret falls. Time dodging around as best he can. He looks for Looper, changes his target to Kandi. Dade's already died. There's another kill for Zatai. He is unstoppable when he's with his team.
Completely unstoppable right now. Zatai is a monster. He is a force to be reckoned. His team fights are really back and forth, but it's a lot of kiting and looking for their own opportunity to engage. And speaking of, that's a Baron.
Yeah, they certainly are. Teleport coming across. The 3 members of Masters 3 looking to interrupt as best they can. Baron is going low. Looper trying to flank around from the side attack. 4,000 health going lower and lower. Smite is available for Cacao. He's waiting in the wings. He's going to go in, and Smite manages to secure it. IG get the Baron.
And just off the back of one pick in that middle lane, Masters 3, they make one of their own at the Dragon that then becomes the mid lane turret, where Invictus Gaming are the ones to turn that back around. From that pick, they decide to go for the Baron buff, and they secure that one. Cacao smiting it away to ensure he gets it. The Masters 3 were not looking to contest that one. They didn't have the numbers or the ultimates available to really walk in to a Baron pit and say stop doing this right now, or they would have lost their lives and potentially the Baron with it.
Yeah, very scary position for Masters 3. They're still only down about 2,000, 3,000 gold in total, but Invictus Gaming have got complete and total momentum with that Baron.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's going to be completely on the back of Invictus Gaming to see if they can make something happen with this Baron buff available. Of course, they may want to group up, utilize the strengths that can be found behind this. Malco has just completed pretty much an entire Frozen Heart. And that Cogmore is making a lot of ruckus right now.
Oh, he certainly is. He's very noisy with this particular set. And it looks to be a very noisy game in general. Oh. A moment of silence for that Talisman of Ascension.
Silence?
That was just used by time, yeah.
I hear nothing but echo W's. But, of course, the Talisman...
See, that's the funny thing about time travel. It's because it is happening, but just not at this time.
There's a Lucian joke in there somewhere.
Is there?
Yeah, his name's Time.
Hey, hey, oh, hey.
But again, 40-second cooldown of the Talisman is actually not that bad a thing to use constantly. It's great. But He's very easily able to use that. And then again, the rest of this Invictus Gaming side, they've got the Baron buff. They're looking, really desperately looking, to make something happen and start to snowball their way through the remainder of this game. A 4,000 gold lead isn't a big deal, and most of that gold is actually on Zatai on this Maokai. So the top laner cannot exclusively afford to split push the entire time, though he can easily get a turret down 1v1 and gives Invictus Gaming the space to get one of their own.
The 1-3-1 wildly successful as the mid-tier 2 similarly goes down. Zatai continuing to split push. Kakao finds a stun onto Condi. Lots of damage coming down. Condi's drop low time looks to finish, but can't quite drop him to 0 health. As Zatai joins up with the rest of his team, and immediately Masters 3 are like, whoa, I have a phobia of trees, and just back out.
They have no choice but to back out, especially when he's threatening the engage now. Though now they're under their inhibitor turret, they need to be a little bit more precautionary about how they back up, because if they back too far, they could lose the turret. So they have actually just lost a whole lot of objectives from this 1-3-1 of Invictus. And again, the strength of this Maokai is a big determining factor as to why that happens. In the 3-man mid lane, though, the Echo, fantastic for zone control. The Annie's great at engaging, and the Lucian very slippery and also very good at taking down these objectives. They just run M3 around the map, and suddenly they find themselves really far ahead.
Very great position for Invictus Gaming as suddenly Masters 3 are scrambling for defense. Ooh, I'm keeping my eye on Zatai. Yeah, he will be able to complete his recall in time, and you know, Dragon's going to be up in a minute once again. We're 30 minutes in. Invictus Gaming took the Baron, they took a few kills, and they cleared an enormous amount of turrets. But Masters 3 are still only about 6,000 gold behind.
Yeah, they've done well to still be in this game, all things considered, and they've found a lot of success in their team fights. And it was just that one fight that went awry, getting caught looking for that mid lane turret, that then translated into this massive control. And from this, they've found a power point here in Invictus Gaming and really put Masters 3 on the back foot. Though, they're a team that, again, they've got the Kog'Maw looking for that scaling. They've got the Orianna to match the scaling. Very strong late game. Lee Sin hits a bit of a trough, doesn't have as much of an impact. But late game, one kick is all that matters and can definitely still hit that kick. At 31 minutes in the game now, still entirely likely that that one miracle kick can find Masters 3 a successful team fight. That one shockwave, that one Gnar ultimate, they've got a lot of things.
Yeah, we're getting a close-up of the Dragon as he spawns. He doesn't come from the center of the pit, actually. He comes from the side and then flies down.
He does.
Oh.
We also don't have vision of it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, we got to have vision of the pit, man.
That is well and truly the Dragon.
So here's a fun question. When Dragon respawns, is it the same Dragon coming back to life, or is it a different Dragon?
I couldn't tell you. I think it's a big dragon. I haven't really asked it. I would say it's the same dragon.
Uh-huh.
Not seeing one hatch.
He just comes back to life.
Respawns.
Yeah, because champions respawn too.
Yeah.
Oh, tricky.
Or gets resummoned if we want.
You're right. Yeah, resummoned. So what happens when he's not summoned? Do you think the dragon's screen goes black and white?
I don't really know. I've never played the dragon game mode in League of Legends, though. You would think so.
You've never played a game of Shabbat?
Maybe a sepia tone.
Yeah.
They did pick up the third dragon here, though, in Victus Gaming, just to further cement all of the objectives that they have consistently managed to find since that pick in the mid lane. All it took was that one controlling and convincing fight to then get everything they could ever want and more.
Masters 3 continuing to sit inside of their base. Their wards barely creep out past their own jungle, which has been securely controlled by Invictus Gaming, and they're just sitting and waiting. But what are they waiting for?
I would say the last whisper, first and foremost, that has just been completed as we mention it for this Kog'Maw, has now got the trinity of his items. And speaking of, there's also the Orianna who has her 3 items. So in terms of strength, they're pretty much ready to go. You can see starting to creep out of their own base, getting some wards around the Baron buff, and maybe looking for that team fight yet again.
Invictus Gaming might be ready to give it to them as they are clearing away the blue buff for Rookie. Waves building on the top, the bottom, and once again in the mid lane, but Condi is already prepared.
He has been sitting there for a solid minute. He was really waiting for that.
Oh, it seems like he might have found his target. He manages to catch up with Kakao, but none of the other teammates can follow him over the wall, and suddenly it seems like Masters 3 are split over the pit as Baron is respawning. This is a dangerous spot.
They get out okay, though, in the end, but control of the pit again, completely in favor of Invictus Gaming, because they're now the ones to push this into Masters 3, either bleed them out and control the side waves, or just force this Baron, or even bait the Baron. They've got a lot of possibilities that they can take, because map control around that area, as you can see on the minimap, is now littered with blue and not a whole lot of red.
Yeah, Rookie actually just had to burn his flash after taking some damage from Masters 3. They're now rushing forward with no vision, and they might have caught Invictus in a tricky situation. Time, the sole member to defend that turret, drops the culling to clear the mini wave, and let's see if they decide to turn this fight around. Kakao dashes in. He's going to be doing some serious damage. Looper is locked down. Zatai's made it into the backline row, disengages the shockwave, finds only Kitties. He's tanking so much, but Zatai is unstoppable. He's single-handedly going to bring Zatai down. And now that the rest of IG are chasing Masters 3 to their graves, Invictus Gaming have got complete control of this game.
That's a triple kill for the Lucian somehow. This feels like the Zatai show, though.
Oh, man. A huge play from Invictus Gaming as Zatai just styling for us. He knew he was on close-up right there.
Didn't even realize it was a soccer goal on his back, but he just played that fight so well, actually forcing Dade to use the shockwave sooner rather than later. Couldn't hold on to it, couldn't use it to control zone. Just had to try and aggressively place that down. Now, he got it onto Kitties, but the immediate ultimate from this Lulu of Rookie denies any damage that was actually just put onto Kitties, and he was very comfortable being around in the fight. He got his engage off anyway, so Invictus Gaming, they're going from strength to strength at this stage. They're going to get this Baron completely out of vision and out of sight of this Masters 3 team. And now that they've got yet another one, the gold lead has crept its way up.
Yeah.
Very difficult to find a way back into this.
I'd say it's less of a creep and more of a lunge. It's a 12,000 gold lead for Masters 3. Here's a breakdown of that fight. Things look a bit touch and go at first.
Yeah, so Echo, the one initiating this, and Looper doesn't have any Nava at all. Kitties puts down the bear and gets ulted by Lulu to negate anything that Dade just put in. But Zatai sitting in that front line, just doing his thing. Twisted advancing to pretty much everybody, whilst meanwhile, completely unlocked in the outskirts was this Lucian. Time going massive and finding 3 kills for himself. But again, you look at this front line, Kakao and Zatai are the ones really enabling all of this to happen.
Now that middle inhibitor has been cleared. Invictus Gaming once again have the Baron. They return to that role that they've been playing the entire game. IG on the top side, Rookie on the bottom, while Time clearing creeps in the mid wave. Masters 3 find themselves in a dire situation.
Definitely an uphill battle from here on out, but we have touched on it. If there was ever a team fight that they could actually come out ahead of, it's now that they have a lot of their big items. It's going to come down very heavily now to execution. But if they can execute this fight right, if the shockwave hits more than just Kitties as an example, then definitely still possible for them to win a team fight. Unlikely. Odds definitely against them. They have got the Lulu to counter that as well. This Invictus Gaming team comp plays super well once ahead.
Yeah, they certainly do. Masters 3 finds a tie onto the inhibitor turret.
What is
They're
damage,
dishing out
I hear you
so
ask?
much damage, but he's completely ignoring it. Rookie with the split push on the bottom side, and it's not looking good.
No, the rest of Invictus have actually made their way down there to make sure at the very least the turret goes down. They should be able to pick up this inhibitor, though the rest have translated their way down here to prevent it potentially.
Could be Kakao. Gives it a good thwack just to make sure, but Time is a little bit slow.
And meanwhile, top lane as well. Invictus are playing around having this Baron buff so well, they're forcing Masters 3 to run around and not ever be in the right place at the right time as they poke at this inhibitor. They've got that Baron cannon minion as well, just like poking it down, and it does go. 2 inhibs down.
One to go. Yeah, Zatai continuing to split push. They've still got Baron for about 45 seconds. The rest of Invictus Gaming group up This is do or die for Masters 3. Will they be able to turn it? There goes the dive. They look for Looper. Stun finds Dade. He's cleansed, but Kitties takes a lot of damage. In the front line, it's Zatai. He dashes on the Looper with little regard. Kandi tries to get a kill, but loses his life to time because of it. The remaining 4 members of Masters 3 make it under the inhibitor Nexus turrets, but it's not enough. Dade assassinated by time, but he's still alive in the back. Kakao zones the rest of the team away, but IGR don't seem satisfied with those kills. They're looking for the win.
They've got plenty of time and they've got a lot of damage behind them, and that was a nice stun.
Yeah, double stun finds Dade. He doesn't have flash. Shockwave gets canceled. Another 2 kills picked up for time. This is Invictus Gaming looking set to take game number 1.
Definitely going to take this one out. And Invictus Gaming, off the back of a fantastic performance from Zatai in particular, to get themselves one up in this best of 2 series. That's exactly where you want to be as Invictus Gaming. But you look over at Masters 3 and they've now got their heads in a very bad place where they need to come out at least with 1 more victory now after that set. Get 1 point for them, and very bad spot to find yourself at the start of it all.
You can see Zatai on your screen. He's still hard at work looking at that damage done, damage absorbed graph. And poor Dade in the mid lane, he tried so hard, but he just couldn't quite make it happen.
No, they definitely tried. Dade did his best attempt to get them into this game. There was a lot of great skirmishes for them during the skirmish phase of the game, the mid-game based timings. Around the Dragon in particular, they did find some strengths, but it was never enough to really carry them through the game. And then that one mistake, that one pick in the middle lane, off the back of Echo, Kakao just going massive. They get a Baron, they get 3 turrets from that Baron, they get the next Dragon, and that was just where everything just started to implode for Masters 3.
Yeah, just crawling their way closer and closer to victories. There is Rookie on your screen. He's looking a little bit jovial. You can see the smile at the corner of his lips. He performed pretty well that game too.
Lulu did a lot of work in that game, but again, Lulu was spending most of his time ensuring that the Lucian of time stayed alive, and even Kitties to a degree, making sure that no one on that team died, playing basically the second support in that game for Invictus Gaming. And Zatai, he was a pretty big treat.
He certainly was. Very solid play. It's Invictus Gaming who take game number 1 with that exceptional play. And, you know, it was really actually quite invigorating to see Invictus Gaming all over the map like that. Again, their team fights was where they really shined, but the fact that they're being comfortable moving around the map with those 1-3-1 split pushes and then making it to the fight in time.
Yeah, a lot of the map translations that they were putting in place, the rotations were great. They were just controlling the map and running Masters 3 around like headless chooks.
Yeah, and we're actually going to bring up a replay of that last fight. We're going to take a look at how that managed to break down when IG were just going to break into the base of Masters 3.
Yeah, now in the corner of your eye, just keep mind of Zatai and how he doesn't really know what taking damage means. So we roll this one through, and he goes straight in onto Looper, Kakao putting in work, and Kitty's the focus of so much damage this game, has got that Lulu there to back him up, and time, this Lucian can just sit in the back lines and just put down hurt consistently and constantly, pushing out this Masters 3 team. Dade didn't find an opportunity to use his Shockwave at all in this last fight. And, I mean, there was no way to stop the rampaging Invictus Gaming side.
Yeah. Things certainly look dire when the enemy team is completely diving for your support, and the support still doesn't die, especially when it's an Annie. Kind of a tricky spot for Masters 3 to find themselves in, though they did play quite admirably. You know, they opted into the lane swap. SMLZ was actually looking pretty solid for the first 10 or 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, the idea was there, and they put it into effect. They just didn't find success translating that to the later stages of the game, whereas Invictus found one moment, they took the game.
Yeah, well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. The LPL comes right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL. Here you can see Invictus Gaming taking the really first team fight that sort of cemented their advantage over Masters 3.
Yeah, so we saw Invictus Gaming go 1-up in this first game of the best of 2 series, and on the back of some fantastic decision making from Invictus Gaming, they found themselves very easily in the driver's seat to victory. This pick in particular was the very big catalyst as to how they actually snowballed out the game. Prior to this, of course, Zatai was just a monster of a man. He was 4-1 as a Maokai. It's a position you never want to be against.
Yeah, a terrifying Zatai.
Oh yeah, but they basically just worked around his strengths, and Kakao, the one initiating for them, constantly backed up by Kitties, and just the synergy between all of these Invictus Gaming members to ensure that pretty much nobody dies ever worked wonders for their team fighting and how they actually played the game out.
Yeah, usually you call the Immortal team comps the one with like Yorick and Zillion, but IG managed to find it with Maokai, Echo, and Lulu. Some exceptional play as they were able to pick up kill after kill, fight after fight, and even Baron after Baron before finally taking the win in game number 1.
Still a fairly Immortal comp, granted. They had the Maokai and the Echo. Very difficult to kill, but again, it felt like, though it was an even start, and you can see that from the relatively similar jungle control rates, Invictus just really walked away with the end of the game.
Yeah, and Zatai is going to take that MVP away. 153 points. This guy was unkillable. He had a KDA of 9.0.
Yeah, that's not something you're often used to seeing on a Maokai who selflessly throws himself into the middle of team fights, which is exactly what we're seeing now. But he doesn't take damage ever, so he can very easily do so, as even this fight right here is how he starts it all off and ensuring that he can sit on the entirety of the backline of Masters 3. And look at his health bar not actually move at all. It's ridiculous that he can do this, and deserving of MVP to say the least.
Yeah, and that's not even on his main champion. That's on Maokai instead of Shen, so sort of begs the question to Masters 3. Oh, that is the best!
I'm sure that's how he felt after that.
Oh, God. That is such a grand picture of Zatai. Oh, man. I wonder if he's going to end up looking like that after this one. I'm sure if he wins the 2-0, then he'll probably be feeling pretty close to that.
You would be ecstatic if you do get the 2-0. At this stage, again, they're getting very close to the end of the split. They need all of the points that they can. So being 1-0 up in this best of 2 series, the 3 points, definitely what they're aiming for.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that from Invictus Gaming. But Masters 3, their lives are on the line right now. Their playoff lives are at stake. Still at 22 points. There's no chance for them to go 2-0, but if they don't take this 1 point right now, they've got Snake coming up. They've got Edward Gaming. They're going to be pretty strapped for points the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult for them to find a single victory at all from here. If they can't get this one, then they do have an uphill battle in their next 2 games. They do have Snake and Edward Gaming, as you mentioned, and they're definitely no slouches when it comes to playing League of Legends. They're very good. And Masters 3 to try and find victories on them and basically cement their position in the playoffs requires at least a single victory amongst those games, and in the hopes that the people below them don't 2-0 anybody.
Yeah, and it seems like we might see an identical repeat of what happened last split. Masters 3 was in 8th place, coming close to the end of the season, then World Elite out of nowhere went from last place, and in their very last game, passed Masters 3 and snuck into that spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I guess the big talking point is that there is no surging team like that may be able to surpass them when you come to the end of this split. Though it's entirely likely teams like Unlimited Potential, who still have 3 series remaining, can still very easily get up there in the rankings. They just need to perform, and consistency from every LPL team is the big talking point. So if Masters 3 can turn it on, find that consistency, they started well, but they just lost it in the middle of that game. Start fresh this time. Maybe question whether giving them Maokai is a good idea.
Definitely a tough question, and I'm sure we're seeing all of the members of Masters 3 ask themselves that. Why did we have to ban Shen? Why couldn't we have banned Maokai?
Oh, no,
instead?
we know why they banned Shen. We definitely know why they banned Shen. The question is...
that's something you actually talked about, and I'm sorry to interrupt. That's something that you talked about in the first set in Champion Select, how we were expecting almost all of the bans to affect the top lane. And we only saw, 2 It was, no, only one. Shen and Rise banned away.
So the Rise is the standard ban, essentially, out of all of them. They get that away. And the Shen was the targeted ban, taking it from Zatai. And the way that affects their drafting is that Zatai can then not play to the team comp strength that is what Invictus has discovered recently. But Maokai facilitates that quite well. And during that last Champion Select, we were saying perhaps they want to pick the Maokai away. It was hovered. They didn't pick it away. And then it was picked in the last rotation from Invictus Gaming. And that was the catalyst of their victory.
And even saving that last pick for Looper with the Gnar to try countering it, to try dealing with it. But then they had the lane swap.
Yep.
Because IG had that super aggressive bottom lane with the Annie Lucian. Looks to be a tricky situation, but Masters 3 already changing things up in pick ban for game number 2. They're banning away Echo from Kakao.
Yeah, now they've got the first pick here, Masters 3, and Echo was one of the points of contention between both Kakao and Condi. Though he can expand his pool to playing more of the Lee Sins and something just as aggressive, but they're target banning.
Oh, they certainly are. Seems like a lot of pressure hitting Zatai, hitting Kakao once again as that Shen is banned away this time. And IG, what are they going to have to do to switch things up? You can see his coach on your screen right now.
They still need to get rid of the Rise from somewhere here. Away from Masters 3, I would imagine, should be banned from them at least in the next one or the following ban after that. So they've still got a lot of possibilities as to where they want to go with their banning phase, but hello target bans.
Yeah, Kakao rookies Lulu being banned away now. Seems like Masters 3 have just said, that team comp that you just played in the last game, we want nothing to do with it, and remove it from the game.
Yeah, so they're not target banning to remove someone's champion pool specifically. Rookie can play millions of champions, even though there's only hundreds, and still play them successfully and to a high level. So banning the Lulu, the Echo, and the Shen removes, again, the team comp that Invictus Gaming are so good at.
Last ban is going to be that Gragas for Invictus Gaming, and now Masters 3 find themselves with that first pick. Guys, the Maokai is open. You're hovering Janna. You can see Looper on your screen.
Janna's still good, though the Maokai does need to be kept into considerations. Again, the Victor still available, something that they should consider playing. Dade has a lot of success on that. They may pick it away from them here in this second rotation, but they've decided to lock it in.
Yeah, it's going to be Janna locked in. You just saw a Gangplank hovered. Again, this is on patch 5.13, so he hasn't died in the lore yet. So he might be locked in. We could see a Gangplank.
He could still be played.
A nostalgic throwback.
Yeah, very unlikely to see that one played, but they have locked in the Janna. That's still very good for their team comp. They love playing the Kog'Maws, Caitlyn's, scaling their AD carry, and Janna very good at facilitating that. And they even tried to lane swap to ensure it happened last game, though it didn't go to plan. Now, Invictus Gaming, they've got their picks available. They don't have the Echo there, but they are still looking for early pressure in their jungle pick. The Lee Sin usually going to be the response here from Condi. Rek'Sai does quite well into that, so wouldn't be surprised if that's their lock.
Yeah, Braum looks like it's the first pick for Kitties, going back to that comfort champion that he has played so many times. And Kakao decides, you know what, I will settle for this Rek'Sai.
Yeah, so he's picked the Rek'Sai for himself right now. And Zatai picking up that Braum for Kitties, something that he's played a fair amount of recent times. So he's going to be able to work with that AD carry in the bottom lane now that is actually cold time, so I really need to stop saying the word time, and can basically guarantee a safe passage through laning phase because it's a Braum into a Janna. It's a low impact support with irrespective of the AD carry against the Braum.
We'll see how that bottom line matches up, as currently Masters 3 are looking at snagging that Rumble away from Zatai, who was hovering it. Could have been looking for some mind games by hovering it, but we don't know what he's going to pick, as he was target banned away by that Shen. Looks like it will be the Lee Sin locked in to deal with Rek'Sai, and they are committing to Looper's Rumble.
Yeah, now this raises some questions for the remainder of Masters 3 team comp. The fact that they've locked in that Rumble doesn't reveal their hand, but they've got a Janna and a Lee Sin with that. So starting to tend towards that mid-game power spike. They could look even towards the Jace in the mid lane, the Corki as an AD carry as their two options. That'd be very all-in the focus. but it's entirely possible. Now, they can still take many other routes, whether they want the Vayne or like a scaling AD, and then like the Victor, who still does well at all stages of the game. Up to them as to where they want to go, but Invictus Gaming, with their response, it seems like Time has a favorite champion.
Yeah, it certainly does. Returning back to that Lucian in the bottom lane. This time, he'll have Kitty's Braum in order to peel for him, and Zatai once again saying, I wonder if I could get MVP 2 times in a row on the same champion.
Well, I mean, if it works the first time and he has a performance like that again, then I would not be surprised. But the fact that he got it again is the big question mark that you need to ask. Because how, why, who, what, where, when? Just how?
I have no idea. Now it's up to Masters 3 to respond with that. They're looking for their last pick. This is for Dade and SMLZ, as the top jungle and support lane have been filled out. Dade currently looking at Diana with Ruo. That would make for a fun match.
If they lock that in, they're just looking to battle enemies.
Yeah.
That would be their ultimate plan, is to just press that on the hunt and just go at them. It's not likely, of course, that they'll go for the Diana, though. It is still possible. 17 seconds left for them to decide.
Yeah, Sivir has been picked for SMLZ. Looks like he's going to be taking that. And Victor, you talked about how important it was earlier. Well, it still made it through to this point in the draft. Down to 2 seconds, and it looks like Dade might just commit to it. Yeah. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's committed to that Victor. We did mention it a few times, and I'm glad that they've actually picked that champion, because it compensates for the late game that Sivir, Rumble, they do have it, but it's not as strong. But they've now got this instant blow-up function behind their damage over time. Their chipping away style of damage output that they do have, and complements the Lee Sin quite well. So this Masters 3 team comp, they've got a whole lot of damage. Their engage is questionable, but they do have the Sivir ultimate to ensure that they catch up.
Yeah, very scary team comp from Masters 3.
Will he do that?
Take Fizz into Victor?
Yeah.
I mean, Rookie has played Fizz before. Rookie's played everything before.
That's aggressive.
Oh, and decides to commit to it. Fizz locked in for Rookie. And our team comps are now on the screen. Masters 3 and Invictus Gaming. It's all about the damage.
It is, definitely, for Masters 3 in particular, looking to just run at their enemies. If they're ever kiting backwards, probably not going to be working too well for them. They seem to have one function as a team, and it's going to be forward. But you look at Invictus Gaming in response, they're much more versatile in the way that they can play out their team comps. They've got the Braum, they've got the Maokai. They can work backwards and find a position to re-engage again. It's not going to be ideal for them either, but they can still make that work. They do have the Fizz for that hard engage option, the Maokai to ensure that whoever cops the fish, they're going to be set in place to ensure that the fish does connect. And then they've got the Braum, who can be this overwhelming, not necessarily frontline, but in the way of the AD carry to ensure that Time is putting down all of his damage. And that's one thing he did last game.
Absolutely. These fights look to be absolutely explosive. Complete chaos throughout these fights, and we'll see if that's going to be the case as we prepare to get into this one. Currently, Kandi and Cacao on your screen right now. In the mid lane, it's going to be Rookie versus Dade. Victor versus Fizz. Rookie looking for the assassination. Will he be able to pull it off in time? And on the AD carry role, it is going to be SMLZ and Time filling in for him.
Yeah, Time making a replacement here for Invictus Gaming. Doing a lot of work for his team, and you have to give him credit where it's due. He has been performing, and speaking of people performing, unfortunate to not win that first game, but Kondi put in work.
Yeah, he certainly did. We're preparing to load into the Rift. You've got all 10 players on your screen right now. In fact, we are ready. We're getting into game number 2 right now. Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL. It's week 10, day 2, set 3, game number 2, 30 seconds into the game. Masters 3 versus Invictus Gaming.
Slouching, mate. 7 seconds behind the average of the
end
of that sentence. Not what I'm used to hearing, but we're still definitely in this game. And everyone respecting their opposition a little bit more, sitting at that 5-point, but it's more of a 4-point as these two are holding hands in that bottom bush. Looking to catch someone, I would imagine, as they place a ward.
Seems like they might be. Braum, a very scary level 1 start, but just going to spot a ward going down while a tree pops on that top side. You know there actually are explosive seeds?
No.
There's a tree that I saw on the national, what's it? National?
Geographic.
That's the one, Geographic. I was like, National Atlas? No, that's not right.
No, that's a caster.
Yeah, I know. But there's this tree. The way that it spreads seeds is it has these little pods that all the seeds inside.
Well, these are soccer balls, though, to be fair.
They're filled with water. And it continues to pump water into the pod until the water explodes in a pressured direction and launches the seeds into the air. And it can launch at like 100 yards.
Well, these seeds aren't made out of water, though. I do understand what you're saying. Really, it's just explosive water.
Let's take a look at the explosion. Is if it's water-colored.
I wouldn't think so, because it's a skin that has more emphasis on soccer.
But, I mean, have you ever played soccer with a water-filled ball? Is that a thing? Green water? That doesn't really look very watery. It's pretty dirty water. I mean, people have been playing soccer on this guy.
Or it's grass, but they have started together, holding hands in that jungle Invictus Gaming, starting at the Krugs in particular, and then working their way to the red buff, indicative of not a vertical jungle, just going to go standard jungle starts. And in fact, both teams doing the exact same thing. Kitty is actually looking to roam around the map. I think he's trying to find people in translation to secure the opposition blue buff. The question is, where is Masters 3 going to go from here? They have a ward on the blue. They know it's not being done just yet, so they'll probably go to an actual vertical jungle from a standard start.
Yeah, seems like that's what Invictus Gaming are prepared for. As the Scuttle Crab is cleared, they invade and find themselves onto the blue buff. We'll see if Ruo is going to catch up, and yeah, Masters 3 commit to the same thing.
Yeah, so the key difference between these two right now is that Masters 3 simply placed a ward deep and then went over to the buff knowing that they didn't actually see Invictus Gaming near that blue buff, whereas Kitties was wasting a lot of time and experience sitting in a bush looking for someone to indicate whether the blue was being done or not, and then Invictus Gaming rotated as 3. So position-wise, they were always going to invade that blue. It was whether someone was spotted or not, but he's still only level 1.
So I guess that brings us to what's the difference then between these two?
The only big difference is that this bot lane is actually a duo, whereas they've left time to their own device to just sit there and farm, get a lot of free experience. Of course, he's joined him now, but that was a whole lot of wasted time. And Janna playing coy a little bit, just trying to say, well, no one's actually here protecting him, come and gank him, but sitting in the bush to be an effective ward, not having to actually place a ward himself.
Yeah, 4 members of Masters 3 on the top side. Spot out Kakao and Zatai as he heads back down. Scuttle Crab once again cleared for this set in front of the Dragon. A ping comes out from Invictus Gaming as time continues to push, and he's just setting up a nice, safe freeze.
Yeah, so being able to set up that freeze, Braum still level 1, going to make his way towards the middle lane and just let top do its thing pretty much by himself right now. No one actually there yet. I think Rumble's finally come to the realization that he's actually in a 1v1 lane. But you look to these junglers yet again. What can they do in this instance where the lane swap has been put into effect, this time by Invictus Gaming, and they found success from this last game?
Ooh, Condi actually looking for a gank onto this top side of the map. He goes the long way around, just barely dodges Kakao's vision, and time is in a tricky situation. Let's see which way Condi decides to go.
He can pretty much just come in. I think the most important part is they break the freeze.
Yeah, time dashes back. Condi manages to land the slow, but time just walks out.
Yeah, so this is what they need to do right now, is if they left him into a 1v1 top lane against Looper, he could have bullied Looper out as Lucian and then kept it in a frozen position. So they're going to over-push this to the turret. Condi made his way up here for that explicit purpose. He found the benefit of a bit of damage onto the Lucian, but nothing crazy. Now it's going to sort of reset a bit. That's still a pretty big wave.
Yeah, similarly, the freeze looks to be broken on the bottom side as well, though SMLZ is trying to keep it set up. He wants to deny Zatai too. But all in all, things are relatively calm this game. And, you know, that sort of echoes what we saw in game number 1. There really wasn't a lot of action for the first 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, so mid lane, this exact same thing, not actually getting anything done between them, but the fact that they are freely farming is doing quite well for, firstly, the Victor, who now has the wave clear, but secondly, the Fizz, who can utilize the fact that he is farming very easily to then roam around the map, hit that level 6 mark and either get a gank in his own lane from Kakao or work with Kakao to go elsewhere and maybe pick on this Rumble who's going to be behind in levels in the top lane. But he's not 6 just yet. Doesn't have the sheen just yet either, but he's very close.
Yeah, it certainly seems like things are nice and slow. Recall being affected by Ruo on the bottom, but again, he's just using himself as a human ward and decides to walk in for some poke onto Zatai. Both of the top laners do have teleport, so if there is some sort of dive shenaniganery, we could see some turning around. Kitty shows himself on the top side, finally meets back up with his duo lane partner. After spending all that time with Zatai, while Kakao just looks to put some pressure in the mid lane.
So a lot of vision control being the big focus at the moment to try and make something happen, and a lot of denial of vision in particular as well, is that they're just setting their wards explicitly in one area and then rotating forward. In this case, Condi for the turret, but Kakao's here.
Yeah, he manages to land the snare onto Condi. Kakao comes over the wall, can't find the knockup, and great play from Zatai dissuading that dive while Looper gets tagged in the back by Kitties.
Kitty's actually being a big pest and threatening him around this turret. It's a level 6 Lucian, something that needs to be addressed here for the Rumble, so he smartly gets away, because you don't want to be near a level 6 Lucian when you're level 4.
Yeah, that's a very similar play to what we saw in game number 1, where the moment time got level 6, he just went aggressive onto Looper's Gnar and really tried to punish him, though we're not seeing that happen this time around.
No, nothing really of the sort happening. A bit of poking around in the bottom lane from Invictus as they tried to get onto the opposition in a 2v3. They did successfully get them away from the turret, but again, we're looking at fairly slow, standard, and more methodical in decision at this stage in the game.
Very methodical. Kakao clearing out the Scuttle Crab.
Spending a lot of time zoned right now. Luca.
Yeah.
Actually getting nothing done. He's having a rough game for himself.
And we're starting to see a CS differential open up between those two. As Zatai is going for a similar play to last time. He's already level 6, but poor Looper, he only just got level 5, and his wave is pushing into Invictus.
So the fact that Kitties is there, again, being that zoning tool essentially for the Lucian to get as many last hits as he possibly can. Still behind on the Sivir, but not by a crazy amount. In fact, the difference is directly in front of him as he's trying to freeze it, not to push it in. So different styles of play here, and the real beneficiary is actually the Maokai, who's now 20 CS ahead.
You know, we were kind of joking about it in Champion Select, but it kind of seems like it's happening again. Is Zatai going to be able to completely explode this game like he did the previous?
It's certainly starting to be in that direction, and it's not a great place to actually start in if you were Masters 3, though he doesn't actually have any form of kill participation, as it is still 0-0. So he's found himself with a nice CS lead, but CS only gets you so far.
Yeah.
Map control, not really a factor right now between these teams. They're still standard farming and laning. It's going to come down to who actually makes the plays.
Double tap finds Looper, but a nice knock-up denies any sort of pursuit from Time. Suddenly they decide to go aggressive as both Time and Kitties are at relatively low health. Dade looking like he might roam to the top side. There aren't any wards to spot this out. This could be the play that Masters 3 need.
Already pinged though from Invictus Gaming. They're well aware of the fact that this is going to happen. The question is, will they actually react to it, or will they just get completely pushed onto?
Yeah, the equalizer comes across. Time flashes on out of it. Doesn't want to take any chances standing on top of the burning pineapples that Looper drops. And the dive is unsuccessful.
The Rumble did use his ultimate to push them away, but the fact they don't get anything from it because the response was immediate from Invictus. Kakao worked his way out. Even the Fizz had rotated. They didn't actually find the opportunity to even push the turret down for their troubles. Invictus Gaming, not necessarily on time to be there. Still, summoner spells had to be used by Time to stay alive. But again, pretty much nothing besides a tiny bit of damage onto that turret.
Here comes the backflip save to recall back into base. That's such a wacky way to get back to base. That's like how I go to bed at the end of the day, where you climb up and then just flop on. But it doesn't actually teleport me to my bed.
No, that's a very unique way to go to bed, though.
You've never done that? Like when you've been exhausted, you're just, and you just fling yourself
Yeah, I
onto
don't
your
usually
bed.
like elbow slam. That's the difference. I guess I actually pass out in doing so.
Yeah.
But you're right, they
minor
recalled. I guess the important part is that he's now translated away from that top lane. As the Sightstone is now looking to control the vision in that river area, given what had just happened to them. I don't blame him for that. As that ward's actually not even in the bush. It's going to be freely spotted here by the Braum. And he's going to take that down.
Yeah, you can see it's still fairly even in gold. Maybe about 400 total difference between those top laners. And then a 300 gold in favor of SMLZ. So it's a very even-paced match. We haven't seen any sort of shenaniganery that affected our first game. Oh, Kakao clears a ward. And Satai actually takes a lot of damage on the bottom side. Looks like he's going low. SMLZ tries to turn it around. The crit gets a kill. Meanwhile, no, first blood was picked up by Kakao in the mid lane.
They find an easy kill onto the Victor. He had a lot of money, and he didn't buy before that had actually happened. So he was a sitting duck to death, and Kakao made that happen. And that was really well played in terms of timing from Invictus. But again, in the bot lane, SMLZ just turns on the aggression. And this Maokai that was a big overbearing threat in the last game has actually fallen in a one-on-one from a Sivir. And it was a very nice crit though, granted.
Oh, equalizer being used to clear the minion wave on the top side. Ooh, doesn't manage to clear it out completely. In fact, he's going to set it up to bounce almost perfectly. But it looks like, yeah, are they going to bounce it? What are they doing?
They're keeping it frozen in that position, but Kitties is actually controlling more of the minions, so the direct freeze not going to happen at all, so they do decide to push it.
Yeah, there they go. Oh, they have Kakao on that side as well. Masters 3 trade that tower for the first dragon on the other side of the map. Oh, tricky situation for Looper. He's recalling in the bush. Will he be spotted? Oh, yeah, he manages to make it out with his life this time. And he has completed the Haunting Guise. He's feeling so much better compared to his performance in the first game.
And near identical timings to take that first dragon of the last game here. Masters 3 work around the strengths that is Invictus Gaming being in the top lane. They take that down very easily. And the fact that they got the dragon and the bottom turret's nice for them, but this is the response.
Yeah. 2 turrets to Invictus Gaming. The tier 2 already cleared. Kandi goes aggressive, gets locked up. There's a knock-up, and suddenly IG look to fight, but here comes Dade. He wants revenge for that first blood. Chasing forward, doesn't have any summoner spells. Zatai running as quick as his tree legs can carry him, but he will be able to succeed, though Rookie joining up with his team, and suddenly IG looks to turn.
Masters 3, that was very aggressive from Kondi right there. I did begin to question why he had followed that one up, and didn't actually get much from it, didn't find a kick that he was looking for. In fact, still has it available and only used his flash to get to safety. So thankfully the Janna, of course, the reason he went in, he did have the team to back him up. So Invictus Gaming, they run away as fast as possible. Rookie makes his way back to that top lane, and then Masters 3 are immediately the ones to back up again. But you're right, Victor, he came in at the right time, just did not have summoner spells to use his flash or his ultimate to take someone down.
So let's break down what happened in the past 2 minutes, because I feel like in the past 2 minutes, we've just had more action than the 12 minutes prior. IG took 2 turrets, and Masters 3 now managing to take this top tier 1, but they also took that first dragon as well.
Yeah, so Masters 3 actually come out slightly ahead in terms of objective control, just given that they got the dragon in between all of this, though the top turrets, both of them, were the ones to fall from Invictus Gaming. So that's actually very good for them, unlocking the map and forcing the side of Masters 3, or be Looper in particular, into a really deep defensive position to control these minions to ensure that they start to push back. And all in all, you still have to give a bit of the favor towards Invictus. The farm difference in the top laners in particular is monstrous. There's a kill onto the jungler, which is a bit of a gold difference between them as well. It's actually a sizable amount between them at the moment.
Yeah.
And then mid lane has the Morellos completed. Fizz is in a very good position to fight.
most certainly. Looper once again taking more harass from Invictus Gaming. 3 members show themselves on the bottom as once again he is subject to pressure, and
I'll see you later.
Solo kills Dade with the Fizz. The champs are like, you were kind of doubting it, but he just got that kill.
He even had the barrier available, so going down, but managing to have the ignite advantage of again in direct trading is nice, because the barrier only gets rid of 2 ticks of the 5 ticks of that true damage.
Yeah.
And then the Fizz has a lot of burst. The question mark of the Fizz and Victor matchup is pre-level 6. Yeah. It's how can you even be a Fizz in that matchup when the pressure that a Victor puts down is just immense. But that's how you get past level 6. You have Cacao put some pressure, then you snowball it.
Yeah, suddenly Masters 3 have a turret advantage, clearing out all 3 outer tier turrets. Though it looks like they might lose their bottom tier 1 to Time, who has completed his Infinity Edge this time around. The trade is fully in effect for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, so Invictus have been putting a lot of their efforts towards being grouped as multiple members around these objectives. They forced Masters 3 away from that bottom turret, and then they just left the money to go to Time and basically solo taking that turret down. Meanwhile, Masters 3, because they were pushed away from that bottom turret, they just go immediately to the mid lane. They know Rookie recalled, he had no health from the 1v1, and though he found the kill, he lost the turret for that. And Masters 3, they get something out of what was a very bad situation.
When it's all said and done, it's about a 1,500 gold in favor of Invictus Gaming. And again, it's still fairly even. 900 gold in favor of Rookie. The fish comes out once again. Is that even a fish? Some sort of void creature.
A void fish, basically.
Voidling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going to miss for Rookie. Doesn't quite find it. Oh, the double void combo. Rek'Sai and Void Fizz.
I don't think that was their thought process behind the picks, though. It is true.
Oh, Cacao looks for Looper once again. Flash comes across, but he doesn't have a tier 2 to run to. Great equalizer means IG are going to have to run across it if they want to chase the slow. Managing to keep him alive just barely. They're diving the inhibitor turret. Another kill. Invictus Gaming, but Masters 3 respond on the other side.
They've managed to pick up that kill, and again, this is not having the turrets available. Invictus putting a lot of effort into ensuring that. But here's M3. Every single time that Invictus want to do something, Masters 3 look to better it. And right now, they're pushing bottom.
They certainly are. Lots of damage finds the tier 2, but it's not enough to clear the turret. It's still standing.
Meanwhile,
and Zetai is on the inhibitor turret. No one is dealing with him. Looper respawns before Masters 3 can complete the recall. Dade assassinates poor kitties. But man, what a trade.
Yeah, lots of objective focus still around these trades. It's only 2 to 3 in kills. They want the Scuttle Crab. Condi actually doesn't want the fight.
Yeah. Bit of a tricky situation. Dragon's going to be up in 10 seconds, and the inhibitor turret doesn't take too much damage, but IG with the recall, they've got teleport available for Zetai. Looper's still got his equalizer on cooldown. This could be a tricky spot for Masters 3.
Yeah, now Looper does have the teleport, so he can still be a present threat, but not having the equalizer, not having his flash as well, and not really having a really good offensive stat in terms of itemization. Has the Haunting guys, but has decided to go for the Merc Treads as the second option. So much more defensive and lane-based against Zetai, who has been doing a lot of work, but his score doesn't really reflect it right now. Invictus Gaming trying to put things into effect in Masters 3 are playing reactionary, but they're also playing it effectively. So they have been making trades. The only real discrepancy has now come from that one trade in the top lane where they didn't get the bottom turret, where they otherwise would have closed that goal gap.
Yeah, it looks like the Dragon is being started by Invictus Gaming. They're all grouped up, so no needs for a teleport. Equalizer back off cooldown.
And it looks like they want the fight.
Yeah, they drop it down. Kitty's in the front line, but Dragon is secured, and Masters 3 looks set to disengage.
So just the equalizer used there in an attempted steal. The rest of the team getting around him so that he was close enough to safely put that one down. Doesn't get the Dragon. Cacao is the one to pick that up. So all in all, they really just wasted an equalizer for their troubles.
Yeah, Baron just spawning as we hit the 22-minute mark, 20-minute mark.
Exactly
20-minute mark. That's what it is, though it looks like SMLZ is caught out. Knockup will find him, and he's being juggled by Invictus Gaming. They get a kill.
Yeah, finding himself in a bouncing castle right there. SMLZ is going to drop. Not able to use that spell shield. Was used prior, I believe, and goes down very convincingly. This time, this Lucian is very potent right now.
Yeah, very scary play. Invictus Gaming now clearing out the juggle, buying a solid buffer. Kandi's able to smite away his red buff, however. Though, the next tier 2 looks to be taking continuous pressure from IG.
Yeah, so they're playing the numbers game really well here in Invictus Gaming. And we mentioned it earlier, Masters 3 are playing reactionary and not necessarily playing to the strength in numbers, just responding to what Invictus are putting in place. Now, sometimes it's worked for them, but in this particular case, all they really got was a red buff, and they lost a player and a bottom turret for it. So Invictus Gaming finally getting some strength in their rotations and really making it work for them.
It seems like a really wacky game when the two teams are trading back and forth, but Invictus Gaming, just time and time again, they manage to find these minuscule little trades. Like, yeah, you get the red buff, we get a turret and a kill. You manage to take our bottom tier 1, well, we'll take 2 turrets top side of the map. And slowly but surely, they have built these advantages into now almost a 3,000 gold lead ahead of Masters 3.
They've done well to get themselves ahead in terms of their gold, and it's on the back of just smarter decisions. But it comes down to the team comp strength as well at this stage of the game. Masters 3 are looking to ramp up and be a bit stronger. They're just waiting for the next big item or even smaller item to come out of this Rumble, because he's been denied of a lot right now in this game. And they're looking for Zatai.
Oh, they might be able to find him as he's running away, but they decide not to commit.
Meanwhile, mid.
Yeah, there goes the trade. They're diving onto Dade. He flashes, dodges a lot of damage. AoE gets dropped across, but it's 4 members, and Dade goes down.
4 strong mid. Ruo looks to get this slow, but I don't think anyone will go down for the troubles. But this is exactly what I'm talking about, is that Masters 3 are reacting to everything that Invictus are putting in place. Now, they get a little bit aggressive in their positioning to go top lane, and the immediate dive call has been made. Cacao goes in on the Victor, the Fizz from the flank as well, and there's just no escape for Dade. He's been in a really bad position since the beginning of this game from the pressure that has been placed around him, and no vision in the world is going to save him, or he will give up the turret, or he has to die for his trouble. So they don't lose their turret, they do lose Dade.
They certainly do. Now, it is almost up to a 4,000 gold lead as IG continue to trade blow for blow, but Masters 3 cannot answer each and every single one of them. And Masters 3, it seems like they're falling apart a little bit. What can they possibly do to get themselves back into this?
They need to make a decision, a set decision. So we want to push down now as 5 members, work around the Sivir ultimate, work around the Victor's strength. He's got a lot of power to back him right now. And just make a play themselves. Act, don't react. And Invictus Gaming are kind of playing to that right now, though. So they've got the strength. They are the ones acting upon it and forcing Masters 3 to respond. And unless they can turn this around, starts with vision control, to be fair, and put something into play themselves, then really they're just sitting ducks for a defeat.
Currently, the vision for Masters 3 is a little bit lacking. They've got some wards on that bottom side of the map, but only 2 on the top, and I believe one of those is the Scuttle Crab. Dragon's going to be up in 2 minutes, and Masters 3 group up in the mid lane.
Grouping up, looking appropriately to try and find something. They know that Fizz is bottom, which is why they're forcefully walking into this lane right now. Zatai doesn't have his teleport as well, so needs to recall. They may get this.
Yeah, this might be the action that they need. On the Hunt is used. Cacao looking for the flank, doesn't find it. But now that On the Hunt is on cooldown, the time has worn off. Cacao has to run from the 5 members of Masters 3. Zatai,
Fizz is here.
Yeah, doesn't have his teleport. Rookie does not find the flank he's looking for. And Masters 3 go back to clearing those minions.
Rookie's caught in the middle right now. He can group up and look for the team fight, or he could have kept going bottom, but he has decided that he's going to hit the fish from behind. Will it connect?
Yeah, Dade looks to be the prime target. Oh man, the fish
there
lands. Rookie dives in. There goes the Monsoon, but Dade is already dead. With that damage source missing, it's a tricky situation. Equalizer is dropped. They managed to kill Cacao, but Time has now joined the battle. He's going to find a stun onto SMLZ, who gets destroyed. And despite their best efforts, Masters 3 look like they might be losing this one. The stun doesn't come across from Time, but IG chase Kandi down. Will they be able to pursue over the wall? The stun lands. Time, another kill.
That's just so good for Invictus Gaming. Will he get away?
Oh no, he doesn't
He's
have
gone.
an auto attack.
So conveniently timed with, again, the minion wave that Fizz had prepped earlier in this bottom lane. Something that they have been doing is working a 1-3-1. They then group mid, and on the back of this ridiculously good flank, from Rookie that actually finds the fish onto Dade of all people.
Yeah.
He gets destroyed immediately, and the game has just been completely exploded out. It is completely blown out in favor of Invictus, and this is exactly what they were looking for. They've been ahead, and they've been poking at Masters 3 looking for leads. They found a team fight, and then they get everything they could want from it.
And we were just saying about how Masters 3 need to decide. They need to make an action and take the game by the horns. Well, they finally did do that by shoving down the mid lane, but IG responded perfectly.
It's about appropriateness. The Civ are actually wasting the ultimate prior to the fight even starting. They didn't even get the second turret in the mid lane. That fish was gross. So we're looking at a replay of that fight. Rookie actually baiting very well with the Zonias, gets the playful trickster up again and forces a lot of spells out. But this whole time that he's running away, eventually goes down. Time is sitting here, just critting for his life, putting down as much damage as he possibly can. Ends up picking up Condi from the Braum passive in particular, as he flashes, gets the double auto, finds that Braum stun. And this is Invictus Gaming starting to run away with the game.
Yeah, they certainly are. Masters 3 steal away the Raptor camps. They say, you may take the game, but we will take your Raptor camp, and we will feel good about it. Gold on the screen right now. Again, 1,800 in favor of Zatai, about 1,000 in favor of Rookie. It's still fairly close for the AD carries, though, but look at those junglers.
Yeah.
2,500 gold in Kakao's pocket.
Kakao's the one with all of the advantages in this game, and this is something that I really like about Invictus Gaming right now, is that they can have the money onto one person. Doesn't matter who that person is, and they can still win team fights, which is phenomenal to consider, because usually, even look at OMG as an example, it was Uzi. He needs to be the one with the money so that he can carry team fights, whereas Invictus Gaming are essentially a fourth threat comp. Even with Time as the AD carry, not their regular player, they still have that fourth threat comp. And this is just a strength of them, is that in any particular game, you don't know who's going to find the kills, and they change their playstyle around that person.
Yeah, it looks like they managed to find Condi out of position. Oh, a great dash. Gets Zatai right back onto Condi. Another kill gets picked up. Dade caught out by Rookie. He jumps over the wall and is forced to flash away despite the great damage. SMLZ gets great AoE. The equalizer gets dropped across as well, and suddenly IG looking like they might be trying to run away. Kakao takes a big crit from SMLZ. Will he be able to get out of this? The Chilling Smite buys him a bit of time. Ruo is actually body blocking by being in position, and Kakao gets out alive.
Kakao managing to get out, Rookie alive as well, so only 2 members in total actually going down from Invictus Gaming. Things could have been far worse than that, given where they were running in a choke point that is a small line that is perfect for a Rumble equalizer. So not a great position to be in, and super aggressive was Zatai as he had to flash back out of their base, following Dade, who smartly used his barrier, of course, at very good timing to ensure he was healthy enough to live. But this is Invictus Gaming recognizing that they're ahead, but then playing recklessly with that lead.
But then I guess the tricky thing is they kind of recognized that they were in a bad situation. They didn't commit to a fight on top of that equalizer and under the Sivir AoE. They smartly backed away and ended up only losing 2 members.
Yeah, so only losing 2 members is like, it's fantastic for them basically, given how bad that fight could have gone. It was a re-engage though from Masters 3. Condi wasn't alive at all. He'd used his ultimate and actually kicked a Maokai towards the carries, so could have gone a little bit better for them in that regard. But SMLZ was doing a lot of damage. He has 3 items right now. He can legitimately carry this team through if the fight goes well. Now, the equalizer is very good as a zoning tool for them, so it can well and truly be put in place to get rid of some of the members of Invictus Gaming. Not necessarily going to be an easy fight by any means, given how big the front line is again of this IG team.
Yeah, Rookie splitting on the bottom, Zatai splitting on the top, while the remaining 3 members group up in the mid. The signature IG-131 being put into use against Masters 3.
They're going for the Baron.
Yeah, they intelligently creep forward and get some great forward vision down, so they know that this is a very real possibility.
Yeah, I think that smart, basically the master stroke of decision-making here from Invictus is the 1-3-1. And that is completely due to the fact that nobody on this map at all can 1v1 Rookie. This guy is a monster of a mid laner right now, and he's able to split push against this Rumble. If he catches Looper out of position for a second, Looper's going to lose most of his health.
Well, looks like Kandi's the one who's caught. He gets destroyed. Zatai gets the kill. And Masters 3 are like, come on, man. What are you doing?
Really difficult to get into that pit. They're continuing to bait this. They've got the threat of Rookie in that bottom lane. There's no way for Rumble to teleport, and they can just keep going.
Yeah, they're looking for Ruo right now. The flash knockup will find him. Monsoon used a bit too soon. Zatai lands the snare. He's dropped Cacao, gets another kill. And Rookie solo kills Dade, 1v3 on the back of it. Oh my goodness, the quadra threat comp from IG is so difficult to deal with.
This is what I'm talking about. Nobody can 1v1 Rookie. He can 1v3 and live because the cavalry has arrived of the rest of his team, and they're sitting there baiting the Baron for so long that they not only make one pick onto Kondi, they make a second onto Ruo, and now they can just legitimately do the Baron. It's almost too easy for them right now.
Yeah, Masters 3 playing into Invictus Gaming's hands. Kondi, oh no.
He has no W, he just used it.
He shouldn't have dropped the ward, he would have known. They wouldn't have known that he was there. There he goes, now he gets out. Oh my goodness, that vision nearly killed him.
Using the safeguard to actually survive through the Grom's damage. Starts to raise some questions as he had to force his ultimate away to kick the Rek'Sai away to ensure that he was safe somewhat.
Yeah, you're seeing some enormous gold leads opening up for Invictus Gaming, and once again Zatai clearing out so much. 2,000 gold ahead of his lane partner. So much pressure poor Looper had to deal with. But now IG have the Baron buff.
They certainly do, and they're in the driver's seat again. We know what they can do with these Baron buffs. We saw it in the last game. Can they make it happen again is the question mark. They've got this Braum as the overbearing frontliner to deal with it now. This should be actually quite easy.
2 minions managed to get under the turret in time, but 4 members of Masters 3 mean that at least one of their other lanes are undefended. It's going to be the top lane. Zatai and Time are on the inhibitor turret. They drop it before Masters 3 can respond.
That's a whole lot of minions. They're looking to fight because Fizz is bottom.
Yeah, huge equalizer gets dropped. Time takes some big damage. Kitties and Zatai are trying to soak it up. The culling completely misses, but Kondi cannot provide chase through the minions. He dashes forward. There's a flash from Kitties. Is not able to find it.
And meanwhile, again, in the bottom lane, they tried to engage, but they just did not find it. This Fizz has a Sheen available to him, so the turret's starting to get destroyed. And now Invictus Gaming are the ones looking to prolong their stay in the top lane from Masters 3. He's pressuring the inhibitor, and now Invictus are doing the same in top.
Yeah, Masters 3 cannot make up their mind. Do we deal with the Fizz? Do we deal with the team fight? I don't know. And this indecisiveness just might cost them the game as the first inhibitor goes down.
The first inhibitor, and again, the pressure in the top lane. They're probably going to lose 2 for nothing.
Oh no. 2 inhibitors go down and Masters 3 cannot pull the trigger.
Overcommitting to a fight, not finding a successful fight, and then just losing their entire base. Zatai still doesn't know what damage is. Doesn't matter what game you catch this guy in, he is a monster.
I think that like 3-second span completely characterizes how he feels about this game. Oh no, I have to back away from the enemy base. Don't mind me.
The pre-game picture on the phone. Exactly how he feels coming into these games. Ecstatic.
Absolutely. Dragon number 3 now going to be picked up by Invictus Gaming. They've got about another 20 seconds on that Baron buff, but with 2 inhibitors down, they've got nothing but time on their side.
They got exactly what they were looking for from that Baron. They just run Masters 3 around, a team that seems to be struggling with their decision making. Perhaps it's their movement around the map, not as concise and particularly efficient compared to that of Invictus Gaming, as they've been reacting all game. They were doing the same thing in that last game. The only things they could force were dragons, where they know for a fact that the enemy team will be near that objective. So they're struggling right now, Masters 3, to really put it all together and be a team. Whereas Invictus, we called them a 4-threat comp. They don't even need to be a team. They can be solo queue heroes and just split push to victory.
Yeah, Masters 3 cannot respond appropriately. Rookie looking for the assassination. He wants it so bad. But Dade is pretty safe within the confines of his base. Rookie does get to drop a forward ward, but just continues to put pressure on the other side, while 1-3-1, not really necessary anymore. So now we're starting to see more of a 3-2 as Rookie and Kakao are on the bottom, and the remaining 3 members are in the mid lane.
It's going to be a 3-in-1 with the rotation power from Kakao. He can be anywhere he would like to be, and if they try and engage onto the Fizz, he's there to protect. Otherwise, he can just do exactly this, head middle, take down another free turret for their troubles. They're just so far ahead right now.
Masters 3 cannot quite make up their mind. Condi, whoa, doesn't get the insect kick. He gets read like a book, and time goes down, makes it into the team fight. SMLZ destroyed by Rookie. He's down. He's at less than 100 health, but Zanyas buys him some time. He gets out alive. Dade goes low. He's going to be dropped under the turret. 2 surviving members of Masters 3 is about to become 1 as Looper dies, and Ruo is going to watch his base get destroyed by a sub 200 health Fizz.
And this Fizz, again, just assassinating all of the important targets every single time that he throws out that fish. It has connected with Dade or it has connected with SMLZ. This Invictus Gaming side, not only do they have 4 threats, their decision making individually has been phenomenal, and then as a team, they look nearly unrivaled. This Masters 3 side almost in shambles.
Yeah, Masters 3 looked like a completely different team when pitted up against Invictus Gaming. That brings their win record overall to 5-6 versus Masters 3 with a very convincing win. And Invictus Gaming with this 2-0 net themselves a very much needed 3 points.
27 points is now what they're going to be sitting at, and that is within reach of second place at this stage. So Invictus Gaming doing very well for themselves, looking to get as high as possible before the end of this split. And 1 day and 1 week remaining until the end of it. Couldn't find a better time for themselves, though. We look at the other side, their opposition stuck on 22 points, still in 8th spot. Only 2 series remaining against EDG and Snake.
Masters 3 have got to be sweating bullets right now. It might be a repeat of what we saw last season, where they sat at 8th place at the end of the split, and as it approached from nowhere, World Elite was able to come from 12th place and just barely squeak by and steal their spot in the playoffs. You can see the teams shaking their hands on screen right now. Zatai, oh my gosh, he's trying not to smile, but all I can see is that picture of him.
That's
just
the
looking
smirk.
so ecstatic.
The coy smile, it's not entirely there, but these guys deserve to take a bow after a performance like that. It was just such a convincing victory. What can you even say further about it? Every single individual member played their part so well timed. This AD carry that has just come in and subbing or replacing, doesn't even matter, he's performed exceptionally.
Yeah, he definitely has, filling the role of kid of all people and filling it well. His Lucian was all over the place. He knew when to split. He knew when to group up. He knew when to dive. It was great play.
Definitely. Even working around the strength of Kitties, it seems like the synergy was just there. And this Invictus team, they've done well. Masters 3 are worried.
Yeah, they certainly should be. We've actually got a replay ready for you. So we'll bring that up on screen right now. And this is going to be that last team fight. Condi, it was do or die time. And, well, he died.
He definitely didn't do, but SMLZ, not long for this world. As Rookie, you have to say it time and again, just connecting with that ultimate. Gets out to safety, then decides to split push, as the rest of this Invictus Gaming team, they were just so far ahead at this stage. Every single member of their team played their part and really took them to victory. It was such an exceptional, well-rounded performance.
Yeah, very solid play from Invictus Gaming, and I guess that's been the story for them for the past few weeks, that they were kind of in a wishy-washy position. In the middle of the split, they looked a little shaky just before the Demacia Cup. Then they had a few weeks to sit, recollect themselves, practice, and they look like a completely different team.
Definitely. They've found their identity when it comes to team fighting. Their early map movements have been great. They're loving the lane swap styles that they're putting in place right now, and they've started back. They went 2-0 against King, 1-1 against OMG, and now 2-0 against M3. Coming towards these playoffs, they're in a great spot to carry out the rest of their split and style.
Yeah, it looks to be a very exciting lineup for Invictus Gaming as they get closer to the playoffs. And, you know, with these points they've now got under their belt, that means they will advance a little bit in the standings and get higher up. Now, the big question is, where do we expect to see them at the end of the split? Can they continue to try climbing past that second place, maybe even passing Xiaogu?
So this game was really big for them because it puts them in a comfortable position now inside the top 8. And that is a great question to ask. Where will they end up? They've got enough time, they've got enough games that if they continue on this upward trend of the 2-0s, well and truly capable of taking that second place slot. It will come down to their next best of 2 series to really find that out, though.
We'll definitely have to see. And I caught that pun in there. They've got time.
They do have time.
Plenty of time.
Both of the words,
one time. Was it a one-time thing?
Maybe. We don't know yet.
Well, we'll certainly find out. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The LPL will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. Once again, I am Dominic Sada-Romer. This is Zach Rusty Pie, and if you were with us for that previous set, you saw Invictus Gaming really take it to Masters 3.
Yeah, Masters 3 just looked like a team in shambles. They had nothing to respond with against this surging Invictus Gaming team, and they just took it to them from the very beginning, made their life miserable, essentially, and just kept Masters 3 on their toes.
Yeah, it was a lane swap attempt out of Masters 3 in game number 1, and then Invictus went for a lane swap in game number 2, and it really seemed like Invictus had a game plan in both of those games. In game number 1, shut down Looper. Wherever that guy's going, we're sending 3 people after him.
And game 2 felt like Dade more so, where they just made his life hell and consistently dove him with having that fizz in the mid lane, the assassin style, and then they switched that to split pushing in a 1-3-1 strategy. And something you can note from that last best of 2 series is that you don't give Invictus Gaming Baron or they win the game. Seemingly the trend.
Generally a tricky thing to deal with, and then similarly, the fact that no matter what happened, it just really seemed like Masters 3 couldn't keep up. Here are some of those fights, and gosh, Rookie finding the assassination with that fish. That was absurd.
From the second he got that Zhonya's Hourglass, he was flanking, he was finding the fish onto all of the important targets and just legitimately winning them the game through hitting those priority targets and destroying them within 5 seconds. As we're watching the rest of the cleanup crew time, putting in work in this particular game, able to find kills consistently.
Yeah, netting yet another kill. Time, the replacement for Kid. He is subbing into this set. Looper actually managing to make it out with his life, but oh man, Kandi, he's like, oh, that bush is clear. My Sonic Wave didn't hit. Oh!
So unlucky, though. So unlucky. Kondi goes down. Of course, they bait this exact thing again in this fight. They get a second kill onto the Janna before all of this even starts to erupt. And it's just around the vision control. You can see the patience. Putting the sapling down onto one side, spotting him out, hitting the slow, and then just following it up and capitalizing very, very well. This Invictus Gaming side, we mentioned it during the game. They've got 4 threats on their team. You can see that from the fact that Rookie's killing people in the backline. At the same time, everyone else is focusing on the Janna.
Yeah, here's Kandi finally trying to pull the trigger from Masters 3 at that point. It was too little too late with 2 inhibitors down and IG barreling down into the base. Masters 3 could not keep up, and Invictus Gaming take the 4 kills they need and end up securing the win.
Yeah, these team fights just felt super one-sided here for Invictus Gaming, and it just didn't feel like at any stage there was a direct answer from Masters 3. They spent the game reacting and dealing with what Invictus were pushing onto them, and that is so indicative of the jungle control in particular.
Oh yeah, Cacao was all over the place. Looks like the MVP this time around is going to Rookie. He was picking off targets left and right.
I don't disagree with this. I feel like Cacao may be slightly more deserving of that given how he played the game out, but still, you look at the way that Rookie was connecting with all of these fishes. It was pretty gross to consider. This was the 1v1, I believe, or the first kill, sorry, not the solo, but the first kill in that mid lane, which actually really started to snowball Rookie out of it. And from here on in, it was just a nightmare of a lane. You can see even through the stun, through the ultimate, every single time he appeared on the map, Rookie was killing somebody. If he wasn't split pushing, it's usually a really bad sign.
Yeah, I feel like it was less of somebody and more of Dade. As we're seeing all of these replays, that time he finally kills SMLZ instead of Dade, and Dade got to survive just a little bit longer, but it still just wasn't enough.
As much Dade as possible, and when he's not available, just switch to the AD carry, no problems. Rookie played that game very well, deserving of the MVP, but Cacao again, you have to give him like the runner-up if possible at all, because he performed stellar, really got that team going. All of the rotations around the map, not just him, but all of Invictus, looked nearly unstoppable.
Yeah, Invictus shot calling has been exceptional for the past few days. And now we're actually going to move towards our next match. And we got to start talking about these next 2 teams we've got coming up. It's King and World Elite.
Yeah, King and World Elite. Last and second last right now on the ladder at 13 and 14 points respect. Actually, 14-15 right now. So still only 1 away from each other. This is a very important series to see if they can catch up to one another, to try and get out of relegation position as well. For King in particular, that is their goal. But World Elite, they can actually still make the playoffs.
Yeah,
they do need to
definitely
2-0 today, though, to actually make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky, but now's the time to see.
That was the best Corn picture in the world,
I know.
by the way. Just had to address that
it was
quickly.
actually Corn. On the blue side of the rift, it's going to be King with a 34% win rate and overall 13 to 25 win-loss ratio. It's Insec in the top lane.
Yeah, Insect, the Rengar player, weirdly enough, in that top lane, loves to play these carries and was actually target banned all of yesterday, getting rid of the Yasuo and the Vladimir.
Which seem a bit interesting when you're talking about a top laner, but it's Insect. He can make it work. Helping him out, it's Hui in the jungle, and the guy you just saw on that excellent graphic, Corn.
Yes, very aptly named, has loved playing all of these cheesy assassin style of champions. Makes it work, though, and is a pretty big carry.
Yeah, here's Name, the AD carry, the man who was at Worlds last year. Not having that great of a performance this time around. He's still got a support Zero with him, though.
Yeah, struggling a little bit, but finding their stride here and there. Zero, once he came into the roster a few weeks into this split, really started to level up the rest of his team and get it going.
Yeah, Insect looks ready to feast.
He does.
This time around. Is that a Rengar reference?
Though it's time to hunt, is, but
okay.
Not sure on the poster specifically, to be honest with you, Sata.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain. As we're running through the roster, Hui on your screen right now and the coach in the background as they prepare for this match. King, you talked about it a little bit earlier. It is impossible for them to make playoffs. I guess the most important thing for King then is to get out of auto-relegation.
Oh, definitely. You do not want to be auto-relegated. It's not a position you ever want to finish as, and it's still possible for them to get out of that spot. Right now, they're up against World Elite, the team that is only 1 point ahead of them in the ratings. Yeah. If ever there was a time for them to win a game at the very least, or 2-0 to bolster their score, actually leap ahead of World Elite, it's this game.
Yeah, it certainly is. World Elite going into their roster right now. Slow camera zoom.
Sound effects.
Yeah.
It's
World
totally
Elite,
necessary.
36% win rate ratio. There's Train Driver Sion in the top lane. It's Aluka.
Yeah, he's actually played a bit of Sion lately, so not too bad to see him actually getting it. No longer exclusively banned from him. Has been doing quite well.
Yeah, here's Spirit in the jungle, trying as best he can to carry. Sometimes he pulls it off magnificently.
Yep.
Other times not so much. Xie helping him out from the mid lane.
Xie, always the rock of the team, has that pocket Diana and is a really prominent Diana player. Super scary if he picks that one up and has been trying his best as well, but they just haven't found that much success.
Yeah, here's Mystic, the AD carry. The guy loves himself some Vayne, but hasn't been able to get it too much lately. And helping him out on support, it is going to be Conan, rounding out the final player of World Elite.
A big fan of Janna, Conan, and has that pocket Nami as well, as does Zero, in fact. And they're both very proficient on that champion, something you're not often used to saying, but looking to get the rest of his team through. Mystic in laning phase in particular, as Vayne Janna is a disgustingly awesome 2v2 in what is a lane that, generally speaking, you wouldn't say does that well.
The Tumble Aquatic Empowered Auto Attack, oof, that's going to do a lot of damage. So I guess let's actually talk about this matchup coming into it. Let's figure out what is the priority for these two teams. I mean, we know World Elite generally like to get Spirit rolling as best he can, and then he tries to carry, but how are things for King?
Well, it's legitimately Spirit and team for World Elite, but is Huey even worth comparing to Spirit in that regard? Because they do have multiple other options. Their plans of attack are much more versatile in what King wants to put in place. They've got Name, firstly. I just mentioned Nami earlier. I've got it in my head. Name's massive for this team. If he can get going, he can definitely carry. We've seen performances on the Jinx and the likes to really get him going, and we'll see if they can put that into effect or if Spirit and the rest of his team can actually run through them in that respect.
Yeah, we'll certainly find out. In the past, it has typically gone in favor of King versus World Elite, and generally similar statistics between them.
Yeah, similar statistics, and if we look back at their past games, not just against each other, fairly similar stats in the same respect, as they've both had 0-2 performances in their last 3 sets. King losing to Invictus and Vici, World Elite losing to LGD and EDG. So tough games prior to this best of 2 series. Might be a little bit easier for both of them to step it up now in this set.
Yeah, it's definitely necessary. As we mentioned, for World Elite, playoffs are on the line. If they want any chance to make it, they have to 2-0 this set. Whereas if King want to avoid auto relegation, they're currently the last place team in the LPL. They need at least 1 point to tie. No, if they tie, they'll still be in last place.
They'll still be behind by 1 point. So desperately looking for a 2-0 here both of these teams. But based off their track records, they do struggle to get 2-0s. Now, King are a side that are very good when playing from ahead. They struggle when they're playing from behind to really make something happen. And even when they are ahead, they have a bit of a floundering mid-game. And World Elite, a side that it doesn't matter what time of the game it is, it doesn't matter what the score is. If they get one good fight, they can still snowball out a game. So potent in that respect, but they often struggle to find that single fight that really does favor them.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pull this fight off as we prepare to get in a champion select for this set. And, you know, I kind of want to talk about World Elite a little bit as a team. The fact that they have such a long and storied history, especially in the LPL and really in the world. This is a team that once completely dominated League of Legends worldwide, and suddenly they're the last place team in the LPL for nearly 2 splits in a row.
Yeah, second last. Thankfully at this place, they don't have that last place just yet. Not that they want to be that, but they're very hit and miss in terms of their performance lately. We saw them go to MSI and just somehow pull out this wonderful series out of nowhere. They're suddenly on the rise, and now they're back down. They've fallen yet again. You never really know what World Elite side is going to turn up. That's one of the big problems, is that Spirit, he's consistently good, but Aluka needs tanks. Mystic needs to get out of laning phase with some kind of lead, or he does struggle. And then Jie's consistent, but he's never being that massive carry unless he does have the front line of Aluka and the engage of Spirit to back him up, because he cannot solely actually win this team or get this team to victories.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to go for. As you can see, the coaches on your screen prepared to get into this set. I like to think that little box is like something that he types in the champion name into, and then it tells him what to ban next.
It's definitely not just like an audio thing for his headset. It's
definitely not. No. It's an awesome little band contraption, but we're preparing, both of the coaches looking at their band contraptions appropriately as they prepare for this one. I feel like I could have come up with a cooler name for that.
Contraption.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a great name for it.
But we are into the pick ban phase between King and World Elite. Bans coming across left and right. Janna banned away. Rise taken from Insec. Then Sion answered to Aluka.
Yeah, a lot of Janna games played by Conan recently, so smartly getting rid of that champion. And of course, the standard ban, which is so weird to say because no other team gets it banned away from them. Sion removed from Aluka, not going to have that champion available.
Yeah, he's just got a magic touch as far as Sion is confirmed. Looks like the answer is another target ban. Nidalee taken away from Spirit.
Yeah, Nidalee gone from Spirit, his best champion, of course. Very good decision to remove this one from the map also. And target banning World Elite is something that is a necessity, essentially. Everyone does target ban away these, maybe not the Janna so much, but the other two at the very least away from World Elite. This is good for a World Elite side if they're first pick. The fact that there are so many target bans opens up all of the really strong meta champions that are just phenomenal. You've got Echo, you've got all of those champions. Victor, even to a degree, is first pickable. And so now King are the ones with first pick. They can afford to actually ban those target champions away and pick what they would prefer themselves.
Yeah, looks to be a first pick Fizz for King. And, you know, King is one of the few teams where you can say, I actually don't know where that Fizz is going to go.
Yeah.
It's kind of been played all over the place.
Insect's last 2 games were his Fizz top as well, so you never know what it's going to be. But World Elite have responded.
Yeah, Aluka going right for that Sion. Plays very similar. Not Sion, that's a Shen.
That is a Shen.
Yeah, that's the word that I'm looking for. Similar enough, but Braum locked in for Conan.
Yes, they are both League of Legends champions, so they're similar in that respect. They share that quality. But you're right, the Shen has been locked in and the Braum taken away. So the front line, the tanky force that World Elite have now already obtained for themselves well and truly in place. They're able to pick whatever they would like. Now maybe flex pick. Keeping in mind, World Elite do have the last pick. They are going to know where the Fizz is going.
Yeah.
So the question is, are they going to pick something for mid now, or will they do the smart decision, go for that AD pick and just see where the Fizz is going to be? They've already got their top champion in place here with the Shen. So I would say most likely go for potentially the Vayne. It's something that Mystic is a big fan of.
Yeah.
They've already got the Braum to be a big protective force, stand behind him. Just do your thing, put down the damage, or maybe something a little bit more versatile such as the Sivir to unlock the rest of the team, because they've already got their top lane and they can flex and counter their mid.
Yeah, we'll see what Mystic decides to go for. Currently hovering the Vayne that he's played time and time again, but looks like he will commit to it as Gragas is locked in for Spirit and the Vayne picked up for Mystic.
Yeah, Spirit has found a lot of success on this Gragas, so smartly picking that one up for his team, and in particular for himself. He can now be a playmaker, something that he doesn't necessarily struggle with, but is now very capable of doing on this Gragas, whereas he's usually more of a Nidalee or a Fizz, which is sort of playmaking, but not directly impacting the entire team.
Yeah, looks like King are going to respond. Yasuo did
make
it through.
The double flex.
I really like this.
I really don't know where it would go.
We'll see where it ends up going. You can see Insec on your screen right now. Oh my goodness.
He's thinking.
I wonder if they actually will commit to it. Corki is locked in for Name, so that would... that he's the only person who can be an AD carry. Yeah, Corki locked in, and the Insec picked up. Excuse me, the Yasuo picked up.
Yes, the Insec. I like that.
Yeah.
He is basically a Yasuo main at this stage, so I will grant that. The Insec has been picked up here for Yasuo. They've locked that one in, but that again, we mentioned this while they were hovering it. We still don't know what champion is going where, and this is a really cool thing. Because World Elite have got the last pick for mid lane. They still don't know.
Yeah.
Who's he picking against?
What's going where?
It's essentially going to be a pick against both, and he's actually locked in something that's very strong.
Yeah, Diana is the final lock-in for Xie. He's currently got teleport hovered over. Looks like it's going to be Insec taking Yasuo in the top corn, first picking Fizz. Wow.
Yeah.
And getting away with it.
Well, of course, keeping in mind, based off the drafting,
Of course.
the first pick is relative to where it's actually going. No one knew, and the fact that it's a flex opens up possibilities for your drafting. But
most certainly.
They've got Insec on Yasuo, something that has been banned away from him in the past. Huey on Echo, very good for that early pressure. And then they've just got Assassin in the mid lane, and a very self-sufficient bot lane in terms of damage output, 2v2 laning. They could very easily lane swap if need be. Very well-rounded team comp here from King.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they end up doing in this set. World Elite look to answer with one of their own. A lot more tanks on World Elite's lineup compared to the damage that King is going to be output. All 10 players are reared and ready to go for game number 1. Coaches shaking hands. Are you ready, Rusty?
This should be an interesting game, to say the least. We've got a very aggressive top lane here from one of the members in particular, Insec on that Yasuo.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. Hui versus Spirit in the jungle. Interestingly enough, Spirit on the tank, Hui on the Echo. Here's Korn and Xie prepared for this on Fizz and Diana. And now to the AD carries. It's Name and Zero versus Mystic and Conan.
Yeah, this bot lane will have a lot of aggression, but of course both of these supports able to negate a fair amount of that themselves. A Zero looking to be a bit more of a playmaker, hopefully doesn't go for his signature Thresh build that we have seen earlier, which is the GA and the QSS with his Mikhails, which is definitely questionable.
It's a bit wacky, to say the least, but oh man, that was a whole image set.
That was.
They had the whole team, but we're getting onto the rift for game number 1 right now. Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL. We're in week number 10, day number 2, set number 4, game number 1, 31 seconds in. It's King versus World Elite, and uh-oh, 5-man group out of King.
Wouldn't be a King game without a 5-man group this early, and Luca hasn't spotted it.
Oh, no. He's got to be
Well,
careful.
now he
Oh, he
has.
just saw. Oh!
I mean,
That death sentence narrowly missed him.
I like the decision. You may not have noticed the subtle positioning from Insec was top side of the tri-bush to try and force the Shen downwards. Didn't connect though. King's still looking for something, but oh.
Yeah, they're going to walk right into World Elite. Stun is going to find Zero. Exhaust denies Mystic damage. Heal gets tossed.
Oh, that
Luca's in the
echo.
front. He's low. He goes down despite flashing the wall. Shea has finally joined up with the rest. The knock-up
God.
lands and King chase Spirit away. Oh, the Foss Bomb goes wide and World Elite make it out, but they lost one member.
They lost a lot for that. Everyone getting an assist, and the first kill of all people. It has now gone to Insec on this Yasuo top lane. The top lane was usually fine for the Shen. You can get through laning phase quite well. It's just a bit of pressure put down. Usually get those tornadoes out and wave clear, but now it's just super difficult.
Yeah, a very tricky top lane. And let's see if they decide to go for the swap. No, they don't. Instead, World Elite send their duo bottom.
Yeah, King actually the ones putting this into effect. Raises some questions. They've got the Yasuo, who's now going to have to jungle with Echo as the... You're in the bush, but they're still hitting you, Name.
Yeah, this is a very wacky start out. Name sets up the freeze on the top side. Looks like we're seeing something similar from Mystic and Conan on the bottom, while our two assassins meet up in the mid lane, and Hui will clear out his blue buff when it's all said and done.
The double assassin mid lane, dangerous, to say the least. Jungle impact is going to be very important in this lane.
Has it finally happened? Has the meta shifted back to assassins?
Not completely. Though, yes, control mages are still a very big factor, but assassins are much more prevalent. So, nice to see the change. We're back to some assassins, especially Diana and Fizz, who are super mobile and dangerous. World Elite just saying g'day.
Yeah.
Ensuring that their opposition doesn't do the red buff because they've been spotted by wards.
Oh.
I guess they've already been spotted going to that red buff also. They couldn't really contest it.
That's a little wacky.
And this is why I question the lane swap with Insec. He can't sit in the 1v2 lane in the bot lane, especially not without his wind wall, which is okay, but it's on like a 24-second cooldown as well. I mean, it's difficult.
Yeah, World Elite managed to start off with two of
Here
the
we
red
go.
camps. Aluka drops a ward, sees Hui and Insect heading down to the bottom side, but they've also got Zero hot on their heels for backup. It's going to make diving pretty difficult, especially considering Mystic only just got level 3. I think they're just looking to put some pressure on this side of it.
Definitely, just being a pressure, just putting, yeah, I guess exclusively putting the pressure down. They're not really looking for a kill directly. Insec found himself comfortable now, able to E around the area. Last hit all of the minions. Couldn't be more pleased with your performance right now. The fact that he's not being pressured and actually has 10 CS, which is 8 above his counterpart.
Yep.
And has the first blood, working towards what looks to be an Avarice Blade, which is difficult to accrue gold on in a 1v2. But again, this is King's decision.
It certainly is.
They want Name to be fed.
We'll see how it fares for them as Zero looks for some action in the mid lane. Xie deep inside his minion line is pretty safe, and Spirit gets to start off with 3 buffs. Here's Hui, parallel convergence gets dropped. Flash!
Ooh, nice
there's
move.
the death sentence, but they can't quite follow it up. Flay pulls him out of the turret, but with melee range dive, doesn't seem like it.
But it's just really appropriate and very good pressure from this King team. In an assassin-based mid lane, if one of you is behind, generally you stay behind until you both reset and actually get some more items. So starting with a Doran's ring up against this Flask start, is well and truly out-sustaining already and can sit in this mid lane, whereas Xie has to be a little bit more careful because they've forced a pot out of him.
That looks to be pretty scary. Conan soaks the knock-up to make sure the minion wave well and truly gets crashed against the turret as Mystic continues farming it up. Spirit still hasn't recalled just yet. Oop, and teleport now being used by Xie to head back towards that mid lane. So when it's all said and done, it's a fairly calm early start to this game.
Yeah, and the teleport actually finding an advantage for Xie in that mid lane for the 1v1. has the Null Magic Mantle with the second Doran's Ring and all of the pots in the world, so actually quite comfortable as Korn's stuck making a decision. Do I farm minions? Or do I recall and lose minions? Especially when Dana is threatening to be level 6 very soon.
Yeah, very scary spot to be in. Yeah, it's still about a 150 gold lead. Insec does have that 400 gold ahead of Aluka, though Aluka's farming his heart out to try catching up. Teleport now used by Korn gets him back in time, and Shie.
Korn has a teleport as well. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. Double assassin, double teleport.
Roaming around the map. It's actually like double assassin for King in general. They've got the Yasuo with that Fizz. They're looking to destroy people, and one of the cooler combos as well is the fish from Korn knocks up to the point where Yasuo can follow that. So that's a really cool combo between the two. And if both of them are next to someone, the fish connects.
Oh yeah, and the
So
damage
dead.
debuff from Fizz.
To quote Atlas, super dead.
We'll see if anyone transcends the state of existence to hit that super dead as just some general calm farming. Wards now being dropped by Conan as he did recall and pick up a few wards for his own along with Spirit. Both of the junglers this time around, interestingly enough, starting off with the Bomby Cinder instead of looking for the upgraded jungle.
Getting that wave clear as soon as possible, not necessarily needing the bonus gold or anything to that extent, and their smites, I guess, not as important, which indicates to me much more so looking for farming than looking for direct ganking, though between an Echo and a Greg are still entirely possible to gank.
Wow, Aluka catches Name right under the turret. And suddenly Name goes from full health down to barely a quarter as he takes some damage from that, but should have some healthy sustain with that Doran's Blade. Conan again, heavily embroiled in the ward wars, the battle for vision.
Yeah, nothing actually happening besides just visible presences. GA actually controlling this mid lane in the direct 1v1 at the moment. Korn being pressured into bad positions, and also the rest of World Elite sitting around the bottom side of mid, whereas Zero's there to saving grace of the top side of mid, and no direct fighting, just being there just in case, because they don't need to have a Thresh with Name. He can afford to be wherever he would like. Same goes for bottom. Braum doesn't necessarily need to be there in the 1v1. Yasuo has got himself a Zeal working towards that static shiv, but the kill threat's still reasonably low.
Looks like Zero and Name are getting some damage onto the tier 1 on the top side of the map. Could be looking to break it down. The other side, Mystic looks to do something similar, but it's a little bit more difficult to attack a turret through a wind wall.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually put damage down onto that turret, so eventually King will probably come out ahead, unless Spirit can do exactly this and find a way to get a gank off. Maybe Aluka hits the taunt. Very easy to follow a taunt up and hit the explosive cast, but his turret's not long for the world.
Ooh, that sentence goes wide.
There it
and
is.
The taunt again is going to find Name, but he just hops on that Thresh train to safety. Continuing to play it safe, and yeah, there's Shie, as you mentioned, effectively controlling the mid lane. Korn relying on that sustain as best he can.
Yeah, complete control of this mid lane right now, as they're both very close to actually wanting to recall for some big items. Abyssal Scepter, the first choice seemingly here.
Yeah, Insec actually just teleported to the top side of the map as Name recalled, so it looks like he will trade it over. Doesn't get a recall though. There goes the taunt. Aluka's taking some turret hits. He gets knocked up, and suddenly Aluka decides it's probably not the best idea to have gone so deep, and Insec gets out with his life.
Yeah, now Insec not necessarily doing a whole lot of damage at this stage. Doesn't have the static shiv available. All he's really banking on is the levels that he now has. So he hits a nice ultimate, and Zero sat in that bush, patiently waiting, and then hits the Flay, which was immediately altered upon by Insec. Perhaps could have waited a little bit longer before using that one, instead of throwing it out so quickly. But Aluka going to reset, come back to the top lane, and now we've got ourselves standard laning.
Yeah, seems like as recall completed by Mystic and Name. Sheen picked up by Name. Mystic answers with a Bilgewater Cutlass. Blue buff picked up by Korn gets him right back in the lane and right back at full mana though. Insec taking some big damage from Aluka. Wow.
Yeah, still, it's very rough. Given that Insec doesn't even have the ultimate available, a lot of the laning pressure that normally would be there for a Yasuo now no longer existent. And Aluka on this threat, Shen, got himself a bit of armor, has the Barmy Cinder for wave clear. It's actually quite difficult for the Yasuo to directly compete if the taunt connects, especially when you're reducing the damage on someone that doesn't build damage. He builds attack speed and crit.
Very difficult to trade against. Potential gank does not find itself a success as Zero and Hui look for action in the mid lane. But again, Xie able to walk to safety. He's playing very defensive, doesn't want to overextend. Insect with his recall does now complete his Avarice Blade as he builds towards his oh-so-vital static shiv.
He's going to protect it. He placed it for a purpose.
Yeah, he's trying to, but oh, the wind wall comes across. There goes the Stand United, and whoa, there goes the double turnaround. Aluka finds Insect, knock-up lands, doesn't follow it up with the ultimate. He's going to have to flash out of this one, and suddenly Hui gets turned around upon as Xie joins with the rest of his team. And World Elite win the skirmish, but they don't net any kills.
Super aggressive play. Insect actually started this all off by placing a ward down to bait the Gragas into going for him. The Raptor sense was there. It immediately spotted that ward being placed, and they were compelled to take it down. The end result is the ward's still alive. That's great. But in saying that, they use a lot for it. Insect not going in with that ultimate because GA made his way down, having complete control of that mid lane and minion control in his favor. You can see how aggressive he is playing right now.
Yeah, blue buff has fallen off for Korn, and Xie continues to trade it back. Missiles now coming across on that bottom side as Name is doing some pretty big damage to Mystic and Conan.
Doing well. He's hitting every rocket he throws.
This could be a very tricky situation.
But no one really looking to die from it. Of course, Conan has everything up available to use and can do exactly that every time Corky throws a spell in a clutch moment.
Wow, he's sending those rockets really well.
Yeah, except there are so many rockets that come out. It's pretty difficult to block them all with a high cooldown Unbreakable.
Yeah, especially with that cooldown. Spirit was on that side of the map. The blue buff is standing, but he looks to be securing the Scuttle Crab right now. Hui actually heading down to that bottom side of the map as well. Looks like we might be able to see some action.
Yeah, so neither team actually spotting the jungler from their own respective team. 3-on-3 potential, but the blue buff is actually available for this Diana to take. So World Elite are going to smartly play back a little bit more and respect the fact that they don't have a jungler. They're also being very speculatory about where King even are.
Yeah, nobody has eyes on Hui right now. He isn't spotted, but World Elite playing nice and defensive. They don't want to take any chances, and Hui's forced to wander back into his own jungle. Nice and sullen looking.
Deep defensive pink wards here as well from this King side. Looking to spot people potentially invading their own jungle, secure their own jungle area, to know that Echo's gank pathing can be through the lane, especially in the bottom lane. King have control of this bottom lane quite convincingly also, so we'll see how this translates once the Trinity Force is actually available for Corky, and they might start finding strengths in laning phase. But I like the itemization choice here from the Vayne.
Yeah, going for the Bilgewater, Zerker Greaves. Hui and Korn look set to start off their blue buff, though Xie and Spirit are right in position. They're going to try clearing a ward, not even finishing it, but Korn clears his blue in time. Though the three members continue to push aggressively forward, King secure the buff and just kind of walk away, though one of those defensive pinks will be cleared by Xie.
At least they got a single ward for their troubles.
Oh, Conan takes some damage, misses the Winter's Bite, and the poke seems to be affecting Conan.
Yeah, it's starting to play into the minds of World Elite. They're losing a fair chunk of health, but Mystic has sustain. Conan does not really have the same amount of sustain, only that Targon's, the Relic.
Yeah.
To get him some of that health back.
Soon to be Targon. But it's not quite there yet. Isn't it funny how we call it Targons even though it's the middle one?
Yeah.
Because it's the Relic Shield Targons into the face of the mountain.
That's true.
It's kind of interesting action on the bottom. We look away for 1 second and boom, it explodes. Here's a teleport from Xie as he gets onto Zero. Can't get the kill though. Aluka gets in. Name's low. He gets dropped and World Elite look to be cleaning this one up. Xie gets yet another kill and Hui dodges back, but he doesn't go anywhere near far enough. Quick 3 kills for World Elite.
Shen can match everything that Insec on this Yasuo wants to do. The big determining factor, though, is that Korn cannot leave mid lane because Diana is just keeping him there. 2-0-1 right now. Has built basically only resistances with some attack speed and cooldown reduction, and is completely destroying his lane and now able to roam anywhere that he would like. Looking at this stage really strong, especially once he gets that Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, the first dragon is now picked up by World Elite. They're going to get some nice gold on this recall. Here's a breakdown of the fight.
Yeah, so a super aggressive engage from Name, looking for the numbers, but not realizing that Jie has a teleport of his own. So it's very difficult for him to actually be aggressive there. King in pretty much completely in shambles. Huey actually having to use the ult out of necessity, and then just purely the numbers game was the advantage right there for World Elite, as Korn didn't have his teleport available to be used.
Very solid play. That is going to be about a 1,700 gold lead for World Elite all in all, but most importantly is the fact that we're starting to see some big item breakpoints coming across. Blade of the Ruined King and Tier 2 boots finished for Mystic to only the Tier 1 and Trinity Force of Name.
Yeah, still having the Trinity Force though, which is really big. He's still going to be doing a lot of damage at this stage in the game, and it's one of those points in the game where gold leads don't necessarily matter as much because the relative strength of that champion is still very high. So has the Trinity Force is going to be quite big still. The question is if they can actually make something work with that Trinity Force. And while we're talking about it, Insect's going for one also.
Yeah, he's got a Static Shiv and another Zeal now picked up. Woo!
Yeah.
That's exciting. Uh-oh. Huey over the wall is going to see Spirit clearing a
Shen's
ward.
teleporting mid.
Yeah, a very tricky position as suddenly Korn takes some damage. Xie not quite immediately following up. Korn is in the thick of things, forced to flash out of this. Conan taking so much, but the Unbreakable buys him so much time. Xie and Aluka dive into 3 members. They're looking for a kill. They manage to pick it up. He's got some mana back, and Xie continues to chase now onto Huey, as in the meanwhile, Name similarly died. And they continue to dive in World Elite. They lose 1 member, but pick up another 3.
It's just going so well for World Elite right now. The Vayne rotating around. They pick up Korn, who was completely caught out of position. A deep ward that was placed in the middle of the lane forces Korn to run to the rest of this World Elite side in the river. They don't get a whole lot from it, just the kills basically. But they control the map so well right now. This side that has a Corki that is starting to spike with items is basically still not comparable to that of the Vayne, who is able to have a big impact. And then most importantly, yet again, those items that I was talking about for the mid laner here of World Elite, both finished at the same time.
Oof, that's a scary Diana that's just been completed. Xie has no trouble clearing out his blue buff now that he has them. Doesn't even need any help. Currently 3, 0, and 2.
Yeah.
Looks like Xie is trying to put the whole team on his back with this match, but here's a breakdown.
Definitely is. Even Jie's health bar is low before this fight starts, but we talk about the numbers game time and again. Well, right now, Conan's Unbreakable prevents everything as...
Ooh,
okay.
Fight breaks out, yeah. They managed to find a kill onto Zero. Korn again, a double kill for Zero. Oh, Conan, is he going to land the last winner's bite for a stun? Not quite.
Oh, he's got the
but
flash
he
exhaust.
decides to commit to it. Aluka's again on this side of the map. Xie not going to get the kill. Aluka gets it.
Aluka flashing to actually proc the Braum passive to ensure that he was stunned. Didn't even need to hit the taunt. Insec is just a split-pushing machine right now, struggling to get anything done, though there's a lot of pressure coming down. But you look mid, the turret's falling. You see bottom's got a Vayne split-pushing as well. And not only that, they're finding kills whilst doing so. So everything that King is doing, World Elite is doing better.
Yeah, World Elite has got the game in the palm of their hand. Zero not able to steal the blue buff away as Xie secures it. Though Huey goes a bit aggressive on the Spirit. There are 3 members of World Elite here, though they might turn it into a fight, but he takes the Dark Passage and fails from that.
Yeah, Echo getting out. Thankfully the Shen, of course, the Thresh, of course, still going to be there, but Shen was rotating down and they needed to be careful. Spirit has no mana at the moment, so they'll have to recall, reset what they're doing in this game, and try and work around that strength that is the entire team right now. Mystic even counter-jungling.
Oh, a fight breaks out in the mid lane. Xie doesn't even need mana to be able to picking up these kills. He gets one.
Oh my
Is he
God.
going for two? No, he gets dropped by Insec, who teleports in just in time. Conan misses the Winter's Bite. Mystic is able to kill Name on the side, however. And when it's all said and done, the fight continues to go on. Spirit looks for yet another kill with Mystic, but the Dark Passage gets him out in time.
He gets out with his life. Insec actually making a very smart rotation. Gets into the fight and finds a nice kill, actually preventing Xie from putting down the damage with his ultimate, locking him up to ensure that they at least get something from that. But this World Elite side are just so far ahead. Insec wants it.
Yeah, he's
No, he
looking,
doesn't.
but cannot quite find it. Drops the wind wall just to buy some time for the rest of his team. And now, it's 12-4 in favor of King. 10 of those kills on Xie. This guy is all over the place.
Yeah, this mid laner is having a massive impact right now. And Korn doing the exact opposite, not by choice, but by force, as this Diana. Xie is one of those players that when you see him pick the Diana, you start to worry for the opposition team. Now, he doesn't often pick that champion, but when he does, force to be reckoned with, is so far ahead of his lane opponent.
2,400 gold ahead, another 1,100 gold for Spirit, and then even on the 80 carries, another 1,600 gold. If you take a look on the top, it's a 6,500 gold lead 22 minutes in. World Elite are running away with this game, just like they're running away with the Dragon.
To put it in perspective, he's not going to go for a Void Staff, but he's an entire Void Staff ahead in terms of items here, Xie. Looking to go for the Rylai's, I believe.
Oh, yeah, getting the Giant Spell. Dragon number 2 secured for World Elite. They've got complete control of the map, affecting a split push now, very similar to something we saw IG take in the previous set. Let's see if King can fare better than Masters 3.
Yeah, so they've got the Yasuo with a Trinity Force completed as well right now, which is a massive deal. He's sticky, completely sticky. No one can get away from a Yasuo with a Trinity Force. Static Shiv. All he needs is to upgrade his boots now to an effective resistance. You would wager Mercury Treads as the choice against this entire World Elite side. It's really good for split pushing. The Trinity Force is a really good dueling item for 1v1ing people, and realistically, Luca shouldn't be 1v1ing him. And as you can see on the map right now,
he's certainly trying. Luca doing what damage he can. Insect lands the knockup. He already used his ultimate, so he's getting some great armor penetration.
but meanwhile, coming from behind.
Here comes the rest of World Elite. Insect might have gotten a little bit too deep on
He's
this
still going.
one. He certainly is. Aluka looks to provide
Oh,
chains of
no.
wall. Oh, he gets the kill.
Why?
Oh, wait. Okay, no. He's currently buying time for the rest of his team.
Yeah, no, he did his job.
Oh, when the fish finds Xie, he dodges back onto 0, but the debuff is still ticking. Knockup is going to miss. CC goes out. There's the Dark Passage. He destroys Thresh before the Lantern can be pulled. Is he about to go 1 versus 2 right here? Xie turns it around.
Oh my
he gets
God.
2 kills, and Hui has to clean it up.
He played that so well. 1 versus 2, make it 1 versus 3. Just bring the whole team down after that fight. Xie will take everybody on right now. This guy is a monster on this Diana. That is a very demoralizing thing to have happen to you. And the rest of the team of World Elite able to capitalize on that fact and start pushing in on the mid lane turret.
Yeah, they might be able to get that tier 2. They do succeed. Tier 2 turret has been secured. And I guess that's the difference between the two. When Insect goes 1 versus 3, he just kind of dies. But when Xie goes 1 versus 3,
even exhausted in that fight, doesn't have a Zhonya's Hourglass available to him, going offensively, takes down that Thresh by himself from raw damage through the exhaust, and then gets that passive. Gets a bit of dangerous game for his troubles from the first kill as well, which is actually what kept him alive during that. Just phenomenal play from Xie on this Diana.
Yeah, can't believe he's able to pull that off. He's 3,000 gold ahead of Korn in this set. And everywhere you look, it's gold leads left and right. Well, more so on the right side.
Yeah, definitely on the right side. 100% on the right side, actually, I believe. Though, again, Merc Tread's finished for Insec. He's still doing well in the 1v1 in the top lane. But if he 1v1s at inappropriate times, then he'll find 4 members in his face again, whilst we have a GA split pushing in the bottom lane. We've got Insect trying to match it, but definitely not to that caliber.
Yeah.
Not at this stage.
Amazing play from Xie in the mid lane, involved in 12 of his team's 15 kills. And with 8 of them, he's got more than half. Wait, but hey, Insect, what you doing, friend?
He's teleporting. What are you doing?
He is, yeah. Oh, man, and he gets out, too.
All a part of his grand strategy to do red buff.
Oh, man. No, he's looking for Xie right now, who's going aggressive again. Here comes the Stand United. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 4. Can Xie do the impossible once again? No, he can't. He takes the knockup to the face. And now it's a Luca who's 1 versus 4. But the rest of World Elite are on the Baron. He's buying time, and there's no teleport.
Oh, my God, he missed the taunt.
King cannot manage to pull this off. No, there's the teleport from Korn. The Assassins are going to try to trade it over. It's answered now. He steals it. He steals the Baron. This is King managing to secure it. Looks like they're going to be able to get out alive.
That was the weirdest series of events to ever happen in LPL right now. They just baited on the bottom side near the red buff. The Shen and the Diana committed to that attempted bait. The Baron was the immediate response, but it was stolen from the Echo. So who actually comes out ahead in this? King.
It was like King set the bait with Insect, then World Elite set the bait with Xie, then King ended up setting the bigger bait with Baron, but it was King who managed to secure it.
Yeah, so completely up and down. It was a roller coaster of a couple minutes right there. Xie is getting over-aggressive in his control of the map right now. He's definitely far ahead. You cannot take that away from him, but you cannot 1v4 people. And though it was a good decision to go for the Baron in response to that 1v4, the fact that it got stolen now actually put World Elite in a pretty bad position.
Oh my gosh. King now with the Baron buffer grouped up in the mid lane. Mystic will try to defend this, but he's just a little bit late as some damage finds its way onto the tier 2. And Xie is split on the other side of the map. This could be a fight. That King might want. They
teleport.
Find Conan and destroy him. Here it comes, but Conan's already dead. Xie, what are you doing?
He wants him though.
He certainly does. The flash death sentence from Zero is going to miss, and World Elite clear the wave in the mid.
Yeah, they still push them away from the turret, but King getting a pick onto Conan negates any chance of an engage, slows them down. I actually thought it was a Luca firstly, just because it was a teleport. And then I thought the taunt connected, Diana would have been in the prime position. But with Dragon now up, King have all 5 members. If World Elite fight this, they're going to have to execute it perfectly. And look at Xie to do so.
Yeah, it's all going to be on Xie's back. He's got that elixir prepared and ready. 2,000 health, 1,000. Dragon is secured. The hook finds Xie. He's not going to be able to dive onto the back line. He still finds Name. Stand United is not enough to keep him alive, but Mystic is cleaning up in the front. He turns onto Hui, who dodges back, but Korn turns it back around, and despite trying to heal, he goes down. Conan Jones jumps into the fight, but it's too little too late. He's only buying time for the rest of his team to retreat. A double kill for Insect, who he's going to chase down onto Spirit now.
It all just settles down. And wow, King are just finding a single strength in this game. And from that single strength, they actually find themselves not in the lead in terms of gold, but in complete control of this map. And we were talking about how 5 minutes ago the gold leads were just phenomenally in charge of World Elite. Insect's now 2k ahead.
Yeah, he certainly is. Exceptional play out of Insect. 6-1-3 coming up so strong in those team fights, and what was an enormous lead for World Elite is suddenly closing right back up. 1,600 gold to separate the two teams.
I mean, you look at that last fight again, Zero hitting the hook onto Diana. He's the entirety of their focus right now, GA.
Yeah.
They need to kill him first, and they are killing him first. But this is because GA's gone for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter opposed to a Zhonya's Hourglass. Now, he's gone for the effective resistance of their health. That's perfectly fine. But he needs that Zhonya's active because they're all putting everything that they can, King, into ensuring that Diana dies. And the Diana has been dying, so King have been winning fights. It's just that black and white right now. So World Elite Not behind by any means. In fact, still ahead in terms of gold. They need to wait for that Zhonya's Hourglass before they teamfight again. They can go back to that 1-3-1 split. Xie just needs to stop trying to fight people.
That's a tall order, friend. Xie has been rearing for fights this whole set, and he is a stellar assassin. Blue now looks to be stolen. Let's see if they will be able to secure it. Name, nope, waiting in the wings, but Spirit manages to get the smite and snags away that blue. 4 members of World Elite now in the mid lane, and we're back to square one.
We are.
Everyone is all grouped up.
Back to standard, basically. The gold lead, non-existent. The control of the game is legitimately back to even. Oh man.
Man. Zero gets caught out of position. He goes low. Is he going to end up surviving? No, he finally gets dropped, and World Elite turn now onto the rest of King. They pick up 1 kill, but what can they get with it?
Now, the point is, aside from the spells not connecting, that they had caught Zero out of position.
Yeah.
They capitalize on Zero out of position just from their raw damage, and they're able to work around the map now. There's no Baron available just yet. They do have control of the area at the very least, and they've still got a Shen and Diana. So that 1 pick just allows them to pressure mid some more, force members to go there, and then disappear back to their standard 1-3-1 and maintain that split push.
Yeah, the split push has been activated. It is a 1-1-1, as you've got a recall coming out from Spirit and Conan currently. And they're both going to make it out just fine, as Name continues to clear Wraiths on the bottom side. So I guess the big question is, World Elite had a huge advantage. Then they kind of waffled for a bit, and it's closer to even now. But what do World Elite do to reclaim that advantage and end up taking that vital win?
So first and foremost, they do exactly what we asked of them before and wait for the Zhonya's Hourglass for Xie on this Diana, because they struggle to team fight when he's dying immediately. And Zero's been connecting the hooks. Korn has still been doing well, but Insec in particular, 6-1-3 on this Yasuo. You know why it's banned away from him now. It was in the last 2 games that he has played banned with that Vladimir. And for someone that's transitioned from jungle to top lane, he's playing carry very well. This Yasuo is a force to be reckoned with, has that Infinity Edge completed. So World Elite need to be very careful about how they play the next 5 minutes out, roughly, until they can get that Zhonya's Hourglass for the Diana, and then look to team play.
Xie split pushing on the top side, trying to get as much gold as he can, but doesn't have enough time because Baron is up in 10 seconds. He has not completed the Zhonya's in time. Dragon's up in 1:15 after. Tricky situation, and it's a really fun balancing act to watch unfold.
I like the change or the adaptation essentially to item builds. Insec ulted.
Stand United. Insect's going in. Who's he looking for? Cannot quite find the kill, though it's turned around now. Mystic jumps in. Will they be able to get the kill? Aluka's buying time. Exhaust on the Xie, but he's saving everything. He's dashing forward. Mystic has gone down. Xie chases on the Name. Can he get the assassination? Knock up and hook. Pull him out of the fight, but he's continuing to dive. King successfully picked their targets. They've killed Mystic. They've killed Xie, and without those 2, World Elite have to run away.
King are just supreme at target selection right now. Korn.
Yeah, he might have overstayed his welcome.
No, he's fine.
Yeah, he dodged the stun. He's actually turning on the Spirit, gets a kill, 1v2. Aluka brings him low.
He's still
but
fine.
World Elite go down. It's an ace, and King don't lose a single member.
They play around their strengths individually super well. Insec starting the fight off with his ultimate onto Xie. Didn't even find the kill. Didn't even matter because they forced the Shen ultimate. Are they looking to end the game?
They're trying to end. King are on Nexus turret number 1. Mystic has just respawned. He's got his ultimate. The wind wall is buying them time. The hook lands. He goes down. Xie is up in 2 seconds, but they're on the Nexus. He won't have the damage. Homeguard, the hook lands again. Zero with the homing hooks leads King to victory.
King just find a victory out of what should have been a defeat right there. A phenomenal series of plays individually and as a team for them to turn that around. Zero hitting every single death sentence in skirmishes leading to the team fights, and then in every single team fight. Insec putting down the damage that was required of them. They just target select so very well that World Elite had no answer.
Yeah, you can see poor World Elite look absolutely crushed after that match. They had the game in their hands.
Yeah, they did.
But were not able to end up securing the win. And my goodness, those hooks from Zero. He really pulled it through on that one.
He rocked World Elite, that is for sure. Hitting every single hook, the death sentences to save people, just putting in work for his team. And this is the Zero that we know and love, is when he takes the game desperately serious and just carries his team, puts them on his back and says, let's go, we're going on a ride to victory.
Yeah.
In Sec as well. Always banned away from him, that Yasuo, but this is why it's banned away from him. It's because when he gets that champion,
When he goes off,
it's kind of a big deal.
he goes off.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what he did right there. Huey, Korn didn't necessarily have the impact they were looking for early game. In fact, they all struggled early game. But the second that they found a single victory, this is something we described World Elite as in terms of a team, is they take it, find an inch, they take a mile. That is exactly what King did in this game.
King end up taking game number 1. They've now tied it up with World Elite. Both of these teams are now going to be at 15 points in the standings. Another win for King means that they're out of that auto relegation spot.
That's
But
exactly
if
where
it's
they wanna
traded
be.
right back,
Yeah.
then that means that they'll still be in it.
So this second game, just as important as the first one was, if not more.
Yeah, we actually have a replay coming up for you. So we'll just bring that up on screen.
So this is a very big fight. We'll just start rolling this one through. 33 minutes in the game. King somehow finding advantages even without Insect having that ultimate available here, as Aluka trying to be that big overbearing frontline threat. But Mystic goes down. Name playing frontline. Finds GA coming onto him. But again, the target selection of this King roster. The second GA goes in, they ensure that GA dies. And that is the best way for them to play this fight. Targeting Mystic first because he had all of the items, and knowing that GA did not have that Zhonya's Hourglass available to him, waiting for him to go in. And from here on, it's Korn completely stepping it up in this last fight, baiting them out time and again with that playful trickster. Convincing teamfight victory. 5-0 right there. And that was the strength of King once they found a lead.
Yeah, once they managed to find a foothold, I mean, King ended up taking the win. And, you know, we talked about how the early game was a little bit shaky. They did kind of suffer in the laning phase. What can we expect from them to do in this next game?
So King are just a side that is really good at playing when ahead. But if they play from behind, seemingly they just let Zero get Thresh. Seems to be the answer for them in this case. But working around pick, something they seemed very good at doing, they may just want to change their team comp to be a little bit more early suited.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can succeed in this one. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Today's last game is coming up right after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. You're watching King taking on World Elite. These are the highlights from our last match. And, you know, it was really touch and go for King in the beginning of that game.
Certainly was. They had a very difficult early game, to say the least. But they made it work, finding strength to strength on the back of all of these thresh hooks, and Insec being a complete freak in that top lane, just putting in work for the rest of his team, letting Korn get to that later game stage where he can start taking people out himself, as you can see. Mystic getting fizzed there, making sure he goes down, and GA, the next plan of attack for all of King ever, to try and make sure he dies, and then they just translate this from strength to strength. The game well and truly in their hands once they got past that 20-minute mark where they had so many hiccups prior.
Yeah, and, you know, we spent the entire first 20-25 minutes talking about Xie, how he's so far ahead on Diana, how so strong he is in that match. But it seemed like at about 30 minutes, you just glanced up at Insec, and suddenly that guy was 6-1-3 as well.
Hang on, he's 6-1. What is happening? It was kind of he had his Trinity Force, he got his Static Shift, and he got through a lane swap quite well. So all things considered, Insec did a lot of work, but Zero, honestly, still going to be surprised if that guy's not MVP, because he performed exceptionally and was almost the sole reason.
Oh man, they're giving it over to Insec instead, and you know, that makes sense as well. 7-1-4 by the time the game was over. He was so terrifying. It seemed like he was the only one who could deal with Xie.
It felt that way, of course. Korn, try as he might, the fish not actually connecting, and the rest of this side. This was basically World Elite baiting to do the Baron for as long as possible. But the cancel of the Diana ultimate as well, coupled with his own ult to ensure that the Diana goes down, he still played exceptionally in these fights. You can see the target selection, something I've touched on multiple times in particular, has just been onto the right targets, ensuring that Insec gets down all of the carries, Diana in particular. Had a very rough time because of Insec.
Yeah, some exceptional play from Insec. And, you know, it is something that's been target banned him against the past, and World Elite ended up letting it get through in this matchup. But do you expect to see it again? So
I think it may get banned. I don't think it's likely, but the way that they actually played their drafting phase with the double flex pick, so the Fizz first and then the Yasuo last pick, was really, really genius for them. They got the champions they were looking for, and they scaled that through. Struggled early by a fair bit, but once they got to their items, easy victory. Yeah, it was a little bit touch and go throughout the middle of that matchup, and now we've got to start wondering about World Elite. How do they get themselves back into this? Because they had an advantage. They had the early game. They even had the mid game, I'd say. They won laning phase. They lane swapped, and they got what they were looking for from that. The mid lane in particular, convincingly ahead, GA. Had all of the money. It was 3,000 ahead of his lane opponent of Korn. But outside of that laning phase is where they really struggled. So maybe they want to go for a mid-game focused team comp, or they just want to keep the same comp and play the game differently. They just need to improve their work around the map in particular. Yeah, we'll see what they decide to take in this one as we prepare for game number 2. And, you know, we talked about some of the power picks for King. And World Elite, they had some pretty strong power picks of their own. Xie, he did well. He did really well. But he did get a little too full of himself. It's getting carried away with a lead is exactly what happened in that game. I'm Diana. I'm 3,000 gold ahead. I've got 8 or 10 out of the 12 kills I've been involved in, and I have so many of them myself. I can 1v1 anybody, so I'm just going to split push bot lane. I've got my teleport, and then there's actually 4 here, and I'm dying 3 times in a row. Exactly what happened in that game. Yeah. World Elite couldn't work around the fact that the one who had all of their kills was dying split pushing. They don't want to do that again. They want a team fight with that advantage and work around their strengths. Don't play to them and try and run King around, because they're a side that love to fight you. They're not going to let you 1-3-1. They're just going to go mid. Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw from King at the end of that match. They were like, anytime we've got an advantage, anytime we feel we can do something, we're just going to come down the mid lane and see if we can make something happen. And by the end, that ended up netting them the win. They took a team fight, then they got 2 picks, then they pushed onto the Nexus and won. Yeah, it was just that simple for them. And I mean, probably shouldn't happen again. I feel like World Elite could just take a step back. Their coaches may talk to them and say, all right, no more split pushing. It's just that simple. Play your 5v5 strengths. Maybe we don't want Shen as a pick because that prompts the split pushing. Or maybe if we do want to split push and we have a Diana mid again, we don't have the Shen for the purpose of Diana being top lane. So there's a lot of things that World Elite can still do. They looked fine early game. They found their advantages. They just really struggled to translate that into a mid-game, late-game strength where King seemed more refined.
Yeah, King really did seem more comfortable in team fights. And we talked about during those last team fights, the target selections for King was impeccable. Yeah. They would find Mystic, kill him. They would find Xie, kill him. And then it doesn't even matter what the rest of World Elite have.
Yeah, and again, it didn't even really matter if the fish connected as an example. Fizz's ultimate didn't even connect half the time. Still didn't matter because he was beelining straight towards that target, making sure they were going down or at the very least running away. And that's how King played the team fights out. It was very good synergy essentially on their parts, and it was like individual team synergies that Insec kills the person closest to him until his tornado is available, finds the target he's actually looking for. It's all about just kiting back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And that is what King did in that game.
Yeah, you can see the two coaches on your screen. Once again, the coach for World Elite rocking the ban contraption.
Yes.
Let's see if it will afford him some more success in this match as we get into the pick and ban for game number 2. An insta-ban for the Insec Yasuo.
No surprises.
Yeah.
Of course, has been banned from here in the past. And an MVP-worthy performance. Probably want to get that one out of there and put him on something that is a bit less carry as they've reverted back to standard Insec bans.
Yeah, there's the Vladimir ban for Insec as well. Shen ban for Aluka. 4 top laners banned in this set. And, of course, Zero's Alistar taking that final ban. And
now's the moment of truth, Seda. Sion is not banned.
Oh, it is.
What will you do, Aluka?
Oh, no. He's thinking about it, too.
Well, that's not a top laner.
No,
they're not going to go for the Sion first pick first and foremost because it's only a Sion and it basically limits you to how you're going to play the map out as a team. Janna, something that they want to put on Conan. I believe it was banned in that last game. Now available for them to pick up. They get it for themselves.
Yeah, the Echo picked up now for Hui, and Insec once again locking in Fizz just like game number 1. But again, that could be flexed. And King going for a very similar ban phase, but World Elite immediately swap things up. Spirit on your screen doesn't hesitate at all. He says, yeah, I'm playing Nidalee.
And this is the polar opposite of the first banning phase, is that they target banned all of World Elite basically. They went Sion, Nidalee, Janna as their bans. Now all of them are available to be picked, and they're all the best champions that World Elite have to offer. This in particular, just as good for their mid laner.
Yeah, Victor being hovered by Xie. He looks a little sour after that game number 1. Currently swapping over to Maokai. No! Sion is open. Don't do it, Xie. Oh, he locks in the Maokai and wounds me deeply.
But it is still a very good pick for their team as they do require that engage-heavy tank in the top lane as they have Spirit on that Nidalee in the jungle. So the still magic damage focused right now from all of these guys. Expect to see a physical damage focused AD. If it was a Corki, I would be very perplexed. But they've got the entirety of their drafting phase still remaining. Vayne.
Yeah.
They love Vayne.
They certainly
Wouldn't mind seeing that one now. Or they could just steal it.
Right. Well, you know, they heard you.
Yeah, they did.
They said, oh, Vayne, yeah, we'll lock that in. And
that's
boom,
right.
Vayne gets locked. So Name and Zero looking to steal the bottom lane away from Team World Elite. And that really has been Mystic's comfort pick for these last few weeks. He's been playing almost exclusively Vayne, sometimes to great success and sometimes not so much. So we'll see what he decides to fall back on with this, as he's got Spirit on Nidalee and Aluka locking in that Maokai, though he does have Conan's support Janna locked in to help him out.
That's manly.
Yeah.
Not likely.
Might be going back to the graves. Let's see if he decides to commit to it.
I don't see the merit in actually having the Graves in this particular game. I don't think he would. He probably will, but I don't think he should.
Mm-hmm.
They want something that exclusively physical damage is what they need, so Graves is great for that. but is mid-game focused, and now they're relying on the Ezreal as their other pick to scale them to the later stages.
Yeah, so the Ezreal locked in for Xie. Again, 513 Rune Glaive, still very strong, and oh no, Insect looks to do the same thing from the previous game as Rengar is being hovered.
I would imagine they'll change at the last second. Just nope. Welcome to King, ladies and gentlemen, where Rengar top lane is their favorite when Yasuo and Vladimir are banned.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. See, Spirit gets it. He's on the same wavelength as me. Yeah, he knows this is going to be a fun game. Even Insect there. I'm glad to see so many smiles coming across from these two teams as we're preparing to get into game number 2, and your team comps are on the screen.
It's usually Zero trolling as well.
Yeah, I know.
The reason they hover that Rengar is Zero just saying, you sure you don't want Rengar? I've got Rengar. It's ready to go. But he's locked it in. King's finished team comp. They love that double assassin. Whenever they pick the Rengar, usually with something like the Fizz in that middle lane, the question is always raised after about the 20-minute mark as to how they're going to really try and end this game if they find advantages. Last time we saw this, the Rengar was 6-1-5 before losing the game.
Yeah, it was pretty tragic. Insect's Rengar wasn't able to take the win. Then again, he did go for a full tank build, so we'll see if he decides to commit to it again in this set. We're running through the lineups right now. It's Insect and Aluka on your screen. You just saw Spirit and Hui. Here are Xie and Korn. And if King take this win, they're one step closer to getting out of auto relegations, whereas World Elite, if they take the win, they manage to keep that minor 1-point buffer ahead of King. So who's it going to be, King or World Elite?
We will find out shortly, and something that I really like is the fact that Zero's gone for this Braum pick, and Xie's actually gone for an Ezreal.
Yeah, that looks to be a bit unfortunate.
Not really the ideal scenario, but we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, we certainly shall, as we're panning into game right now. And we have loaded onto the Rift for game number 2. It's week 10, day 2, set 4, game 2, 31 seconds in. And again, King are grouped as 5.
King doing what they do best. They're going to walk into the bush and take the very long and methodical route towards where Aluka is actually going to be. The question is, will Aluka spot them?
Yeah, they're dodging around the corner of the bush. Aluka isn't going to see them, though. He drops that stylish Draven Ward. He should have seen that auto attack come out, too. Now he knows that they're there.
He sees them all.
And he's just going to try to get the heck out of dodge. Oh!
Doesn't connect, but they have vision. They know King is in their jungle. World Elite, what is their response going to be? Besides the obvious deep invade and try and look for a lane swap ward that Graves has put into place.
Yeah, there goes the deep ward from World Elite to spot it out. King. Oh, recall being initiated by Korn. This time he's got Ignite as 4 members of King are again on the top side of the map. They're looking for something, anything, but don't know that they'll find it.
Yeah, then probably just putting the lane swap into effect. They'll have Rengar jungle with his partner in crime here of Spirit. Not Spirit, sorry, Huey.
Yeah.
And it's something that they do every single time they actually have the Rengar top lane available. There's a really cute strategy here. It's the opposite of what we're used to seeing, where people actually try and freeze the wave. They'll make the minions go under the turret and then force the freeze, but they didn't actually get it there.
Oh, no.
Really unfortunate. It still should freeze.
Yeah, they still set up the freeze.
Just not as strong as normal.
Yeah, Name going to be clearing up those minions as the blue stolen away from Spirit, so he answers by stealing a blue buff of his own on the other side with Aluka. And you know, I like to think that Insect and Spirit are partners in crime, because you've got the Cougar Nidalee and then the Hunting Cat Rengar.
They can't really be partners in crime. They're on the other teams. But speaking of partners in crime, they are all holding hands with each other as they walk through the jungle and get it done. Insect and Huey It's very standard of the Rengar Echo to actually want to jungle together and get your way through this. And having the Vayne as well, very good to lane swap for the purpose of getting him through laning phase, especially when they have a Graves. But the mid-game strength that a Graves does possess, pretty scary still for when they swap back.
Yeah, looks to be a pretty tricky lane. Spirit now clearing out his red buff, as Hui and Insect do the same on the opposite side, and Korn returning to the Fizz in game number 2. That's a very confident choice.
Yeah, definitely confident. Into the Ezreal as well. They picked Ezreal into Fizz first and foremost.
Yeah.
Super risky, given that you are going to be doing nothing in terms of wave clear and control of the lane until you have that Rune Blade. But he's maxing levels into the W first, so he's actually got some kind of lane pressure to really push Korn out if possible. But that Ignite is an aggressive decision to say, well, you're not going to push me out for too long because I will find a way to kill you.
Yeah, Korn with the full sustain should be just fine as Xie continues to push minions into his waiting open arms. World Elite, however, are on that first dragon. They look to be taking it without contest from King.
They certainly are. King, Braum seemingly aware of the fact that it's probably being done, will swap them very soon.
Oh, Ward goes down. No, he didn't get
he
envisioned. Oh, no. He was right there.
He was right there. Didn't actually spot them doing it. They take that one down. And something that I really like that I wanted to mention here is Insec has tanked every single jungle minion since the start of this game. Huey hasn't had to use a single pot because of this. And now he can just afford to go straight for wards. And they were both going to recall at the same time anyway. So instead of being inefficient and wasting health pots, they actually work together quite well.
Yeah, Huey and Insect now on the bottom side look to break the freeze set up by Mystic and Conan. They will succeed as the minions crash under the turret, and Mystic catches all of this CS, while Name looks to set up a freeze on the opposite side. So when it's all said and done, World Elite pick up that first dragon without contest. It doesn't really seem like King are able to trade anything back with it.
No, King not looking to trade anything immediately for that. They are looking to just get through some laning phase, get through the troubles of laning phase in particular. Mid lane's just using a lot of his sustain to try and get through it. Zero working around the map. They did well to stop the freeze in the bottom lane. That was a pretty big factor because if Rengar was stuck in a position where he couldn't get to a bush, then he's not a very good laner, to say the least. So they've done well here. And they've got him back to what I was going to say is standard, but he's choosing to jungle himself instead of laning, letting it push to the turret before going back there and getting some farm. As Name, his freeze is about to get sorely interrupted also.
Oh, he takes a spear and actually soaks some good damage from Spirit, but he's still got the wave prepared. Oh, he's down to about 350 health. Has got to be careful.
Has his pot, thankfully, should get through the laning phase perfectly fine. But 3 members here looking to pressure them under the turret. Zero only level 2. Very risky position to be Vayne.
Most certainly, Name should be just fine. Yeah, Zero just gets level 3 and catches all of those minions. Now recall completed by both Korn and Xie. I mean, they net some important items. The Sheen just now finished by Xie. He's also level 6. So he's going to start doing some good damage to Korn, where on the other hand, Korn, it's got even more sustain with those double door end ranks.
Yeah, gone for the effective, very early game-based itemization choices here. Against Gio, who's gone for the Sheen. He's doing a lot of damage now if the Mystic shots connect, but it's very difficult to make them connect against a Fizz. Same with the ultimate. And now Korn's gone for these very, very early game focused items, looking to essentially, at the very least, pressure Xie in this lane. He can very, very easily kill him, especially because he has that Ignite.
We'll see if he's able to do it this game, or if Xie will again win lane like in the previous set. And on the bottom side, teleport now being used by Aluka, as it looks like it's the duos now heading to the top side of the map. And that kind of makes sense. There's really not that much reason to be on the bottom, because there's no dragon.
No reason to be down there. No reason to pressure anything down there either, though, to be fair. As Insect's actually a part-time jungler, part-time laner. He doesn't have a dedicated role just yet.
Zero ended up going down to the dive on the top side of the map. Mystic takes a stun.
Ooh.
Name can't quite finish him off in time. He'll use, Mystic ducks under the turret. He flashes, but Name goes low and manages to get out of the buckshot range.
Name actually managing to live there. Played that quite well, but didn't have... Oh, never mind.
Xie cross-map execution.
Destroying him right there. This is the strength of the Ezreal again, is that you can be anywhere on the map and still affect another lane. That was a ridiculously good snipe. Surprising that even connected out of vision. Insect altered.
Yeah, he did just ult. He wants these juicy low health kills, but he does not succeed.
The fact he doesn't connect is not great for him, but he is still going to get all of the minions under the turret. Mid lane is now doing quite well here, Xie. Korn's still always going to be a threat. He is a fizz after all of killing him, but the fact that Ezreal has blue buff, need to respect that poke in the minion waves that an Ezreal can output consistently.
Oh, looks like Name is actually missing some CS right now as he died, and Insect swapped to the top side of the map, even using his teleport to head on up there. And we're starting to see that CS discrepancy open up for Mystic. He's 16, now 14 CS ahead of Name, and he's got that kill. So we'll see if he's able to expand that into an even larger gold, as again, he heads to match the duo of King on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, now this Vayne is pretty much always going to be relevant if the game goes late, so the gold lead, not too big of a deal right now. Still has that base first item that you always want to have as the Vayne to get through with a bit of sustaining. Here's generally where the CS will start to catch up a bit, but no summoner spells available for either of the AD carries. Kind of puts us back to standard. Everyone's just going to farm for the next 2 to 3 minutes most likely and go about their days as per usual until they have spells left.
Just a casual farm fest on the bottom side. Mystic's actually got a level advantage over Name too. Korn might be looking for some action, but
he's being pinged everywhere.
Yeah, they saw him leave lane. They know that he's got to be somewhere in the area. He may not have been spotted by wards just yet, but Spirit knows something's a bit fishy.
They think he's in the bush where his pink ward is, but he's actually a lot deeper than that.
Yeah.
And that is persistence.
It certainly is.
Right there.
Yeah, Hui's waiting for the same thing.
Really persistent.
King want to make this happen.
Like beyond, silly.
We're just starting to get to the wacky phase of this dive, but nothing too
there comes
big
a point in a game where you, why are you still here?
Maybe he had to go use the restroom. Oh, no, he's back. Is he? Oh, he might find Spirit.
He's going to walk into a trap right now. Gank successful.
Yeah, there's action on the other side as Hui ganks as well. Mystic taking the full duration of the monsoon, looks for the dive. Korn goes in. Can he find it? He gets one kill, and that is going to be successful, but True Shot Barrage almost off of cooldown. Ooh, stun lands.
Persistence pays off, though, I guess, is what you can take from that. He's losing so much in this middle lane, though, for that. The tower very close to going down. May not go down. It's still got an extra wave worth of minions until then, but you can see Xie using that ultimate is going to try and get the turret down for that. And that was a very, very extended period of time dedicated to ensuring that the gank was a success in that bottom lane.
Yeah.
30 CS and a turret down now for just that. But he got the kill.
He did.
He did it.
Oh, boy. Dedication out of Korn. And, it wasn't even Korn that ended up pulling the trigger. It was Hui.
Yeah.
Who ended up committing to it and getting the kill. Great play out of King, though. They're now down 2,500 gold after getting that kill. Dragon has
But they got the kill, right?
They did.
So if they do that again, they'll double the success rate.
It's being like cooking a meal, and then you burn everything, and they say, oh, but you ruined everything.
But it's edible, right?
But it's edible.
Yeah.
Just in the same way that a shoe is edible.
Well, maybe not to that extent. He's still got the kill off. Let's be reasonable here.
Okay.
He's got a red buff. His laning phase is actually going to be very good. So I mean, Korn's in a great position. He's against the Rune Glaive right now, though, so the wave clear that Jay can put into effect needs to be respected. And the direct one-on-one laning without an all-in from Korn is still quite rough. At the moment, it's still slightly in favor of World Elite, not by a crazy amount. Top laners, Insect's actually gone for some damage with that Tiamat.
He has.
Which is nice. His ultimates, when he gets them off.
Oh, Hui looks for another gank. Not able to pull the trigger quite in time. And
they're laughing. Oh my god.
Some BM from Mystic and Conan. Woo!
The synergy in laughing as well is just disgusting in the best possible way.
Yeah, Spirit looking like he's going to answer on the top side of the map with a gank of his own. It's a cat and a tree versus a cat. Insect, will he be able to climb the branches of Aluka?
He's going to take a spear if he tries to freeze it.
Yeah, let's see if he does. No, he lets it get onto the turret. Yeah, seems like he's okay.
Insect playing it well. Has the feels. Ooh. Someone might be near there, and so they start the dragon.
Dragon respawns, and King are in the area. They do start onto the dragon. No chance of a smite as Spirit's on the other side of the map. True Shot Barrage is on cooldown, and King secure their first dragon.
So they get a dragon each, and it's a very slow start with a lot of patience involved in this game at the moment. Everyone just doing their thing. Insect wants to finish his boots, most likely, or at least finish the first item after the Tiamat before he uses that ultimate. Teleport's available for him, so it'll be very easy for him to teleport somewhere and then just use the ultimate out of vision and try and make something happen. But Aluka's been doing well to keep him in that top lane, make sure he stays there. And given that Insect even had a 10 CS advantage before standard laning broke out,
yeah,
Aluka has done really well.
He certainly has, as he's now got an advantage of his own. And you know, this is a very patient game. We saw some action on the bottom side of the map, but it really took a while.
The patience
to expand
favors
into anything.
World Elite. The more patient they are right now, this Ezreal is scaling. This Maokai just got his tower in a one-on-one lane. He's becoming unkillable. The question mark is going to be raised at this mid elite. Has got a tier, so he's scaling. Oh. They wanted to get out of that situation, to say the least.
What?
I'm helping. Hey guys, I still exist.
Woo!
That was...
Oh, you know what? He got the scuttle crab. That's what it was.
Did he though? Or did Nidalee?
I don't know. The turret goes down as World Elite charge forward. Spirit misses the spear.
No, hit 0, it was blocked.
Oh yeah, the Unbreakable. He soaked it. Doesn't find the damage for it. That spear manages to go wide.
It's just such a slow game. Nothing happening.
That ultimate though.
Yeah.
Was great.
I like that King has the 3-hit comp as well.
Oh yeah, they do. Oh.
Very auto attack focused team. Even Braum to an extent, as he tried his best to block it from hitting the Nexus.
Yeah,
but he missed it.
Oh man, the Unbreakable still unbroken.
Living up to its name at the very least. Insect jungling, as we said, part-time jungler.
Yep.
Make sure he gets the red buff and not the jungler Huey. Things are going well.
Things certainly are.
That says to me, though, because he has his cooldown reduction boots, didn't go for the Brutalizer because he wants that move speed. He's going to try and wave clear the top lane and then be somewhere that isn't top.
Yes.
Use that ultimate and really be relevant.
As I understand it, being relevant is generally a nice thing unless you're playing like Singed.
Well, you know, the good part about Insect jungling when he's not laning is that there's an assumption that he's ulting somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't actually know if he's ulting somewhere, and he's actually just farming minions, which is...
Unless you have vision.
Yeah, and it's in his own jungle, so it's unlikely. So it's actually not that bad a decision, strategically, to be jungling as the Rengar, even as a top laner. Doing quite well for himself, only 10 behind. That's not too bad.
Yeah, he's going to head to the bottom side of the map right now, though there are wards that look to spot him out. One pink on that bottom side of the river. A ping just hit the tri-bush, but don't think it saw anything. Is he double jungling? He's double jungling with Huey. It's 17 minutes into the game.
He's missing from the map. See that ping in the top lane? That's the question mark? Yeah, they don't know where he is, so they're all backing off.
Oh, yeah, they just saw him on the bottom side of the map. However, Korn is going to try matching to Aluka. And now they know that he's in the area, though Hui will be able to clear out this ward at least.
So it's a really awkward position to be in right now. They've found no turrets here, King. It's 3-0 in turrets. World Elite are the ones in control yet again in this early laning phase. Mid lane, Rylai's second item right now for this Ezreal, making sure that when those ultimates connect, they slow you down by 40%. We're just waiting for that one to connect, that's
and then
all.
he can just kite you down forever.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty gross. I don't know if the Q applies it, but I'm guessing because of the Runeglaive, it well and truly does.
Oh,
yeah, that
no.
slow's annoying. And he's a machine gun of
man.
spells, just a bit.
Oh, Insect finds a kill onto a Luca solo.
Does well, using that ultimate to get all of his stacks up on the passive.
Oh, action on the bottom side is King trading it out with Conan, who goes a bit too aggressive and takes some punishment from Name.
Yeah, they know they can fight King when they have the Braum and Vayne ultimates available, and Conan very low health as a support player. But he has his own ultimate, the Monsoon, to disengage the fight. One of the strengths that Ajana possesses for a team.
Ooh. Spear is going to miss as Blue attempts trying to work out the steal. World Elite put some pressure on the bottom to buy time for Spirit, but don't know that he's going to be too successful.
Ooh.
Wow, gets a good spear onto Zero, but his ward has just been cleared. Here are the rest of World Elite. Double smite, and
Hui
gets it.
He manages to steal that against the execute and smite of Anidalee.
Yeah.
Very unlucky stuff here from
Oh, they both
Spirit.
smited. Spirit didn't get it.
Yeah, he didn't actually get the Q execute off. It was just the smite. So Hui managing to get that one, played that super well in terms of a smite off.
Yeah, so let's actually take a look at the gold right now. It's 1,000 gold in favor of Xie and a 1,400 gold lead in favor of Mystic. And even in the junglers, a 1,200 gold lead for Spirit.
And that's good for Anidalee as well, because still scales very well. Those spears late game still put in work. The fact that they're all ahead. This Ezreal having a Rylai's as well as the first item. Very scary to be up against that one. Didn't go for the death cap option though. Looking for a bit more health to get through Korn's burst, I would imagine. And a bit more utility to ensure that Korn doesn't actually catch him, because he's got the slows available.
The veritable machine gun Ezreal. Dragon has just spawned and we're hitting 20 minutes, so Baron's coming up as well, and World Elite are prepared and ready, but so too is King. Oh, yeah, Hui going really aggressive, has got to back away. Oh, here comes on the hunt, Insect dashing forward. Who's he going to look for? He decides not to pull the trigger and ends up just getting some regeneration as a Luca.
A lot of stuff that was just wasted onto a Luca. The Fizz ultimate and the Insect ultimate. He's still got his full blind, actually just wasted that on a ward, so they're looking to disengage. That is definitely what's happening.
Uh-oh, Hui getting chased down. He goes low and takes so much, gets destroyed before he can chrono break to safety. And Aluka chasing King conveniently towards the Baron pit, but a double snare locks him down, and Xie punishing Name just
now we know. The Q doesn't apply the Rylai's. It's the W, the ultimate, and that E.
Yeah.
Are the only things that slow. But World Elite, that was way too easy for them to say, well, they just used everything on me, and I'm a Luca, I'm a Maokai. We probably should just turn this around and fight them. They can translate this mid-turret into the Dragon yet again. And that was just, it was pretty much too easy.
Taking a page out of Zatai's book, Aluka is playing a very strong Maokai, and Dragon number 2 now started by World Elite, and King have got no chance to contest it. It's secured. Spirit doesn't even waste his smite with that one, while Aluka looks to catch Insect on the top side.
Save that smite for the Raptor sense if you don't need to use it. Very smart decision here, and a free Dragon going to World Elite. They're now in the driver's seat in this game, but there's always the ever-present threat of the Rengar and the Fizz. If it doesn't hit the Maokai, if it hits the priority targets, pretty scary proposition to say the least, and people are going to have a very rough time. So again, keep in mind that threat. At any stage in this game, King can just erupt with a massive team fight. It's exactly what we saw in that last game. They were behind by a phenomenal amount, and suddenly they just won the game. So,
but I guess that's the tricky thing about King, is that they kind of have difficulty pulling the trigger.
yeah.
In game number 1, they just couldn't quite find the engage they wanted until World Elite handed it to them.
Rengar has just pressed his ultimate.
As indeed, he is thrilling
Going
for the
Ezreal.
hunt.
No, he's going for farm. He's got it, though.
Yeah. Managing to find the cannon.
It was a vision ultimate. They were standing in an area on the map that didn't actually have vision provided to them. So they were standing in fog of war from World Elite. Pressed the ultimate on the assumption that Janna was probably the only one nearby, or perhaps a carry. An unsuspecting victim was close enough to turn towards him. Janna actually too fast, too out of range to go upon. And he turned his direction towards just getting those minions down in the mid lane. Trying to get something out of it.
Yeah, the immediate trade from World Elite as they invade the top side red jungle of King. With a minion wave being escorted by Mystic and now Conan, they could look for some pressure onto the tier 2, but the Unbreakable goes out. The Monsoon knocks him out of the fight, and Insect cannot get the assassination he's looking for. Spirit dives under Chrono Break from Huey, knocks him back in. He drops to Mystic, and suddenly King have lost a member.
I'm not sure that he needed to use the Chrono Break, but back into all of the members. Well played from Spirit in particular. Hitting the spear, looking for the execute, and then forcing that Chrono Break out of Echo. They can now translate that into a very simple turret take, and it just feels like World Elite are so in control. The Gold Lead is now reflecting that, and it's only 4-2 in kills.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it's a 7,400 gold lead, and take a look at those turrets. 5-0. King have not dropped a single turret this game.
And that is a lot of the gold lead right there. Besides Mystic on this Graves, who finds himself 40 CS ahead and 3 kills with an assist to boot. So Vayne, 0, 1, and 0. Not really having a big impact. And now you mention it.
Oh, yeah. Spirit dropping the Zhonya's. Whoa, still takes a fish, however. Korn chases onto him, and Spirit goes down. Mystic now running for his life. He flashes away, but King continue to provide chase. They catch up, and he goes down.
And this is what we're talking about. The threat of this King side at any stage in this game can kill carries immediately. The fish connects. They can follow that up endlessly, and they find the target that they're looking for. Spirit goes down. Mystic goes down. You have to be careful as well, Elite. They have to play very calmly and methodically to close out this game. One person caught split pushing, one person caught in general, and then it's a really bad spot to be in.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage now dropped across the map to clear a minion wave. Ooh, will find Insect, but he's still going to be able to waltz his way to safety as the minion wave is going to be cleared by Aluka.
Should have his Ghost Blade now too.
Let's see if he can finish it off. Oh yeah, he's got an Avarice Blade.
There it is. That's what you want to have as Rengar, because now your ultimate usage is a lot more efficient for actually connecting to the target that you're otherwise looking to find. It's going to be a very comfortable position now. Has a lot of that cooldown reduction. All of the damage you could ever want. Now basically just missing that Hydra and then tanky items.
Yeah, very solid play out of Insect once again as he is 1-0-2. And Korn doing much better in this map, though he's still down in CS and down about 1,000 gold. He's 3-0-0 this game. Looks to redeem himself from his performance in the previous set, but once again, World Elite are on the top side of the map.
Thankfully being 3-0 after spending a lot of time dedicated to actually getting those kills. Otherwise he would be much further behind than what he is right now. And Ezreal hasn't done a whole lot this game, just sitting mid, looking to scale. But that is exactly what he is doing, and they have started the Baron.
Yeah, seems like King don't have vision, but just in time they
Rengar
get some
bottom.
wards over the wall. Insect is on the bottom side. His wave crashes into the turret, and World Elite cannot quite make up their mind as to whether or not they want to do it. They're continuing to burn through its health, but King are coming closer to the pit. Teleport now being used by Insect, and immediately World Elite turn it into a fight. Will they be able to take it successfully? Aluka, True Shot Barrage hits only Insect in the back. They seem to disengage.
Oh, they could probably re-engage the Baron as well, though. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got the Nidalee heal to boot. Everyone from King has been poked out. The desperation engage right there as the Baron was getting super low. They've started it up again. Spirit zoning.
Yeah, they certainly have. Spirit's the guy who needs to be in the pit. He's the one with the smite as he gets closer and closer. Insect is on the hunt, but the trap finds him. Will he be able to go in regardless? No. Again, World Elite cannot commit to this. The Baron is doing more damage than King.
The Baron starting to hurt. They've been in there twice right now. This Baron getting very scary. But
yeah.
King successfully get them away yet again. And Insect found his opportunity to potentially get down a turret.
Yeah, it looks like he is
What are
going
they doing
to
the Baron
commit to
again?
it. Yeah, they are trying to. Oh my goodness, World Elite back at full health with Spirit healing. There goes the huge collateral damage. Zero gets poked to death, and King turned into a desperate flight. Mystic is dove by Conan. He gets the kill with the bleed, though he will trade his life back over. And Name, using his ultimate, not quite able to find anyone. It's 3 versus 3.
Oh, yeah. After all of that again, the Baron has been used as a baiting tool like 3 times in a row now. And at the end of all of that, they actually get an even trade. Insec finding a kill onto the Maokai. Korn getting a kill onto the Graves as well. The assassins of this King's side. Not coming out supreme, but thankfully winning a fight before the top lane became an overbearing stack of blue dots to take down their turrets.
Yeah, they will clear the wave. Turret still standing, but World Elite secure for themselves their 3rd dragon. That was the Baron, but this is the dragon. And Spirit snags himself up a Scuttle Crab right on top of it. We're now 28.5 minutes into the game. It's even in kills, but definitely not even in turrets. That's World Elite manifesting that into an enormous goal lead.
Completely in control in terms of the turret takedowns. And the map control, which though it should be in favor of World Elite due to this fact, is actually fairly neutral. A lot of the control around that Baron area starting to get pushed back into the favor of King.
Oh,
wow.
GA takes a lot of damage, but unfortunately the True Shot Barrage misses.
That was an interesting combo that GA just did. Not using the ultimate first and then jumping over the wall to ensure the damage that connected was kill-worthy. Instead, ulting the Fizz in between hitting Huey, expecting the juke in that direction as he went over the wall instead.
Oh, Spear is forced to be dodged by Korn as World Elite again have started the Baron 4 times running.
The Baron's hitting you, Mystic.
Yeah. I wonder if, like, did they lose a bet or something? How many times can we aggro the Baron without actually taking it?
Well, they're going to lose a mid-turret for it. Not the best trade at all, as now the standing gold starting to creep back into the hands of King. World Elite need to find another strategy that doesn't involve baiting the Baron without just doing it. But King are always on top of that fact, and they also like standing in bushes and waiting patiently for their prey to come to them. There's no Raptors available, there's no red buff available, and there is no bot lane available.
Oh, here's the dive, and the Monsoon knocks Insec out. Mystic is still caught. He flashes the wall. True Shot Barrage comes across, but it's not enough. They pick up the kill, but they're at relatively low health. Huey's the only one who's full. Oh man, Chie does serious damage. He chases Zero down, destroys him. Flash is not enough to get Huey away. He's going to end up going down as well, and World Elite turn the double assassins into death.
And the engage is from King. You see that big pit? They haven't decided to go for it, and this is why it's working well for them, is that Ezreal finally puts down the damage, has the death cap there, and a very easy team fight for them on the back of just letting him poke. The engage was onto the Graves, but Mystic lived for such an extended period of time that they were able to put down all of this poke and just make it work for them, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, it's a very tricky situation. Here's actually a replay of that attempted dive.
Yeah, so they engage onto Mystic, but Conan hits the Monsoon. Mystic still takes all of the damage, but this Ezreal is sitting in the sidelines, putting down the poke, and look how low they have gotten from him almost exclusively as they translate that into so much more on this map.
Yeah, meanwhile, World Elite managed to take down the mid-inhibitor turret and the inhibitor itself. They could be looking for the win as Huey takes a lot of damage. He's getting low. Spirit gets the spear, but Chie gets the kill. Aluka diving a turret finds Name. Name goes down. They've got 4 kills right now. But Insec is alive and in full assassin mode. Are they going to try to end this? There goes the Bola. They're looking for the Nexus turrets.
They've still got all of their members alive, and Mystic, the full tank if need be, has the Janna to boot. World Elite, they find one successful team fight on the back of a strong Defiance, and they realize they don't need that Baron buff to end the game.
They successfully take the win. World Elite win game number 2 against King and split the series 1-1.
And this favors World Elite because now they aren't in that last place. They maintain their position on the ladder, and it's now on them to try and find some victories. They may still be able to make playoffs. There's some eyebrows raised as to that fact. But they're doing well. 16 points. They're within 6.
Yeah, they certainly are. Very impressive play from World Elite by the time that match closed out. You can see Shie on your screen feeling a little bit better about that game.
Once he got the death cap.
Yeah.
That last fight that we just saw, the damage he was able to output was just ridiculous. And really finding a strength on that champion took a while to ramp up and really have that emphasis on his damage output. But he made it happen for them. He did the work that was required of him towards the end of the game. And World Elite, on the back of Shie, they do quite well.
They certainly do. A very impressive win. You can see some pretty solid smiles from World Elite. I'm trying to see what their shirt says. Keep your something. I wanted to say something cool, like keep your base or like keep your Baron. Keep your dreams. Ah, the playoff dreams. That is awesome. Will World Elite be able to keep the playoff dream alive? They end up winning game number 2 and split the series 1-1, but
their dreams are still alive, but are they realities is the question that we need to ask.
I just don't know if playoffs are in their reach. It's a tough say,
barely, to say the least.
We'll definitely find out, and you know, it was impressive play from King. In game number 1, they showed us something that we haven't seen in a while. You know, when they do take team fights, they take them strongly.
Yeah, I don't know if they've actually found success even on the Rengar, but King and World Elite, they split one more time.
Yeah, they certainly do, but that's going to be it for us. On behalf of myself, Rusty, and the whole broadcast crew, thanks for watching. We're done with day number 2 of week number 10 of the LPL.